Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ecchi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Saw it quietly munching on nuts at the table. Thanks for your hard work. He changed into his pajamas and sat at the table. He placed his left fist and right hand palm up on the table. The shadowy figure couldn't speak. This was how Chisato communicated with it. A clenched fist meant agreement, while an open palm indicated disagreement. Did they argue? The shadowy figure hopped over to the clenched fist. Chisato nodded slightly. It shouldn't be serious, right? The shadowy figure remained still, gently pecking at his clenched fist. That's good. After scratching its head and feeling a little relieved by the information, Chisato let the shadowy figure continue snacking while he lay back on the bed. To be honest, his kiss in the restaurant had somewhat impure motives. Of course, Ariri had said some very understanding things, which was undeniably charming, but no matter how cute she was, it didn't justify him losing track of time and place and kissing her without regard for anyone else present. There were definitely mixed feelings involved. Since they met today, Chisato had sensed something was off between the two. Although they appeared to be arguing on the surface, several small details revealed a different story. When they arrived at the hotel, Ariri leaned against the passenger window to pay, and Uchiha stepped forward to hand the driver some change after hearing the fare. Before ordering, Ariri specifically asked Uchiha if she wanted garlic removed from her dish. When Uchiha made her response, Ariri showed no reaction, she simply watched. Considering all these details together, Chisato easily concluded that since they were both involved in his life, it was natural for them to share experiences. The precious little Chisato was something they both enjoyed, so it wouldn't be surprising if they teamed up in real life. However, this wasn't the outcome Chisato wanted. It wasn't that he opposed Ariri and Uchiha getting along, he just knew the intentions behind their alliance, which could introduce a lot of uncertainties into his otherwise smooth life. So, he could only internally apologize and subtly use some tactics to draw closer to one while neglecting the other, hoping to create a rift between them. But even with my preparations, Ariri's reaction was unexpectedly adorable. And I didn't expect her to be so proactive. Chisato stroked his chin, recalling their earlier interactions, and he couldn't help but smile. Although it seemed like he had initiated the kiss, the one who kept it going for 2 minutes and 13 seconds was Ariri. She enjoyed Chisato's proactive actions and wanted to stay close, refusing to let him leave. What a love-struck girl, but I like it. Tonight, there was something very important he needed to do, but before that, Chisato dialed Hitori's number. Chapter 175, Time that can be used in misalignment. After a long day of practice, Hitori returned home, feeling exhausted. After taking a shower and getting back to her room, she was surprised to see Chisato's name lighting up her vibrating phone screen. She picked up the phone with both hands, answered it, and carefully pressed it to her ear while sweetly calling out his name. Chisato responded with a mock angry tone, saying, Why are you calling me Chisato? Call me husband. Hitori's delicate face instantly flushed red, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. Feeling sweetly overwhelmed, she slowed her breathing and hurried to the door. After locking it, she turned off the lights in her room. In the darkness, wrapped in a blanket, Hitori called out softly, "Husband." Chisato lazily stretched the sound, but it wasn't a responding tone. "Wow, Hitori, you actually said it. Seriously? I can't believe it. You're so bold. I was just joking before." Hitori panicked instantly, her blush deepening for a completely different reason. Chisato's laughter came through the phone, filling her with warmth. "You're still so easy to tease. But that's why I like you, Hitori, you're just so cute. Please. Don't tease me. I'm not teasing you, it's the truth. I really want to hold you right now and do what we did in the recording studio." Hitori let out a cute, whimpering sound that was almost like crying because she was so shy. Chisato listened to her adorable voice on the phone and decided to stop teasing her. He wanted to let his own slight embarrassment fade and return to normal conversation. "How did practice go at the shop today?" It went very well. Ikuyo-chan's singing is getting better and better, and our ensemble is becoming more in sync. Good job. Next time, I'll find a chance to reward you." "Reward? A reward?" Hitori's eyes lit up, and her mind instantly filled with all kinds of exciting thoughts. Chisato responded with a simple and continued to ask, "What time did you get home?" "Almost 9:30. Did you take a shower?" "Yes, I did. Are you completely clean?" "Of course." "Really? Just so you know, during tomorrow's lunch break, I plan to bury my face in your neck and breathe you in. I also want to enjoy your lap while lying face down." Then. I'll go take another shower right now." Your first reaction is to take another shower instead of refusing me?" I can't possibly refuse, can I?" "Oh?" Gathering her courage, Hitori said, because as a little kitty, I absolutely can't refuse my master's requests." After saying this, Hitori felt her heart racing, almost bursting out of her throat. She didn't wait for Chisato to respond and quickly hung up the phone. She buried her face in her soft pillow, raising her bottom in embarrassment and twisting around. Meanwhile, Chisato leaned back against his bed, surprised as he processed what just happened. Had that shy and timid Hitori just flirted with him? The simulation seemed to have a strong effect, it had subtly changed her personality. But this was a good thing. After all, her previous tendency to faint at the slightest thing wasn't ideal. Since Hitori had hung up, Chisato decided that their conversation was over for today. He didn't call her back, but not long after, Hitori sent him a message. "Hitori, I'm sorry. I hung up without asking." It was an expected apology. Chisato wasn't angry, but he wanted the chat to end on a more satisfying note for himself, so he typed a response to regain some control. "Chisato, I forgive you, but only if you fulfill one of my wishes." Hitori, "What wish?" "Chisato, I can't hold you today, so use your hand to touch the place I like most on your body. That's it, no more messages. Get some rest. Good night." Hitori held her phone, looking at the text, her cheeks flushed with excitement and confusion. What was Chisato's favorite place? She touched her lips with her left fingertips and her chest with her right. After a moment, her hands moved to her head and her bottom. With a mix of sweet yet uncertain feelings, Hitori struggled for a long time, feeling incredibly conflicted. Chisato scrolled through short videos for a while, and when the clock struck 11, he got up to use the bathroom. He said goodnight to his pet crow, turned off the lights, and lay back down. He had a rough understanding of the evil patch simulator's nature, the things happening in the simulation projected in various unbelievable ways into reality. However, there was one thing he hadn't confirmed, whether the CG recall feature also affected real-life situations. Chisato suspected that during CG recalls, the corresponding female protagonist would connect with him synchronously and retain memories afterward. Today, he was staying in the same hotel as Uchiha and Iroha, and their rooms were not far apart. He planned to knock on their doors in the morning to confirm whether his guess was correct. If he was right, he would have another way to connect emotionally with Uchiha and Ariri. Utilizing their sleep time for this would be a great opportunity, allowing him to interact with Uchiha and Ariri in a unique way. Looking at the CG recall interface filled with various scenes and events, he selected a CG where Uchiha and Ariri were both present, and the action was quite intense. He closed his eyes, starting to drift off. Probably because he had used his brain too much today, sleepiness quickly overtook him, and he felt his consciousness slowly fading away. When Ariri walked out of the bathroom after drying her hair, Uchiha was already lying in bed, covered with a blanket, but her phone was left on, the screen still lit. Is she that tired? Did she fall asleep without even locking her phone? I wanted to talk to her about Chisato. Ariri walked over to lock her phone and then turned off the main light, leaving only the night light on. She intended to pour herself a glass of water, but suddenly felt a wave of irresistible sleepiness. It felt like she hadn't slept in several nights. Fatigue made her eyelids droop. Using all her strength, she lay softly on the bed, and almost instantly, she fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 176, The performance of pretended disdain. The beds in the luxury hotel were quite comfortable. Perhaps it was the irresistible sleepiness that suddenly descended upon them, but both Ariri and Uchiha had a peaceful and pleasant night. As the sun rose and dawn broke around 6:10 in the morning, the two girls, sleeping in separate beds, opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Their gazes were not those of someone just waking up. Instead, they were filled with a different kind of allure. It was hard to imagine such complex expressions coming from someone just awakening. They turned their faces toward each other at the same time. Neither had time to alter the moist and affectionate gleam in their eyes. In that moment of eye contact, they quickly averted their gazes back to a neutral position. Without saying a word, a mere glance was enough for them to understand they had both experienced the same thing. Everything was unspoken. Knock, knock, knock. As this subtle atmosphere spread silently in the room, a knock at the door broke the silence. Uchiha buried her feelings of disappointment deep within and checked her phone for the time. She asked, "Who is it?" "It's me," came the voice of Chisato. "Just a moment." Without much hesitation, despite feeling angry at this troublesome guy last night, Uchiha was not at the point of refusing to open the door. She lifted the blanket covering her and was about to get out of bed when she suddenly froze. Slowly, she pulled the blanket back over herself, pinched her brow, and said casually, "I just woke up and feel a bit lightheaded. You go open the door." On the other side, Ariri, who had her hands tightly gripping the edge of the blanket, her face inexplicably flushed, and breathing a bit unevenly, was simply sitting at the head of the bed, staring blankly. She didn't respond and didn't immediately follow Uchiha's suggestion. When Uchiha looked at her again, their eyes met once more, conveying a lot of information that hadn't been shared before. Ariri silently lay back down, turning away. Then she heard the sound of several tissues being pulled. Once Uchiha finished getting ready and walked to the door, she heard the sound of Ariri pulling tissues behind her. From the sound, it seemed Ariri had pulled 5, 2 more than she had. Neither of them spoke about this awkward behavior. In their dreams, serving the same person while indulging in fantasy was one thing, but in reality, they hadn't reached that level yet. They still needed to preserve some dignity for each other. Uchiha opened the door to find Chisato dressed in the same hotel pajamas as she was. Her cheeks flushed intensely. The events of the dream from last night not only affected her thoughts but also her body. The pathway to a woman's heart is sex. This phrase may be crude, but it holds some truth. Looking at Uchiha's reaction now, it was clear that just before bed last night, she had planned to show her indifferent side when they met again in the morning. She wanted Chisato to understand that even though she liked him immensely, she had her own boundaries that she would never cross. But now that they were face to face, she directly stepped out of the room, took Chisato's somewhat confused hand, and pulled him back to his room without any hesitation, leaving Ariri behind looking bewildered. "Wait, why aren't you letting him in? What are you two doing?" In the other room, Uchiha coolly and decisively shut the door with her foot and then pushed Chisato down onto the sofa. She kicked off her slippers, knelt on the soft bed, and moved closer to sit beside him. Simply gazing at Chisato's face made her heart race, especially as she realized they were in the room where he had spent the night, with the cushions and sofa carrying his pleasant minty scent. This made her feel like something deep inside her was stirring awake. It's worth noting that in her dreams, Uchiha, as someone with experience, had countless ways to feel pleasure, both active and passive, far beyond just 18. She cupped Chisato's face with both hands and leaned down to nuzzle him with her nose. Knock, knock, knock. Uchiha closed her eyes, and Chisato supported her body. They were too engrossed in each other to pay attention to the annoying knocking. It wasn't until the knocking grew more frantic and Ariri's irritated voice broke through that they reluctantly separated. But they still ignored the noise coming from outside. "I guess I don't need to ask again, it seems you had a dream too last night." Chisato tucked Uchiha's disheveled hair behind her ear. The button on his pajama shirt had been expertly undone by Uchiha during their kiss, and now her right hand rested on his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. Uchiha responded simply and succinctly. She wasn't in a hurry to leave Chisato's side but instead continued to gaze at him with what looked like tears welling up in her eyes. She proposed, "Let's skip school today and take a day off." Chisato understood the implications behind Uchiha's words, given her flushed face. But honestly, this was not a good time, not only because he wasn't prepared, but mainly because Ariri was outside, her anger steadily rising as she continued to bang on the door. So he shook his head, saying, "No way, we can't skip class for no reason. I still need to study. What do you want to learn? I can teach you here after we take a day off." Leaning closer like a cat, Uchiha whispered sweetly into his ear. Chisato was surprised by Uchiha's boldness but quickly reassured himself. After all, just before the CG recollection climax, he had left Ariri, who had been satisfied and languid, to approach Uchiha, who had been waiting for nearly an hour with a wistful look, preparing for a deeper interaction. With a soft sound, the dream shattered like a dull bubble, leaving no time for anyone to react. After a long wait, only to be left unfulfilled, it was no wonder she showed up in this state now. Chisato sensed the malice of the simulation, unsure if it was directed at him or Uchiha. In any case, if he didn't calm her down now, he felt that things could take a turn for the worse. He was thankful that after waking up and knocking on the door, he had rinsed his mouth with mouthwash after using the bathroom, otherwise, he wouldn't have the grounds to say what he needed to say next. Determined, Chisato decided to showcase the superb acting skills he had acquired from the simulation of the vibrant Iroha. He furrowed his brows slightly, turning his face away awkwardly. Uchiha. The second pause lasted longer than the first, and his expression of discomfort needed to be clearly evident, especially with a hint of disdain. "Did you forget to brush your teeth?" Chapter 177, The Developing Situation. The sound of two hands clapping against the door was painful, and the patience of Ariri was running thin. Gritting her teeth, she felt more and more regretful. That annoying woman wasn't technically a stranger, why had she been so shy just now? Now, it was all too late. She had locked the door and was inside the room with Chisato. Who knows if they were rocking the bed right now? Ariri thought of herself as relatively broad-minded and understood that Chisato's first time couldn't be shared by both of them at the same time. She had already gotten a kiss from him, and even if she let Uchiha have the first time, it wouldn't matter. But, how could that annoying woman do something like this and keep me outside? Want to hug it all to herself? How dare she? Let me join in. Ariri was filled with indignation. The hotel room door was much thicker than she had imagined, with great soundproofing. She pressed her ear against it but couldn't hear a thing. Deliberately excluding her? That was just too much. Bang bang bang. "Hey! Open the door, you annoying woman. Don't blame me for not giving you a face or a chance. If you don't open the door, I'll contact the hotel front desk to get a spare key." Ariri's face was red with anger. Just as she raised her hand again to knock on the door, it suddenly opened without warning. Ariri came face to face with Uchiha. She wanted to unleash her pent-up rage, but upon seeing the other woman's pale expression, she froze in shock. Uchiha passed by her in silence, and Ariri furrowed her brow in confusion at her back. If she hadn't seen it wrong, that annoying woman had blood on her lips. No, wait. According to what she had just thought, the blood should not have come from that area. With that doubt in mind, Ariri rushed into the room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, looking a bit disheveled, Chisato had one hand pressed against his chest and was holding a wad of tissues to his mouth with the other. "Hey, good morning, Ariri." Chisato smiled at her, but the smile pulled at the cut on his lip, causing him to bleed even more. Ariri's suspicions about Uchiha's blood were clarified. Has that guy gone crazy? Feeling both surprised and sympathetic, Ariri sat beside Chisato and gently took a few tissues to wipe the blood from his mouth. "What happened? Why did she suddenly bite you?" "Well, there was a little accident that made her angry. I guess I had it coming, haha." "Ouch, sorry. Ariri quickly lightened her touch. Since Chisato didn't want to say more, she decided not to press the issue. She noticed Chisato was still holding his chest and asked if his heart was uncomfortable. He quickly denied it but felt a bit resentful inside. Why pinch there of all places? Men's chests are sensitive too, you know. After that little incident, when they went downstairs to check out, Uchiha and Ariri didn't even exchange words. They only briefly locked eyes, and Uchiha understood to take Chisato away from the front desk. Ariri was left alone, pulling out her wallet. Under the watchful eyes of the front desk clerk, she shyly paid for their stay and the extra laundry fee for the sheets. Chisato didn't dwell on the bitten lip. Once the blood clotted, it wouldn't hurt much as long as he didn't touch it. However, it was Uchiha who bit him, and later it was her who felt sorry. In the taxi on the way back, this conflicted woman didn't say anything but kept glancing at him with a guilty expression while pressing her lips together. Chisato took the initiative to hold her hand, successfully easing her anxious feelings. When he got out of the car, she leaned over to kiss his left cheek, while the right cheek was naturally reserved for Ariri, leaving the driver speechless through the rearview mirror. After the two of them left, Chisato returned to his apartment and changed into his uniform, arriving at school just after 8 o'clock. He stepped into the classroom right before the bell rang. Having arrived early, Kazusa appeared to be sleeping at her desk, but in reality, she was eagerly waiting to see him. When she finally spotted him, she lazily opened her eyes as if she had just woken up from a dream. She pretended to look his way casually, and after receiving a plain greeting, she was satisfied and went back to resting her head on the desk, officially falling asleep. Chisato gently patted her shoulder. Kazusa seemed displeased as she opened her eyes. However, when she saw the candy he handed her, she reluctantly accepted it, not caring that it was already class time. She immediately unwrapped it and popped it into her mouth. So sweet. At Tsubu High School, Hiratsuka Shizuka walked slowly around the classroom, holding a textbook while reading ancient poetry aloud and explaining its meaning so that the students could understand better. As she approached Tashiki Iroha, her teaching didn't stop, but her free hand reached out and gently pinched her cheek, reminding her not to lose focus. This jolted Iroha out of her daze, and she quickly glanced at her classmates before turning the page of the textbook to the correct one. After class, Iroha shrank back in her seat, silently praying for something, but to no avail. With the textbook draped casually over her shoulder, Shizuka called out Iroha's name, asking her to come to the teacher's office. She couldn't escape after all. Under the playful teasing of the other girls, Iroha sighed, clutching her uniform sleeves tightly as she followed Shizuka back to the staff room. "Ah, Iroha-chan." "Hello, Yua-senpai." Iroha smiled brightly, waving her hand in a small gesture to greet a familiar girl. Shizuka placed the textbook on the table, her attention mainly on another girl in the room. "Miss Hiratsuka." The girl with long black hair stepped forward, handing over some documents with a cool voice. "This is the report on the service club's activities." Chapter 178, Ishiki Iroha's mental disturbance. "Iroha, do you know why I called you here?" After letting the other students leave, Hiratsuka Shizuka turned to Ishiki Iroha and said this. Iroha knew all too well. So she let out a dry laugh, her big round eyes squinting a little as she presented a soft and endearing demeanor. "Sorry, teacher. I won't daydream in class again." "Well, that's not all. You have other issues." "Other issues?" Iroha blinked, her confusion lifting as Shizuka pulled out a test paper. When she saw her name on the paper along with the score, her smile froze. Shizuka let out a gentle sigh. "I understand that sometimes exams can go poorly, but your score this time, compared to your entrance exam results, is not something that can just be explained by a bad day." Since the school year started, she had indeed been slacking off in her studies. With her new role as the soccer club manager, her study time had decreased significantly, and now the consequences were here. "You haven't been studying seriously since the school year began, have you?" Shizuka's tone was not a question but a firm statement. Iroha shrank back a little. Shizuka's tone was not harsh, on the contrary, it was very gentle. Plus, since she was not much older, she had a sisterly vibe that made her approachable. But even so, her position as a teacher was undeniable, and her words were not easy for the sensitive Iroha to accept. "I'm sorry, teacher. I will study harder from now on." Since Iroha had honestly admitted her mistake and made a promise, Shizuka didn't say anything more in reproach. She picked up her thermos, opened it, blew on the lid, and took a small sip. Iroha caught a richer aroma of coffee. "Alright, you can go back now." "Oh, wait. If you find high school courses a bit tough to keep up with, I can help find someone to boost your academic skills." "Boost my academic skills? Are you recommending me to a cram school, teacher?" Iroha's face showed clear reluctance. "No, I can ask some students with good grades to help you." "That would be troublesome, right?" "I mean, it would be a hassle for them." "Not necessarily. Some people are just born with a different personality. It's not about being overly kind, they simply can't ignore someone who's struggling. If you can honestly share your worries, you might be able to move them to help you." "Really? Are there people like that?" "Definitely. You just saw one earlier, the girl with long black hair." Placing the thermos on the table, a sparkle flashed in Shizuka's eyes, and she smiled. "What do you think? It's a good opportunity." That cold Yuki-onna senior?" She didn't feel like they would get along well. Iroha forced a smile, politely declining. I think I'll just try harder on my own for a while." "Thank you, teacher." As Iroha stepped out of the staff room, she let out a heavy sigh. For her, this was a major blunder. She hadn't expected her exam scores to drop so much. She spent 10 seconds reflecting on herself and decided to add an extra hour of study time tonight. After that, she wouldn't dwell on it too much. She was only a first-year student, with over 2 years until the entrance exams that would decide her future. She had plenty of time to catch up. As long as she could return to her previous average performance, it would be fine. She could always work harder in her second year. Right now, the most urgent thing was the dream she had last night. That dream, just as she had thought, had come true. Iroha didn't go straight back to class but stopped by the window in the hallway, resting her chin on the windowsill and gazing out, lost in thought. Watching a drama featuring herself was a bizarre experience that couldn't be explained by current scientific standards. Because of this, she couldn't talk to anyone about it. Not even her parents. Discussing it would only increase their worries and wouldn't help her at all. Since that was the case, she had to keep it to herself and silently bear the burden. After the two dreams from the day before, she had vaguely grasped some patterns. In both dreams, she woke up shortly after finishing watching 2 episodes of the drama where she played the lead. Last night's 2 episodes had left Iroha feeling anxious, embarrassed, and flustered. The reason for her mixed emotions was, of course, the content of the drama. The heartbreaking part was in the 3rd episode, where the main character, Chisato, continued to suffer. His stepfather and stepmother were involved in a car accident, one died and the other was left paralyzed. At such a young age, he had to endure the unbearable pain of life once more. The blush and racing heartbeat happened in episode 4. The time in this episode jumps forward significantly, but the story starts to lighten up, no longer as heavy as the previous 3 episodes. From Iroha's perspective, it feels like the genre has shifted from a drama to something bordering on comedy. She won't go into too much detail about the comedy, but as for why it's borderline. Standing by the window, Iroha's face is so flushed it looks like it's about to bleed. Last night, in her dream, she watched her 9-year-old self on the screen at a hot spring hotel, witnessing her parents' ghost play game, where the knight and succubus switched roles. And during the time when she was around 11 or 12, she would often cuddle up to the male lead, trying to mimic the fighting games her parents would play, the ones that were far too embarrassing to watch. Unlike TV dramas and shows online, the TV screen she saw in her dream would even zoom in on certain scenes, and when the story reached certain points, the background music would suddenly become suggestive. The main problem was that, in her dream, Iroha had no way to skip these scenes, nor could she turn off the TV or mute the sound. When she covered her ears and closed her eyes, the scene would automatically pause. In other words, she had no choice but to watch everything play out, exactly as it was. Question: what's the most embarrassing thing you've ever experienced? Iroha's answer: watching my parents' intimate scenes, and the borderline stuff I did with my childhood friend as a kid. This is why, after washing up this morning, she skipped breakfast and ran straight out of the house. She has no idea how to face her parents. Every time she sees them, all the embarrassing lines they said and the sounds they made at those moments flood her mind. It's mental pollution. Please, no more of those scenes tonight. Just don't come back. Chapter 179, attempting to move forward during lunch break, Hitori, as usual, came to the small space under the stairs. Today, she returned to her usual self, putting on her loose pink sweatpants under her skirt, hiding her pale legs that some people found overly attractive. The reason she suddenly decided to wear a cute skirt and blouse that day was because she had just woken up from a strange dream and hadn't fully recovered her senses. Now that she and Chisato had officially confirmed their relationship, she didn't need to think too much about her clothing choices anymore. But speaking of that, he told her to be his kitty, and she agreed. So, what exactly does this kind of relationship mean? It's probably what she thinks it is, a sweet and youthful relationship. He just said it in a more roundabout way, and she felt too shy to ask directly, afraid it might upset him. But even if it's not a romantic relationship, it doesn't really matter. Just being his kitty sounds nice too. After all, a cat lives with its owner, doesn't have to work, and just stays home providing emotional and physical comfort while waiting for him to return. Thinking this way, no matter what their relationship turns out to be, the future looks pretty promising. Hitori couldn't help but laugh out loud. She started counting down the days to her high school graduation, imagining the wonderful life of cohabitation, where she could just lie down and be cared for at home. What are you laughing about? A voice suddenly came from behind, startling her. The laughter caught in her throat, and she started coughing violently from the shock. Chisato chuckled and gently patted her back, helping her calm down. After finally stopping her cough, Hitori timidly turned her head. I wasn't thinking about anything. Her answer sounded guilty, but Chisato didn't mind. He noticed the lunchbox she had placed on the floor, picked it up, then took her hand, helping her stand up as he tidied her slightly messy hair. Come with me. Huh? Where are we going? I'm taking you to meet some new friends. Be friendly, and if everything goes well, you won't have to eat lunch in places like this anymore. Hitori kept her head slightly down, nervously following closely behind Chisato. Suddenly saying he was introducing her to new friends made her feel uneasy. She wanted to say that she didn't need new friends, that just having the band members was enough, but she didn't dare express her thoughts. The reason was the same as always, she didn't want to upset Chisato. But since it was his decision, she'd just go along with it obediently. She had to be a good kitty. As for Chisato's thoughts, they weren't that complicated either. It was, in a sense, him planning ahead. So far, he had 4 female friends with whom he shared unclear relationships. The one who troubled him the most was Kazusa. Unlike the other 3, who naturally had high levels of affection for him, his relationship with Kazusa had been built step by step with no shortcuts. This raised an important issue: he couldn't treat Kazusa the same way he treated the others. After the simulated life with Iroha, Chisato's mindset had shifted significantly and gradually solidified. He had gained a lot from those simulations, not just magical talents or tools, but also insights and personal growth. His perspective and thoughts had evolved. In the simulated life with Uchiha, he learned that hiding the truth and deceiving someone you love doesn't lead to happiness. That's why, in reality, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. In the simulated life as an aristocrat, he realized that holding power and wealth could solve most of life's problems and obstacles. So, he had started trying to accumulate wealth in real life in ways he could think of. There were many such realizations, but in short, Chisato's decision to introduce Hitori to Kazusa wasn't spontaneous. It was well thought out. There were things he couldn't hide forever, about the situation around him, about his desire to have everyone be part of his world. If that was the case, then avoiding it wasn't an option. He had to face it head-on. Hitori was soft-spoken, and Kazusa only seemed hard to approach. If he could navigate between the two, there shouldn't be any issues. Chisato hoped things would go as planned and that the two would become friends. But even if things didn't go smoothly, it didn't matter. Seeing Kazusa's reaction to the other girls around him would still be a valuable outcome. As they reached the 3rd-floor landing of the club building, Hitori slowed down, feeling nervous as she noticed a group of delinquent boys smoking nearby. Sensing her unease, almost as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Chisato turned around and gently held her hand, leading her safely past the group without incident. After reaching the music room floor, Chisato paused and turned to Hitori. "If my friend asks what our relationship is, what will you say?" Well, I'm Chisato's kitty." "You can't say that. That's a secret only the two of us know." "A secret? Only we know?" Hitori watched as Chisato placed his finger against his lips, flashing a faint smile. Smitten by his charm, her heart began pounding uncontrollably. "I got it. I'm Chisato's friend." Her dream experience helped her realize what to say right away. "Good girl." Chisato nodded with satisfaction and held out his hand. Hitori quickly stepped forward. As a kitty, she knew what she had to do. When her owner wanted to pet her, it was only natural to lean in. If necessary, she could even roll over and show her soft belly. Besides, she didn't mind Chisato petting her. His hands were big, soft, and warm. It felt really nice. Purr. Chapter 180, Smooth Progress Ma, good afternoon. As usual, Chisato directly pushed open the door and walked into the music room. He approached Kazusa, whose expression was becoming increasingly unsettled, and stepped aside to reveal Hitori. "Let me introduce you. This is Kazusa, and this is Goto Hitori. I hope you two get along from now on." He spoke casually, as if what he was doing was completely natural. Hello. Pleased to meet you." Hitori cooperatively placed her hands in front of her and bowed deeply, a very respectful self-introduction. Kazusa immediately recognized her. Girls with pink hair were rare at school, and her distinctive outfit made her easy to identify. She was the girl Kazusa had seen by the window that day, the one with Chisato, holding a guitar. "Hello." Kazusa suppressed her rising anger and responded with a forced greeting, then glared at the person responsible for her discomfort. Did this guy misunderstand something? Just because she had been a bit nicer to him for a few days, did he think they were on friendly terms now? She had allowed him to freely enter and leave the music room, but she never said he could bring other people here. What did he think this place was, some public lounge? Don't be so mad. Chisato had expected Kazusa's reaction and still wore his usual smile. "I just wanted to introduce you to a friend." "Who told you to act on your own?" Don't be so quick to reject her." Chisato stepped closer, lowering his voice and speaking more earnestly. "Think of it as a favor to me. This girl doesn't fit in well at school. Not only is she bullied and forced to pay friendship fees, but she also doesn't even have a place to go during lunch. She eats alone in a storage room under the stairs. Isn't that kind of sad?" Kazusa swallowed the refusal she had been about to give. She didn't think Chisato was lying. Looking at how the girl had kept her head down, looking uneasy ever since she arrived, it was clear she wasn't good at socializing, similar to Kazusa herself. but giving off a completely different impression. What are friendship fees? It's an excuse some shameless people use to justify taking money. I'd call it a form of bullying. Bullying. Kazusa glanced once more at Hitori, who still stood in the same position, bent over and barely moving. I noticed her early on in the school year. She seemed pitiful, and I couldn't just ignore it. As she listened to Chisato, Kazusa raised her head and met his gaze. Something about what he said gave her a strong sense of déjà vu. What is it? Why are you telling me all this? I thought you might get along well with her. Before Kazusa could ask further, Chisato continued with his reasoning. Look, you two actually have a lot in common. You're both into music, you play piano, and she plays guitar. You're both girls, so it's easier to talk about personal topics. And most importantly, neither of you seems to have many friends at school. The first 2 points Chisato made were objective facts, but the last one was an unmistakable provocation. And Kazusa's way of responding to provocation was simple and direct. She had a history. She lifted her leg and kicked toward Chisato's thigh. It looked sharp, but she didn't use much force. It would hurt, but it shouldn't affect his ability to walk. Kazusa fully expected her sudden attack to land, but to her surprise, Chisato caught her ankle in his hand. Kicking people isn't a good habit, he said calmly. Chisato's gaze sharpened for a moment as he looked in a particular direction. Realizing what was happening, Kazusa's face turned redder, and she started to struggle in frustration. Let go of me. Oh, sorry. OF. Kazusa grabbed Chisato by the collar, her raised fist trembling with embarrassment and anger. He chuckled and said, there are others watching us, you know. Give me some face. Besides, Kazusa's hands aren't meant for punching, right? You annoying jerk. Kazusa muttered this, thinking it was an aggressive comeback, then released her grip and turned back to sit at the piano. Unbothered, Chisato casually walked back to Hitori's side and said, it's great. Kazusa said she's happy to be friends with you. Who said that? Kazusa shot him a glare so cold it seemed to reject everything around her. See? Look how happy she is. No, that face doesn't look happy at all. Hitori shifted slightly, using Chisato's body as a shield to block Kazusa's terrifying stare. That classmate was so scary. She wanted to run, but she couldn't because it was Chisato who had asked her to do this. Afterward, Chisato pulled a desk and chair from a pile of clutter nearby, and Hitori obediently sat down to eat her lunch. Chisato moved toward Kazusa, intending to ask her for piano advice as he usually did, but she completely ignored him. The atmosphere grew awkward, but after experiencing that dream, Hitori was no longer the timid person she used to be. Even if something scared her, she could now push herself to try it. After finishing her lunch, she dashed out of the music room. A moment later, she returned with 3 cans of drinks, one of which she carefully handed to Kazusa. It was a clear gesture of goodwill. Combined with her shy and timid expression, even someone as resistant to socializing as Kazusa couldn't bring herself to dislike her. Thanks. Kazusa accepted the drink and expressed her gratitude. Oh, it's nothing. Hitori seemed a bit flustered by the response. She noticed Chisato giving her a discreet thumbs up from the side, which boosted her confidence. Recalling the experiences she had gained in the simulated world, she started to engage Kazusa in conversation. Although she stammered a bit during their talk, and Kazusa's replies were short, their first meeting went surprisingly well. It exceeded Chisato's expectations and left him pleasantly surprised. Chapter 181, Words left unsaid. In the following days, Chisato's life continued as usual. At school, he spent lunch breaks with Hitori and Kazusa in the music room, passing the time together. All 3 were rather introverted. Though Hitori and Kazusa weren't particularly close, they had grown more comfortable around each other compared to when they first met. Chisato understood the vulnerabilities within Kazusa's heart. When it came to people who genuinely cared about her, Kazusa found it hard to maintain her usual distant demeanor. So, after a bit of encouragement from Chisato, Hitori gathered her courage and, for the first time, wholeheartedly extended kindness towards someone else. Bringing drinks, sharing her lunch, these had become their daily routine. Initially, Hitori was so nervous she nearly passed out, but over time, she started to understand Kazusa's personality better. Now, even if Chisato wasn't around, Hitori could carefully strike up a few words with her. In any case, things were moving in a positive direction, which was delightful to see. The concern that Chisato had harbored, that Ishiki might show up in real life, hadn't materialized, letting him finally relax a bit. It seemed the Evil Path Simulator updates had indeed fixed the issue of leaving residual memories for the conquerable heroines. Chisato could now confidently continue using it to earn rewards and gain life experience. It was Wednesday. After finishing his late-night part-time job, Chisato returned to his apartment and saw Iriri and Uchiha leaning against the hallway railing. The faint glow from their phones illuminated their delicate features. Frankly, seeing them as he came up the stairs was a bit eerie. Since the date on Sunday, their attitudes toward Chisato had softened, and they seemed more approachable. This manifested in their frequent chats and in the food deliveries they timed perfectly to his home for the past 2 nights. It gave Chisato a strange feeling of being pampered. Ah, Chisato. Ariri was the first to notice Chisato's arrival. She pocketed her phone, ran over to him, and took Chisato's school bag with a warm, familiar smile. Welcome back. The hallway's sensor lights flickered on, dim yet enough to showcase Ariri's natural beauty. I'm back. Chisato responded instinctively, feeling like a husband returning to a wife waiting at home. He glanced at Ariri's dazzling smile and then at Uchiha, who, from a slight distance, gave a teasing wink. Chisato had a hunch. The two of them hadn't shown up unannounced without some prearranged discussion or purpose. It's so late, is it alright for you two to be here? Your family won't mind? No problem, Uchiha replied. We're keeping our phones on and going back on time. Still, tell me in advance next time. What if I get delayed? Then we'd just come back another day, Ariri said sweetly. No need to change your plans just for us. Chisato appreciated Ariri's understanding words. Her maturity and grace seemed to shine through more as they became closer, making her all the more charming and irresistible. Over the past couple of days, Chisato had even dreamt of spending blissful, honeymoon-like moments with them, which somehow felt strangely real. Come on in. Thank you, sorry for intruding. Inside, his apartment was as small and stuffy as ever. Only one person could stand in the entryway at a time, and each had to wait until the other had taken off their shoes and entered. Inconvenient as it was, neither Uchiha nor Ariri seemed the least bit bothered. Once they were in, they neatly arranged their shoes. The temperature was climbing by the day, and even the night breeze outside was hot and stifling. Inside, the air felt even more oppressive. Sorry, it's hot in here. Let me turn on the air conditioning. Chisato tossed his jacket on the bed, closed the window, and drew the curtains, hiding the scattered, grubby coins on the windowsill from their sight. Then, he grabbed the remote from the bedside and set the wall-mounted air conditioner to its lowest temperature. There's not much to offer you. I've only got iced tea, hope that's all right. That's perfect. We love iced tea, Ariri replied cheerfully, glancing over to see Uchiha smiling in amusement. What's so funny? Ariri instantly switched to a mock glare. Just lovers in love. It's endearing, Uchiha chuckled. Not that I'm any different. Humphrey. Chisato handed each of them a glass of iced tea. His apartment didn't even have a coffee table, so they had to sit on his bed. Uchiha, especially at ease, slipped off her slippers and knelt on the bed, fanning her neck with her hand while occasionally tugging at her collar. Chisato was sure she was doing it on purpose. Otherwise, why else would she catch his gaze and shoot him that playful look? Chisato, how's your lip? Still sore? It's healing, don't worry about it. Chisato sat cross-legged in front of them. It was late, and with their early start for school in the morning, he decided to cut to the chase. It's late. The two of you coming here together, there's definitely something you want to talk about, right? Uchiha and Ariri exchanged glances, as if they'd anticipated his direct question. They nodded simultaneously, and after a brief pause, Uchiha spoke. Yes, we did want to talk. But first, let me say that we don't mean any disrespect toward you, Chisato, nor do we harbor any ill intentions. From what we've observed, we simply want to suggest something that could improve your life. Please hear us out calmly, and even if you disagree, don't hold it against us. Is that all right? Seeing the serious, sincere expressions on their faces, Chisato was intrigued. But he nodded, meeting their gazes. Chapter 182, I only care about Chisato. After receiving reassurance, Ariri and Uchiha seemed to relax, their expressions no longer as tense as they had been a moment ago. All right, just say it directly. No need to hold back, I won't be upset even if you start criticizing me, Chisato joked lightly, easing the atmosphere once more. Understood. I'll get straight to the point, then. Uchiha glanced at Ariri, who gave a small, resolute nod, and then turned to face Chisato. Chisato, Ariri and I mentioned before that, though we're students, we're also pursuing our dreams in our spare time. Yes, I know. Uchiha, you're a popular light novel author, and Ariri is a well-known artist online. Oh, by the way, I've actually read your novels, Uchiha. Chisato stood up, pulled a few light novels from his desk drawer, and showed them to Uchiha. Love Metronome. I even bought the latest volume. It's a wonderful story, I like to read a few pages when I'm feeling tired, it has a healing effect. Your writing is as beautiful and moving as you are. You actually bought it? Uchiha looked genuinely surprised. Of course. It's your work, after all, Chisato answered naturally. Uchiha took a small, satisfied breath and patted her stocking-covered thigh. Come here. Huh? I think I like you a little more now. I suddenly feel like hugging you. Smack. The response wasn't from Chisato but from Ariri, whose hand landed sharply on Uchiha's thigh, producing a crisp sound. If Uchiha took off her stockings now, her skin would undoubtedly be red from the impact. Please, stick to the main point. Ariri, undeterred by Uchiha's intense gaze, calmly maintained her distance. Her expression remained composed. Indeed, they were here for a reason. It concerned their relationship with Chisato and the convenience of various things in the future. Uchiha suppressed her irritation and got back on track. As I was saying, besides being students, Ariri and I are also working on building careers. We've both been lucky enough to have some recognition in our respective fields, with a few fans of our work. We've even started to earn a small income. Yes, I see. Chisato understood this much already, but he was still puzzled as to why they had come to discuss it with him so late at night. To show off? That didn't seem like them at all. Neither Uchiha nor Ariri were the type to flaunt their achievements. But Ariri and I both still live with our parents, so we don't really have many expenses. Over time, most of our income has just sat in our bank accounts, barely touched. At this point, Uchiha paused, glancing at Chisato, who was beginning to raise his eyebrows, as if he'd started to catch on. Uchiha cleared her throat and, instead of continuing, turned to Ariri, signaling for her to take over. Ariri was a bit annoyed but knew she couldn't leave the conversation hanging here. Besides, she was the one who'd first suggested the idea of doing this for Chisato's sake, so it didn't feel right to make Uchiha carry the whole conversation. Alright, I'll say it, she sighed. So, well, considering that Uchiha and I don't really need to spend much, the money we earn doesn't hold much use for us. With that in mind, we thought that instead of just leaving it sitting around, we'd rather give it to you, Chisato. Watching Chisato's expression closely and being mindful of his pride, Ariri nervously continued. We really don't mean anything by it. We just think that you'd manage the money better than we would. Neither of us has a clue about finances, so maybe you could even make the money grow or something like that. But there's no pressure. Even if it doesn't earn anything, it doesn't matter. We're only doing this because we decided to, and even if it's all lost, we don't mind. So, yeah. That's why we're here. After stumbling through her explanation, Ariri fell silent, while Uchiha sighed and covered her face with her hand in exasperation. She hadn't expected Ariri to explain things so poorly. No matter how many life experiences one has, some things never change. Looking back, Uchiha wished she had just handled it herself. Let you manage the money. It's fine if it's all lost. This was practically the same as throwing money at Chisato and saying, I'm here to support you, use this however you want. Chisato understood their intentions, and honestly, he was moved. The achievement of having a wealthy woman take care of him. He never thought he'd hit that milestone so soon. Knowing that he'd been working after school and living in such a cramped apartment, they had come up with this way to ease his stress and improve his living conditions. But really, their excuse was just too clumsy. So, as expected, Chisato gave Ariri a reassuring smile in response to her nervous and hopeful gaze. He then stood up, sat between them, and gently took both of their hands. Thank you. I'm genuinely touched, but I'll have to respectfully decline. Uchiha sighed, clearly disappointed but not surprised. She'd known this would be more challenging than it sounded. Ariri looked a bit panicked, worried that her clumsy phrasing had upset him, and scrambled to think of something to say to make up for it. Then, at that moment, from the wall behind them, came a loud, unmistakable female voice, "Oh yeah, oh nice?" along with an odd, rhythmic slapping sound. Their neighbor was home early today and apparently in the mood for Western content this time. The awkward atmosphere had the two girls reacting in opposite ways. Ariri slowly turned her head to the side, hiding her flushed face from Chisato, while Uchiha listened intently to the sounds, a few intriguing thoughts beginning to emerge in her mind. Chapter 181, Just Marry Me. Hearing the awkward sounds from next door, Uchiha's mind started to wander. She looked over at Chisato and said, come to think of it, the last time we were here, too, the TV sounds from next door easily passed through the walls. With this kind of poor soundproofing, it must be hard to get any rest at night. She cleared her throat, and Ariri quickly picked up the cue, chiming in, yeah, with such bad soundproofing, it's not just about sleep. It must interfere with daily life too, leaving you with almost no privacy. The two of them took turns talking, not giving Chisato a chance to speak. Uchiha, who'd been acting quite composed up to this point, shifted to a look of faint distaste. She released Chisato's hand, stood up, and moved to the wall, lightly running her finger along it. And by the way, when we came in, I noticed a faint musty smell in this apartment. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but looking at the yellowed walls and these scattered black spots. It's mold, isn't it? Ariri moved closer, feigning shock. I thought they were just stains. Is it really mold? Yes. Ariri, do you know the risks of living with mold for extended periods? What kind of risks? It increases your chances of developing cancer. Oh, wow. That's serious. Ariri's exaggerated reaction wasn't particularly convincing, and Uchiha rolled her eyes in mild exasperation. Still, for the sake of today's purpose, she held her composure and carried on with the somewhat poorly acted conversation. I'm not exaggerating. You can look it up, there are studies by well-known doctors supporting what I said. So, if that's the case, it's not good at all for Chisato to be living here. I also noticed a lot of mold in the bathroom corners. Not just there, it's in the ceiling corners too. It seems like it would take quite a lot of effort to clean it all. Yes, it would be quite troublesome. In fact, hiring professionals to take care of this would cost enough to rent a different place with more space, better ventilation, and a much healthier environment. Uchiha paused intentionally, and both she and Ariri turned their gazes to Chisato, who had been silently watching their performance with an amused smile. Together, they said, "What should we do? Are you two putting on a comedy show for me?" Honestly, if Chisato hadn't been holding back his laughter, he might have already been rolling on the floor by now. Trying to keep his amusement in check, he said, "PFF. Ahem. So, what do you think we should do?" Ariri's eyes brightened as she got up, knelt on the bed, and pulled a bank card out of her pocket, holding it out to him with both hands. "Use mine." "Oh no, I mean, I'll lend you some money for now, just to find a new place." Chisato took the card, glancing at Uchiha, who sighed and mirrored Ariri's action. Now holding two bank cards, Chisato smiled wryly. "So, this is why you both came here tonight?" Uchiha nodded, done with the awkward act. Pressing her fingertips to her forehead, she explained honestly, "We don't have any other motive. We just want to help you have a better quality of life and a healthier place to live." Chisato's drawn-out tone made Ariri nervous. She quickly leaned forward, grasping his hand, and quietly apologized. That only puzzled Chisato even more. "Why are you apologizing?" "Because we didn't consider things from your perspective. Guys usually don't like it when girls act on their behalf like this. Maybe most guys wouldn't, but I don't mind. I understand that you're saying these things because you care about me, and that's why you're giving me this." Chisato lifted the bank cards in his hand. "To be honest, I'm touched. Money isn't everything, but sometimes, it says a lot. So, you're willing to accept from us?" Ariri's words trailed off as Uchiha nudged her and finished the question for her. "You'll accept our suggestion?" "At first, I didn't think it was necessary, but it seems the sounds next door are really something. If you both come over and keep hearing that, it could get pretty inconvenient." Chisato handed back both cards with a smile. "So, thank you. I'll accept your suggestion to find a new place. I'll consider the rent money a loan from you, and I'll pay you back. But as for improving my quality of life, I'd rather work on that by myself." "Wait, if you give us back the cards, how will you pay for a new place?" "Well, I'm busy with work all week, so I probably won't have time to look for a new apartment until next week." Ariri and Uchiha took back their cards, and after a moment of thought, Uchiha made a suggestion. "We're both free this weekend, so why don't we start looking at apartments for you? It'll be a hassle, though." Chisato recalled that it was forecasted to be a sunny, cloudless week. Running around to see places in the heat would be exhausting. "It's no trouble." They answered in unison, their expressions firm. "Wow, you two are really eager to see me move out, huh? All right. Then I'll leave it to you. It's no big deal. Once you move into your new place, we'll help you settle in. Then you can properly thank us." "I'm curious, how do you plan to thank us?" Uchiha leaned in and whispered teasingly into Chisato's ear. Since their objective for the night had been achieved, they didn't linger much longer. After a short chat, they left in high spirits. Chisato walked them to the road. "So, aren't you curious about how much money is in those cards?" As they were about to part ways, Uchiha came up close to Chisato and asked. She had a point, and so he followed up with a question. "Well, in my case, between my book royalties, signing fees, and licensing payments, I've saved around 40 million yen so far. I'm not sure about Ariri, but considering her family's wealth, she's likely saved at least as much." Chisato was stunned into silence. "Can I change my mind?" "Sure." Uchiha laughed brightly, "Then just marry me. Don't worry, it's only a matter of time." Chisato thought to himself. Chapter 182, The performance approaches Friday evening, at the Starry Performance Hall. Right after school, Chisato and Hitori headed straight here together. They arrived before it got too late, and Chisato wasn't due to start his shift yet. Once the entire Kesoku band had gathered, they dove into the recording studio for a final rehearsal of tonight's debut performance. Although Chisato wasn't an official band member, the girls in the band trusted him immensely. They'd even created a group chat just for the 5 of them, making him the only guy in a space otherwise exclusive to the 4 girls. It felt like he was the band's hidden 5th member, quietly supporting them from behind the scenes. After the rehearsal, Chisato offered words of encouragement and handed out bottled water to everyone. At that moment, the delivery person knocked and came in, setting 3 boxes of pizza on the table. As the lids opened, the aroma of cheese and meat instantly filled the room. Ryo was the first to grab a slice, taking a bite with a happy expression as the cheese stretched from the crust. "Sorry to make you spend on us again, Chisato-kun," said Nijuka, expressing her gratitude. Recently, she'd noticed how much Chisato had been looking after the band. Writing songs for them was one thing, but he'd been using his hard-earned money to buy them drinks and snacks after rehearsals, always offering words of encouragement to boost their spirits. In a way, it felt like being looked after by a nurturing mother, the gentlest kind, who made you feel both safe and warm. Ikuyo felt the same way. To be honest, if she hadn't already noticed the subtle closeness between Hitori and Chisato, she might have even made a move. After all, guys this kind-hearted and supportive are hard to come by. Don't worry about it. Eat up, take a break, and try not to stress too much. Do your best on stage tonight, Chisato encouraged them. The members of Kesoku Band nodded in agreement. Still, a question lingered in the minds of all the members except Hitori. "By the way, Chisato-kun, how on earth did you manage to sell all 35 tickets in just one night?" The manager, Eiichi Saga, set a tough condition for the Kesoku Band's first public performance at the Starry Performance Hall. They had to sell 50 tickets in advance. If they couldn't meet the target, they'd have to cover the shortfall out of their own pockets. By Wednesday, the 3 other members had reached out to every possible contact they could think of, managing to sell only 15 tickets, a good effort, but still far from the goal. Just when they were feeling stumped, Chisato suddenly sold the remaining tickets in a single day, which seemed almost unbelievable. Yesterday, the 3 of them asked Chisato how he managed it, but he brushed them off, promising to reveal it today. Now, the time has come. "I'll tell you after the performance. If I don't get to work now, Sayaka-san will get mad," Chisato said, sneaking a glance at Hitori, who was quietly smirking. Ignoring the pouting Ikuyo and Nijuka, he left the rehearsal room. There he goes, dodging the question again. Do you think he bought all the remaining tickets himself? No way. Chisato-kun couldn't have that much money, right, Bachi? They both turned to Hitori, who was silently eating her pizza on the side, catching her so off guard that she nearly dropped it. Do you know anything about it? And no. I'm not sure, Hitori replied evasively, turning her gaze aside and quickly changing the topic. If you don't eat soon, the last piece of chicken and corn pizza is going to be gone. Ah. No way. Save some for us. Meanwhile, back at the bar, Chisato was busy stocking up drinks and preparing for the Friday rush. By the way, Sayaka-san, how did you know that Hitori is Guitar Hero, that famous music vlogger? He asked, taking a quick break to chat with Sayaka, who was lounging behind the bar scrolling through videos. I used to be in a band myself, you know. Guitar Hero was already on my follow list, so when I saw her guitar and the way she plays, it was obvious right away. So that's why you set such a high ticket quota, you figured her followers would help them sell out. Exactly. I'm not just Nijuka's sister, I'm the Starry manager too. When there's an opportunity to make money, I'm not going to miss it. It's a win-win. Experience comes with age, I suppose. Sayaka nudged Chisato's leg from behind the bar, irritated at the mention of age. On another note, you've been getting closer to the girls lately. What's your plan after school? Planning on joining an entertainment agency as a manager? Chisato smiled lightly. Who knows what the future holds? Maybe. It was clear he was being evasive. Sayaka took a sip of her beer. Despite being a high school student, Chisato gave her the impression of someone close to her own age. His way of speaking and handling situations seemed mature beyond his years. Finishing her beer, she tossed the can into the trash and got up from the bar. I'm heading out for dinner. Want me to bring you back anything? No, thanks. I'm not too hungry. With a nod, Sayaka left the store. Around 7:00 p.m., the once empty hall was packed with people. After pushing through the busiest part of the shift, Chisato was finally able to catch a break. Since Kesoku Band was a new and unknown group, they were opening the night's performances. With the audience's attention now focused on the stage, only a few people stopped by for drinks. Sayaka-san, can I take a quick break? Why even ask? Just go. I'll cover for you, Saga replied knowingly. Thank you. Chisato left the bar, and using his position as staff, he casually stepped up to adjust the microphone before slipping down to the front row near the stage. He checked his phone's battery and camera settings, ensuring everything was ready. After a few minutes of anticipation, the lights dimmed, and the spotlight focused on the backstage entrance as the 4 members of Kusagakure band walked onto the stage. Raising his phone, Chisato aimed the camera at them, ready to capture the moment. Chapter 183, A Successful Performance. Performing on stage and practicing in private are 2 entirely different things. The audience's gaze can ignite tension. Of the 4 girls in the Kusagakure band, only Ryo had previous performance experience. The other 3 were somewhat nervous, with Hitori being the most visibly affected. Standing at the front of the audience, Chisato could even see Hitori's hand tremble slightly on her guitar. Although her social anxiety had improved considerably after that dream, her core nature remained unchanged. Even Naruto and Ecchi, who are usually cheerful and outgoing, looked slightly stiff in front of such a large crowd, so it was no surprise Hitori felt nervous too. Noticing this, Chisato raised his hand, giving a thumbs up to get Hitori's attention. As his lips moved slowly, Hitori's eyes lit up as she read his silent encouragement, "You've got this. I'll be right here watching." Romantic love is truly mysterious. It can inspire a once drifting person to find a new direction and give strength to someone in an emotional low. With thoughts of not wanting to disappoint him, Hitori managed to suppress her fear and hesitation. She slowly raised her head to face the audience, her eyes still tinged with unease, but her grip on the guitar was steady. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to Starsea. We're the Kusagakure band." After a quick glance to ensure everyone was ready, Ecchi took hold of the microphone for the opening announcement. "Next, we're bringing you the song Listen. From After School Tea Time. It's a great song, and we hope you'll enjoy it." The audience, friendly and enthusiastic, responded with generous applause. The band members exchanged glances. Once the applause subsided, Naruto tapped her drumsticks twice as the cue to start. At the sound of the drums, the guitar and bass jumped in, filling the air with a lively intro. As the lead singer, Ecchi captured the beat perfectly, took a deep breath, and began singing smoothly. "It's deep, deep, reaching the heart in this silent temple." Many in the audience nodded along to the rhythm of the song. Seeing them settle into the performance, Chisato felt relieved. Despite the initial nerves, once they began, the tension melted away, and they performed as well as they had in rehearsals. At the end of the first song, there was applause much more enthusiastic than at the start. This response was clearly a show of approval. Their first song left a positive impression. Now for the second song. Chisato felt a bit nervous. Whether his idea would work or not would be decided in the next 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone." Ecchi caught her breath during a break as she introduced the band members. She then introduced the second song. "Next up is an original song by our band, Sorry for Being So Cute. It's a song we really love, and we're excited to share it with you. Hope you enjoy it." Ecchi had a natural charm that energized the crowd, her shining eyes standing out in a camera Chisato was using to record. The second song, with a gentler intro, began. Chisato watched the band intently, lips tightening slightly in anticipation. "I love myself. Is there something wrong with that? Chew. Sorry, I'm cute. Chew. Sorry, I'm a little clever." Ecchi sang with all the energy she'd practiced. Midway through, she boldly took the mic off its stand, moving to interact with her bandmates in playful poses. Hitori smiled, albeit a bit stiffly. Ryo flashed a V sign, and Naruto leaned in to sing a few lines into the offered microphone. The band's vibrant presence, paired with the song's catchy quality, quickly amped up the crowd. By the time the chorus repeated, some audience members were playfully chanting "Chew" along with Ecchi. Seeing their successful performance, Chisato finally relaxed. After the second song, he stopped recording and returned to the bar. Saga pressed a cold can of Coke to his cheek. "Congratulations." Chisato shrugged and took the can. "Thanks." By 9:30 p.m., the starry venue was still lively, with another band performing energetically on stage. Tonight, the shop would likely stay open until the early hours, but Chisato's work was done for the night after a little overtime. "Thanks for your hard work. These are for you." Before the Kusagakure band left, Saga handed each member an envelope. "The new songs are great, and the performance was solid. Keep it up in the future," she said simply, making Naruto, who was already overjoyed, laugh even more. For her sister, usually so reserved, to give such praise was a true sign of how well they had done tonight. They all walked out together, not rushing to say goodbye at the door. Instead, they headed to McDonald's, ordered a family-size meal, and clinked their juice cups in celebration. "I never expected it to go so well. Right?" At the end, a few audience members even wanted to take photos with us. Soon enough, People will be asking for our autographs. All in all, it was a huge success. And Sis said she's counting on us for next Friday's performance. Honestly, when I first came on stage, seeing all those people, I was so nervous I nearly cried. Haha, that's an exaggeration. At the table near the window, Ikuyo and Nijika chatted excitedly. Ryo, while happy, focused mainly on her burger and fries. Chisato sat sipping through a straw, gazing out the window, lost in thought. As for Hitori, she stayed silent, her face flushed as she kept her head down. Oh, I almost forgot. Nijika slapped her forehead, and Ikuyo immediately caught on. Both took out their envelopes, pulling out 20,000 yen each, and handed it over. Though Ryo looked reluctant, she did the same. Chisato looked down in surprise at the 610,000 yen bills in front of him. Chapter 184, The Four Who Were Guided. This is our gift to you, Chisato-kun. Thank you for writing such a wonderful song for us and taking care of us these past few days. Please, don't refuse, explained Nijika as they handed over the 10,000 yen bills, and if sorry for being so cute generates any income in the future, we'll make sure Suzumiya-kun gets a share, she added. Hitori looked as surprised as Chisato. It seemed the other three members had made this decision without her. But rather than being left out, Hitori realized they considered her and Chisato as a couple, so they hadn't felt the need to discuss it with her. This consideration was part of why Chisato initially chose the Kasoka band for his project. Working with kind, thoughtful people meant fewer complications and misunderstandings. The envelope from the store manager contained 30,000 yen, which seemed to be the same for all five of them. By handing over 2/3 of their earnings so willingly, it was clear the band valued relationships and partnerships over money. These are all good-hearted kids, Chisato thought. No, the store manager already paid me, Chisato replied, much to Nijika's surprise. To her, it was only fair that Chisato, who composed the song, should receive extra compensation. Just as she was about to insist he take it, Chisato's calm words caught her off guard. Compared to this, there's something much more important to do now. Something more important? The three across the table looked at each other, puzzled. Chisato withdrew his hand from holding Hitori's under the table and spoke more seriously. To be honest, this performance was great, but is this all you want? Ikuyo tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean? Don't you want to be welcomed by even more people? Wouldn't you like to perform on a bigger stage, get known nationwide, hold a concert, and hear the cheers of thousands? The vision Chisato painted was so grand that Ikuyo and Nijika were momentarily speechless. Could we really do that? Nijika asked. Everything depends on effort. Once you set a goal, give it your all and have no regrets, Chisato said, patting Hitori on the shoulder. And as for how I managed to sell over 30 tickets in one day, the answer is right here. He gestured to Hitori. Bachi-chan? Nijika asked, wide-eyed. Yes. She's quite famous online. You know of Guitar Hero, right? Of course. That amazing guitar blogger who never shows her face. Ah. Nijika froze, a look of realization dawning on her face as she pointed at Hitori in disbelief. Bachi-chan is Guitar Hero? The last words came out in a trembling voice. Covering her face, Hitori blushed deeply and lowered her head. Chisato nodded. Nijika let out an excited squeal. No wonder Bachi-chan's guitar looked so familiar. I knew I'd seen it somewhere before. The manager mentioned it to me, Chisato said, and it's thanks to Hitori that the tickets sold out so quickly. Nijika immediately pulled out her phone to look up Guitar Hero's latest posts. Sure enough, the most recent one announced the ticket sales, with hundreds of comments from fans saying they'd be there to support. No wonder the shop was packed today. Some people even brought handmade signs for Guitar Hero. Bachi-chan! Nijika exclaimed with playful indignation. Why didn't you tell us? Give her a break, Chisato replied. She probably didn't think it was necessary to bring it up. Hitori nodded in agreement, almost like a bird becking for grain. Back to the main question, Chisato continued. Do you want to go further, to gain more fans, and even work toward becoming a professional band? Chisato's serious tone made it clear that this was important to him. This could be his first step toward real financial success, a significant milestone. If the band wanted to stay as they were, he'd find another way to achieve his goals. But, as expected, it was clear from their reactions that they shared his ambition. My goal has always been to inspire people and bring them happiness through drumming, Nijika said firmly. Same here. Ikuyo raised her hands enthusiastically. Playing together like this makes me so happy, and I want to keep doing it. Ryo, wiping ketchup from her mouth, noticed the faint smile on Chisato's face. If you're saying all this, you probably have a few ideas already. I do. But it's late, and I still have to catch the last train. Then stay over at my place. Nijika eagerly suggested. We can talk about the band's future and strategize. Nijika's next words took Chisato by surprise. Chisato-kun, please join the Kesoka band. Though caught off guard, Chisato politely declined. He had too many responsibilities to commit fully to playing in a band. However, after a bit of friendly pressure from Nijika and Ekuyo, he finally agreed to take on the title of band manager. Fine, let them be happy, he thought. After leaving M's, Chisato walked the girls to the door of Ijichi's apartment, then borrowed Nijika's laptop and headed home. He wanted to take advantage of the positive momentum from tonight's performance. The plan was to create an official band account to post videos and grow their fan base. Once he'd set up the account, updated it with information, edited a few videos, and posted them, it would be late into the night. But he felt full of energy, driven by the sense that luck was on his side. If all went well, the video of their live performance would gain plenty of views and retweets. And tomorrow, being Saturday, he'd have them record an official version of the song in the studio and post it on the music site. Chapter 185, Ishiki Iroha's grim situation. On Saturday morning, after Hiratsuka Shizuka met a friend outside, she checked the time, bought some fruit, and drove to visit Ishiki's house. Iroha had taken 3 consecutive days off from school since Wednesday and hadn't attended class. Her parents had also called in to request her absence. It was said that she was unwell, but the specific cause of her discomfort, whether she was sick or injured, was not clearly explained. This left Hiratsuka, who had a strong sense of professionalism as a teacher, unable to ignore the situation. Coming to visit without informing anyone in advance felt helpless, as calling ahead would give them a chance to refuse her visit. By showing up unannounced, she hoped they wouldn't turn her away even for a quick chat. At the very least, she needed to understand her student's situation to put her mind at ease. Hiratsuka's thoughts were simple and straightforward. Ding dong. Mrs. Ishiki opened the door. She had the same flaxen hair as her daughter, which simply hung over her shoulders. Hiratsuka noticed the fatigue that could not be concealed between her brows. Her eyes were red and swollen. It seemed she hadn't had a good rest or had encountered something very distressing, making her look quite haggard. Ah, Hiratsuka-sensei, Mrs. Ishiki greeted her. Having met the young teacher at the opening ceremony, she recognized her. I'm really sorry for coming unannounced. I'm quite worried about Iroha's condition, Hiratsuka said as she bowed and handed over the fruit. A small gesture, she added. Really, you are too kind, Mrs. Ishiki replied quickly, bringing out some slippers and inviting Hiratsuka inside. Once they settled on the sofa, hot tea was quickly served. After Hiratsuka politely praised the tea's sweetness, she didn't hesitate to ask what she was most concerned about regarding Iroha. Mrs. Ishiki, Iroha has taken so many days off in a row. Is she sick? Mrs. Ishiki sighed. It doesn't sound like she is sick. It seems Iroha has encountered something. Her mood hasn't been quite right these days. Her mood? Hiratsuka prompted. Yes. After she got up Wednesday morning, she seemed a bit distracted. When it was time for breakfast, I went to her room to call her and saw her covering her ears, crouched in the corner of the bed with a frightened expression. I called her for several minutes, but she didn't respond. It wasn't until I walked over and shook her shoulders that she slowly fell into my arms and started crying. As Mrs. Ishiki elaborated, her distress over her daughter's state was palpable. That child became sensible very early. Occasionally, she would act sweetly toward me, but she hasn't cried since she graduated from elementary school. Hiratsuka quickly comforted Mrs. Ishiki and made a conclusion. Iroha is acting like this because she's having nightmares, right? I was thinking the same thing at the time. She didn't answer me when I asked her about it, so she must have acquiesced. But she refused to tell me what the dream was about and wouldn't eat. I was a bit panicked. All I could think about was her well-being that day. I was worried that something bad would happen if she went outside like that, so I requested a leave of absence. That was the right choice. Her safety is more important than anything else, Hiratsuka affirmed. But Mrs. Ishiki shook her head bitterly. But it didn't help. Iroha's condition hasn't improved, it has only worsened. Hiratsuka felt anxious at these words, but they were within her expectations. If Iroha could have recovered that day, she wouldn't have taken 3 days off. Mrs. Ishiki continued, Iroha locked herself in her room on Wednesday, unwilling to talk to me, and she didn't come out to eat. It wasn't until her father came home in the evening and scolded her that she ate a little. After that, she locked herself away again and sat in front of the computer watching videos. Watching videos? Hiratsuka asked. Yes, Tom and Jerry. I guess she wanted to watch something relaxing to calm her mood. I asked how she felt, but she didn't answer. She just forced a smile and said good night. I told her father to rest, as I had to work the next day. I kept going out of the room to secretly check on Iroha, and I discovered that she hadn't slept all night. Mrs. Ishiki rubbed her temples. She brewed a large pot of coffee for herself and even went to wash her face in the bathroom. Despite being tired and yawning all the time, she refused to go to bed when I persuaded her. It seemed she was afraid of sleeping. Is she afraid that she will continue having nightmares? Hiratsuka asked. I think that's it, Mrs. Ishiki replied. As she narrated, things began to seem strange. Would a high school freshman be so frightened of nightmares that she couldn't sleep? Iroha was not a child anymore. And from Hiratsuka's understanding of Iroha as a student, she shouldn't be so timid. What about Thursday and Friday? Was she still in the same condition? On Thursday morning, the child's father went to work, and I took Iroha, who hadn't slept all night, to the psychological clinic. That was a realistic judgment. But one thing confused Hiratsuka Shizuka. Did Iroha go willingly? Yes, I was surprised too. I thought she would refuse, but she seemed even more proactive than I was. Maybe she realized she needed professional help. What happened after that? What did the doctor say? The doctor told me not to worry. He spoke with Iroha and said that teenagers' minds and emotions are very delicate, and sometimes dreams can affect their feelings. He prescribed some medication to help stabilize her mood and calm her nerves. I need to pay more attention to Iroha's diet and rest, and I've been encouraging her to exercise more. Sweating can help in this situation. Well, since the doctor said so, there doesn't seem to be much to worry about. Did Iroha take the medicine afterward? Yes, she took it, but her condition didn't improve. Mrs. Ishiki looked pained. She fell asleep after taking the medicine on Thursday afternoon, and I fell asleep too. But when she woke up Friday morning, her condition was worse than before. She hasn't closed her eyes or eaten since. Her father is going to take a rest tomorrow. We plan to take her to a bigger hospital. If that doesn't work, we'll have to consider going abroad. The situation had become so serious. Hiratsuka glanced at the ceiling. Is Iroha in her room now? Yes. Can I go see her? Chapter 186, The worsening situation. The curtains in the bedroom were drawn tightly, making the whole room look dark and gloomy. Compared to the sunny weather outside the window, it felt like a completely different world inside. Iroha hadn't eaten for almost a day, so she lay on the bedside, her cell phone connected to the charger, playing a funny program. However, she was just listening to the sound while her eyes wandered to an irrelevant place. She had been in this state since she woke up on Wednesday. She felt unable to talk to others about what had happened to her, and even if she did, they wouldn't understand. So, she bore the burden alone. In front of the doctor, she had a glimmer of hope and vaguely explained her situation, but it turned out to be exactly what she had feared. The doctor could not help her. The medication had no effect at all. She was still dragged into that dream and forced to watch those movies. No, were they really just videos? As the novelty wore off, whether it was the second night or the third, Iroha was already feeling a bit confused. She watched her actions on the TV screen from a third-party perspective and couldn't help but reflect on why this was happening. It could be said that the character on the screen was not just similar to her, it was exactly the same, in body shape, appearance, personality, and daily habits. The more she thought about it, the more she fell into a state of existential doubt. Then Iroha didn't even realize that she had substituted herself into the film and television on the screen. She recalled the drama from Tuesday night. Her unrelated brother, over time, had almost made his feelings for her explicit. Everything seemed fine up to this point. Iroha guessed that the next plot might depict the sweet and warm daily life between her and Chisato. From her third-party perspective, she could see that Chisato had been deeply in love with her since they were very young. She even thought it would be nice if she could control the plot and accept him directly. After all, this unrelated brother was good-looking and had a great personality, exactly what her ideal lover should be. However, the plot on the screen did not unfold the way she wanted. In the drama, she could not regard the person she spent day and night with as a love interest and chose to escape instead, signaling her unwillingness to face the situation. Chisato understood her and respected her feelings, deciding not to bother her any further. He found other girlfriends, got married, and started a family after graduation. The plot quickly took a turn for the worse, which is why Iroha had been so out of sorts these days. Because of her own mistake in the drama, she caused her pregnant sister-in-law to fall down the stairs. The sister-in-law's face contorted in pain, and a bright dark red appeared under her skirt. Although her sister-in-law was rushed to the hospital in time, the baby in her belly was lost and could not be saved. Her sister-in-law's body was severely traumatized, she lost her happiness as a woman and could no longer give birth. The heavy slap from her father on the screen made Iroha, who was watching from a third-person perspective, feel equally shaken. The immersive experience did not allow her to feel like an outsider. After all, the person on the screen was undeniably herself. But this was just the beginning. She stayed up all night on Wednesday, finding the escape shameful yet useful. She no longer had to confront the painful plots in her dreams that she didn't want to see. But escaping was only temporary, what she owed would eventually have to be repaid. On Thursday, she could no longer hold on and fell asleep. She was forced to pay double for the scenes she had not finished watching on Wednesday night, and on Thursday night, she watched 4 episodes in a row. She appeared like a lost star on the screen. Because of her, unfortunate events unfolded one after another. Her sister-in-law suffered from depression, and her brother's adoptive mother also passed away due to the loss of her baby. Realizing she was infertile, her sister-in-law committed suicide by drowning. Each of these incidents was a tragedy caused by her. Iroha seemed to be dumbfounded, staring blankly at the unfolding scenes on the screen and sorrowful reactions of her parents. But the one she felt most guilty about was Chisato. This brother, who had always treated her like a little princess and loved her since childhood, had his family ruined because of her. He became addicted to alcohol and cigarettes, nearly turning into a disabled person. Many scenes of him crying like a helpless child in the middle of the night kept appearing on the screen. Seeing this, Iroha felt extremely distressed and guilty at first, but soon she became numb. So when the door opened, she didn't even look over. When the visitor slowly sat down by the bed and called her name, she realized it wasn't her mother, but Mr. Hiratsuka. "The teacher is here to see you." Hiratsuka Shizuka smiled gently and spoke softly in a tone that wouldn't irritate Iroha. "What's going on? I heard your mother say that you don't even eat properly. This isn't okay." Iroha's nose tinged with sourness. What Hiratsuka didn't know was that Iroha now felt immense guilt toward her parents and had no way to face them, let alone communicate with them. She had watched helplessly on the screen as her actions led to the rapid aging and decline of her parents, who were still quarreling privately about her and her brother's affairs. Therefore, when an outsider appeared, someone who had almost no place in her dream, the emotions Iroha had been trying to suppress could finally be released. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Hiratsuka didn't say anything. Instead, she reached out and pulled Iroha into her arms, gently patting her back to comfort her. "People like me really don't deserve to live in this world. It would be better to die," Iroha said through her sobs. "What a stupid thing to say." Hiratsuka's tone became serious in an instant. She held the haggard Iroha's shoulders and made her face her directly. "I don't know what you've been through, Ishiki, but never doubt your existence or the meaning of your life. Many people care about you. Don't say such self-destructive things, and never entertain such dangerous thoughts again. Teacher. Cry if you want to. When you finish crying, I'll listen to what you have to say." Hiratsuka held Iroha in her arms once more. Chapter 187, Twists of Fate and Reaping What One Sows. 10 minutes later, under the worried gaze of Mrs. Ishiki, Hiratsuka Shizuka walked out of the room. She fell asleep. "Teacher, did Iroha say anything?" "I talked to her about irrelevant things intermittently. She was probably too tired, so she just fell asleep like that." Hiratsuka was afraid that Mrs. Ishiki would be too worried, so she chose to hide the truth. "Iroha seems to be more willing to talk to me. Please call me when she wakes up. I'll talk to her then. Maybe I can learn the specific reason for her behavior. You don't have to worry too much. Let's take a break now. It's really troublesome for you, teacher. Please don't be so polite. This is my duty." Mrs. Ishiki gratefully escorted Hiratsuka out of the house. She bent down to watch her drive away before slowly closing the door. Hiratsuka lit a cigarette as she drove, finding that the stimulation of nicotine calmed her mind when she felt upset. She knew it was a bad habit, but she couldn't shake it off. She thought it wouldn't be too late to quit once she had a boyfriend. She always kept this idea in the back of her mind. While waiting at a red light, she took out her mobile phone and dialed a number, then put on her earphones. The phone was quickly connected, and a cool, pleasant female voice came over. "Teacher Hiratsuka, what's wrong?" "Yuki no Shida, I have something to entrust you with. If you're looking for a boyfriend, I'm sorry to say I'm not much help." "Who wants to ask you that?" "It's a matter of school." "I see." When the green light came on, Hiratsuka stepped on the accelerator. "You're at the apartment now. I'll come over to chat in person." "I'm not at the apartment. My sister has come back, so I've been at home." "That's rare. Let's talk about it next Monday." "Sounds good." Hiratsuka hung up the phone and sighed in annoyance. She considered it a precaution, but still hoped that once Iroha woke up, she would take the initiative to call and share what happened to her, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to help. At the housing agency, Uchiha and Ariri were excitedly discussing their plans. The two of them sat together like best friends, quietly listening to the real estate agent introduce various apartments. Half an hour passed, and the agent took a sip of water and stepped away for the moment. She had already covered everything necessary, leaving the two guests to discuss and decide whether to go see the apartments. Glancing at the apartment information on the table, Uchiha put them away and then turned to Ariri, asking for her opinion. What do you think? Ariri folded her arms across her chest and shared her thoughts. It's not bad. I feel that all the real estate agencies are pretty much the same. There's no need to go from house to house on such a hot day. The top priority is to find a suitable apartment and let Chisato move in as soon as possible. Uchiha chuckled lightly. You're so impatient, you're too excited. Ariri's face turned red. You too. I don't deny it. Moving to a better apartment will make our future activities much more convenient. So let's determine the necessary conditions for the new apartment. The environment must be good. The apartment must be upscale enough. The surrounding transportation must be convenient. Ariri was the first to mention these three conditions. She didn't think anyone in the world could compare with her feelings for Chisato. Her proposal to let him live in the most comfortable environment was not only to satisfy her own desires but also out of sincere concern. Uchiha's slender fingers gently tapped the desktop. Of course, there's no need to state the obvious. TCH, you can only pretend to be so relaxed after I say this. Anyway, apart from these points, the rest doesn't matter to me. Well, the new apartment for Chisato will be near my home. Hey. Don't go too far. You said it doesn't matter. I take it back. Don't you think it's embarrassing to go back on your word like this? That's better than giving you convenience and letting you get there first. Eri took out her mobile phone, clicked on the map, marked the locations of their two families, then drew a straight line and circled the midpoint. Let's find an apartment that meets the standards around here so that none of us suffers. Yes, it's up to you. Do you have any other ideas? Well, I think that regardless of the size of the new apartment, it must have at least 3 bedrooms. After hearing Uchiha's words and seeing her slight smile, Eri suddenly understood. This was a hint that they planned to stay overnight in the future. If there weren't enough rooms, it would lead to many inconveniences later on. Although they would eventually wake up in the same bed, there would have to be a process from being reserved to accommodating each other. Eri added with a blush, and the master bedroom should be a bit bigger. Are you talking about a big bed that's more than 2 meters long and wide? Can you please keep your voice down? It's a little embarrassing. You're too sensitive, there's no one else here. Fine, it's up to you. Okay, that's all I can think of. Ultimately, the apartment is secondary, the most important thing is the people. Writers just sound nice. You're not bad either. You're an artist who can pose with your toes over your head on the bed. You must provoke me at a time like this, Miss Kasamijoka, who always wets the bed. That's not bedwetting. That big wet patch is definitely not bedwetting. Uchiha was so angry she lost her temper. Even she couldn't explain the situation in such a place. She sighed in relief and wisely chose not to dwell on this topic any further. Sorry, we've talked enough. Uchiha stood up and called the previous agent. Ah, yes, what do you two need? Uchiha informed the agent of their discussed requirements. The agent rubbed her hands together, looking embarrassed. It's easy to find a 3-bedroom apartment with a good environment, but finding one close to the addresses you two mentioned might be difficult, and the cost-effectiveness won't be high. Why not consider other areas? Ariri was about to give a random reason, but Uchiha stopped her with a hand. She spoke directly. Can't we find the apartment we want? It's not that you can't. The real estate agent chuckled. I understand, we're in a hurry to use the apartment. If you can help us find a suitable place and arrange a viewing today, money won't be an issue. If not. She lifted her hair and stood up to leave. I understand. Give me some time, I'll make arrangements right away. Chapter 188, Explosive Outcomes and the Joys of Trouble. Uchiha's strategy of adding money had a remarkable effect. Just an hour later, she and Ariri were standing in a high-end apartment in Azabujuban. Where is Azabujuban? It is a bustling celebrity district in Minato-ku, Tokyo, located between Roppongi and Tokyo Tower. People who live here are either wealthy or noble, and they naturally possess a sense of superiority over those in other areas. This sense of superiority is reminiscent of those who never leave the inner ring road in Shanghai or the second ring road in Beijing. Since Uchiha indicated there was no shortage of funds, the real estate agent took them directly to this apartment. The rent, including the management fee, is no more than 800,000 yen a month. After a cursory look around the house, Uchiha asked Ariri for her opinion as usual. What do you think? Ariri nodded in agreement. The house is nice, with a good view and good ventilation. Well, the home appliances are quite complete, so you can just move in with your bags. There's nothing wrong with it. Then let's decide on it. We can pay for a year up front and I'll swipe my card. Absolutely not. We will each pay half. I don't want to owe you anything. It doesn't matter to me, but what about your parents? What do you mean by my parents? If they find out you spent so much money all at once, Won't they question you? It's okay. I just told them I'd lend it to you. If they ask about it later, just don't let it slip. Thank you. You don't have to think of me first in situations like this in the future. The two of them handed their bank cards to the intermediary and then walked briskly to look at other rooms. The agent looked at the two cards in her hand, her hands trembling slightly. This was the first time she had encountered such cheerful customers. The rent for the apartment could have been negotiated slightly lower, but neither of them mentioned it. Sure enough, this was the legendary child of a wealthy family. They should have more customers like this in the future. Oh, by the way, should we tell Chisato that we have found an apartment for him? That might seem a bit hasty. It would be better to inform him later. We can make some arrangements for the apartment before he moves in. That's true. I need to buy some drinks, fruits, ice cream, etc., to fill the refrigerator for him. Well, once we get the rental contract, you can go buy the fruits and ice cream, and I'll go home to bring some of my clothes. Hey. You just said we shouldn't be too hasty. Don't worry, I'll hide them in the back of the closet in the small room. He won't find them. No. Can you be a little more reserved? He has already moved into this apartment, and you're still worried you won't have a chance in the future? It's annoying. Stop reading into it, I understand. The two returned to the living room and asked the housing agent, when will we probably get the keys to the apartment? Don't worry. Since you two have confirmed, the process for the apartment will be very quick. We'll go back now and sign the contract, and you should be able to move in by this evening at the earliest. Okay, let's go. Yes, you too, slow down and be careful on the steps. Uchiha and Ariri left the room first, waiting for the agent to lock the door. Ariri, feeling idle, turned her eyes to the door number of the neighboring apartment. Yukino Shida. She thought silently. It was a very elegant surname. Don't be dazed, the elevator is here. Oh. At the same time, Chisato was surrounded by 4 cute girls in the living room of Nijuka's apartment, looking at the laptop screen with excitement. Last night, he had been busy creating social accounts on various platforms for the band, as well as editing and uploading videos of their live performances. He was so engrossed in his work that he didn't go to bed until about 3 o'clock in the morning. Although he maintained an optimistic attitude thanks to the enthusiastic response from the audience during last night's live performance, he never expected the reality to be so explosive. 1, 10, 100. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Nijuka exaggeratedly covered her mouth, looking slightly in disbelief. The reactions of the others varied as well. In just one night, their performance video uploaded to reached an astonishing total of more than 500,000 views, with over 1,000 comments, most of which were compliments. The number of fans instantly increased to more than 4,000. Noting the upload time of the video, half a day had passed, which means the view count still had room to grow. The final result would undoubtedly be even more impressive than it was now. Fake, just fake. Ikuyo, who often uses social media, understood better than the other 3 members how incredible this data was. It's real, let's face it, Chisato said half-jokingly. Both the fan count and the video playback time have reached the required standards. I applied for its creative incentives when I woke up this morning. Once my application is approved, the monetary incentives will be directly credited to my account as the number of views increases. It feels like a dream, Ryo murmured to herself. If you want to dream, do it at night. Now is the time to strike while the iron is hot. I have to quickly record and refine the official version of the song I'm So Cute and then upload it to major music websites. This is a great opportunity to expand my popularity. In addition, we need to upload some photos of the group to the channel. You won't have time to be so leisurely in the coming days. Understood. Everyone, change clothes and let's head downstairs to record the songs. Nijuka took the lead and led everyone back to the house. Hitori was called down alone by Chisato. Once the others returned to the room, he gently picked her up and set her on his lap. Thanks to you, I can use my account to promote the Kesoku band. Otherwise, we would never have achieved such a good result. Thank you. It doesn't matter. I'm happy to help Chisato. I'll thank you properly in private later. Now let's go do your work. Okay. Hitori agreed, but her movements were coy, unwilling to leave. Her big eyes looked at him shyly. Chisato gave her a knowing peck before she jumped off his lap and left with a blush. With the arrangements for the band's future now complete, there was still one very important thing left to do. He had to come up with new songs quickly. The first song was a good start, so the second song couldn't afford to go wrong. The cute style couldn't be sustained continuously, as that would lead to aesthetic fatigue. Considering that the band would be performing live for a long time to come, the audience must witness more outstanding performances and realize the band's potential. Chisato loved listening to music in his previous life, including artists like Linkin Park, Imagine Dragons, Izumi Sake, Kenshai Onzu, Kana Nishino, and Hikaru Utada. In other words, the problem he faced now was not a decision but a choice. Chapter 189, The Step Taken by Kazusa. 9 o'clock in the morning. Kazusa's house. A continuous drizzle gently tapped against the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the sky outside cast a dim scene, as if night had arrived early. The wet grass and walls created a sticky, uncomfortable sense of humidity. In contrast, the indoor space was dry and bright, providing a comfortable environment. Chisato opened the floor-to-ceiling windows and was greeted by the humid air. He stepped outside and stood in the open-air corridor, spreading his arms and pretending to stretch, but in reality, his eyes were searching for the figure of Darkwing's. After a while, he spotted it resting on the inside of the eaves, out of sight from Kazusa. Several smaller crows accompanied it. When it noticed Chisato looking over, it flapped its wings in greeting. Chisato felt relieved, turned around, and walked back inside, closing the windows. He contemplated whether it was time to lure Darkwing out of the darkness and into the light. After all, every time he went to a specific building or took a tram or taxi, Darkwing could only follow him from a distance, which was unsettling. Sunny weather was slightly better, but a rainy day like today posed challenges for the birds. The only person who might know the special characteristics of Darkwing was Ariri, but he could help Darkwing behave more normally in front of others, which wouldn't hinder him from executing some deceitful actions in the future. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Chisato sat cross-legged at a table. Today was Sunday. Due to a prior agreement, Chisato came to Kazusa's house to help her with her homework. Unlike last week, he had no other commitments today and could stay until the evening. Of course, that was assuming the owner of the house permitted it. But she should allow it. Chisato met the cold, direct gaze of Kazusa, which made him feel slightly uneasy. If he had known better, he wouldn't have shared his happiness with her. At around 7 o'clock that morning, Chisato knocked on her door and woke her up. Although she looked impatient to be disturbed, she didn't show any anger. Afterward, when he excitedly talked about the success of the video he uploaded with the Kesoka band, she maintained a poker face, her expression indicating that she was in a bad mood. The atmosphere between the two became tense due to her demeanor. Although Chisato later tried to improve the mood of the eldest lady by preparing breakfast, explaining that she was annoyed because she hadn't gotten enough sleep, it only worked to a limited extent. He could only get her to take out the exercise papers and answer the questions honestly, but their relationship still hadn't returned to its previous state. Chisato did not deny that he was indeed testing the waters. He wanted to see how Kazusa would react to other women around him, but he did not expect her reaction to be quite so intense. It couldn't be clearer, this was a taste of jealousy. After realizing her hidden feelings, her reaction became easy to interpret. They hadn't officially started dating yet, so what if they were simply waiting to get together? Chisato chose not to speak, pretending not to notice Kazusa's unhappy expression. He took a pencil and a blank sheet of paper for himself. To handle such a sulky player, he couldn't engage her directly. Given her personality, she would undoubtedly find it annoying. At this time, he needed to adopt some indirect methods. Although he had used this tactic before, as long as it was new, it would be effective. Kazusa seemed focused on the exercises on the test paper with her head lowered, but in reality, her eyes would drift towards him uncontrollably from time to time. The seemingly chaotic lines on the pure white paper transformed slowly as Chisato continued to sketch, becoming whole and layered. The graceful figure of a girl gradually took shape in Kazusa's gaze. She seemed to understand something but said nothing, and her previously depressed mood began to shift. She was no longer satisfied with just looking at the drawings created by Chisato. Her pure, clean blue eyes stared at him unabashedly through her yawning. Sorry, was the noise too loud and affecting your ability to concentrate? When the pencil scratched back and forth on the paper, it indeed made a swishing sound. No, I just can't do it. Kazusa's response lacked the explosive quality of before. Chisato smiled and lowered his head to write again. Then skip it, and I'll explain later. Suzumiya. After hesitating, Kazusa propped her chin up with her left hand. Yes. I just want to say that you're not a very idle person. When Chisato heard this, he paused and looked up at the girl in front of him. She still had that beautiful appearance, unchanged from usual, but she lacked the sharpness she typically displayed outside. After saying those words, she seemed a bit uncomfortable but still gazed at him seriously, indicating extreme concern. Chisato breathed slowly and put down his pen. Why do you say that all of a sudden? You're usually a very serious person. You listen carefully in class, and your academic performance is among the best. You have to work after school. Your schedule is so tight, there's no need to waste time here. Kazusa said this with a natural expression. Chisato frowned slightly. If there's a reason, I should have said it before. We both benefit from this arrangement. I teach you, And you help me with piano. Is it really just for this reason? Kazusa stared at Chisato uncharacteristically, a low emotion etched between her brows, revealing her inner turmoil and unease. But soon, she abruptly supported her forehead with her hands and tucked her hair behind her ear with one hand. Her tone turned lazy, and she yawned loudly again. I didn't sleep well this morning. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. You can do whatever you want, but just remember to close the door when you leave. Chisato keenly sensed the changes in her mood. He watched as Kazusa hurriedly got up and left the living room. She had taken the initiative, but because she feared the truth was not what she expected, she chose to escape. The spark of courage that had finally been summoned was extinguished in an instant. Now was not the time, this shouldn't be a confrontation. He thought that in his heart, but when he regained his senses, he realized he had already grasped Kazusa's wrist as she stepped up the stairs. Chapter 190, The Sweetness She Loves. Kazusa had not told anyone since the guy named Chisato broke into her life. The world that she once thought was bleak and dull became vivid again. Although she continued to show the same lack of interest as before, which was consistent with her demeanor, there was no denying that everything happened so naturally that it made her happy. She wanted to be close to him, to listen to him, and to know more about him. Ever since her mother had denied her, left her, and abandoned her in this huge, empty house, this was the first time someone had entered her life who made her feel warm and who she wanted to talk to and act playfully with. By now, they should be considered friends, right? But could she really be satisfied with this kind of relationship? Kazusa tossed and turned in bed for many nights, unable to sleep. Over and over, she clicked on her mobile phone, which had only a few contacts, and checked the message exchanges between her and Chisato. Every chat started and ended with the other party's messages. She reflected on her hopeless temperament many times, but each time she found herself unable to change the unfriendly character that had been ingrained in her since childhood. She had not inherited her mother's smooth and well-connected demeanor. The places where she had spent the most time since childhood were the practice room and her bedroom. She practiced relentlessly every day. She gained superb piano skills, but she also lost something extremely important. Aside from basic communication, she didn't know how to interact with others. This character trait made her feel desperate, but she couldn't change it. She had originally thought that she would continue to live in a world filled with hostility toward everything, choosing a lonely life. But after that guy appeared, she realized just how lonely that lifestyle truly was. You. Looking back, upon realizing that her wrist was being grabbed by the other party, Kazusa was stunned for a long time. Then she panicked in a rare way, displaying an expression she would never normally show. Chisato looked at her and sighed, realizing that when people are extremely panicked, they tend to open their mouths and widen their eyes unconsciously. For a moment, it reminded him of Hitori. However, when Hitori exhibited similar reactions, they were often accompanied by exaggerated body movements that made people laugh. In contrast, Kazusa presented a sense of contrast and cuteness. Whether it was her cold, indifferent eyes or her elegant, delicate lips, they all exhibited a new charm that was different from her usual demeanor. Chisato recalled the amazing feeling he had when he first saw her, but now was not the time to dwell on the past. You haven't finished the exercises yet. Where are you going? Relax. Let go. There was panic in Kazusa's tone, but she was completely unaware of how lightly Chisato held her wrist. She only needed to gently withdraw her arm to separate them, but she didn't do that or couldn't do that. Just standing there had exhausted all her strength. Chisato let go of her hand as he spoke, but Kazusa immediately backed up and pressed against the wall of the stairway. After staring at him with a flushed face, her first instinct was still to turn and run upstairs. Wait, we need to talk. Kazusa stopped moving up the stairs but did not look back. She replied in a low voice, What do we need to talk about? I'll tell you the real answer to the question you just asked, the true reason why I want to spend my time with you. After Chisato said this, Kazusa fell silent. After waiting for a moment, she slowly turned back and peeked at him. You. Say it. Here? Chisato raised his eyebrows slightly and looked left and right. What he was about to say next was relatively formal and important. Therefore, he hoped to sit down and talk in a slightly more formal setting rather than standing in the corridor and stare away. In a place like this, their eyes were not on the same plane, and it lacked the warmth he expected. Chisato wished Kazusa would just say, Follow me, and take him upstairs to her room. However, this time, his luck-enhanced talent did not work. Kazusa did not intend to invite him to the second floor but instead walked down obediently, being particularly careful as she passed him. There was no further physical contact between them. Clearly, their fingers had touched the piano keys countless times while practicing, yet they had never reacted so strongly. Chisato sighed silently and followed her back to the living room. It was still raining outside, and Kazusa sat back in her original position. Chisato took a seat a short distance away, exhaled slowly, and gently rubbed his eyebrows with his fingers. Even he felt quite embarrassed to say the next words, but since he had already made up his mind, there was no need to continue being secretive. The atmosphere of silence before the formal conversation did not calm Kazusa, rather, it made her increasingly restless. She began to regret what she had said earlier. Wasn't it better to keep things as they were? She didn't want to give in. As long as she maintained this relationship, she could always be happy. There were still nearly 2 years until graduation, and she could enjoy being happy and longing for it. It was obviously better than this. But because of the inexplicable emotions that had suddenly emerged, she had said something that embarrassed both herself and him. There was no doubt that she, who had struggled with interpersonal communication since childhood, had made another irreparable mistake today. But was it too late to apologize now? If she took back those previous words, could their relationship return to the natural, relaxed feeling it once had? Hold. Kazusa. Chisato interrupted Kazusa, who was about to say something. Anyway, I want to apologize in advance. I'm sorry for telling you those lies I didn't mean before. Kazusa quickly became nervous, and this nervousness rapidly morphed into fear. The way the other person spoke at that moment was reminiscent of her memory of her mother rejecting her, and the two gradually overlapped. Was she going to experience the maddening loneliness of being left behind again? I used to sneer at love at first sight, but that changed when I met you. Huh? The pained expression that briefly appeared on Kazusa's delicate face vanished in an instant, replaced by a new one as she raised her head and met Chisato's gaze. The raw and undisguised expression within her eyes revealed a sweetness that made her feel most physically comfortable. Chapter 191, Words of Confession. Huh? Kazusa was still stunned, with big question marks hovering over her head. What did he just say? He doesn't believe in love at first sight, but then he says, until he met me? What does that mean? Why is he looking at me while saying this? Emotions swirled in Kazusa's eyes. The girl simply didn't like studying, but she wasn't stupid. She had already provided her own answer to that statement in her heart, yet she couldn't quite believe it. To her, this was still an ambiguous statement, and she needed clearer words to confirm it. Chisato didn't give Kazusa much time to think and continued to speak plainly. Since he had already started, it didn't matter if he clarified further. Probably at the beginning of the new semester, I developed a crush on you, and it was purely based on your appearance, the most superficial reason. Before that, I never thought someone could look so perfect according to my preferences. You. His words were too simple and straightforward, the impact was both brutal and powerful. It wasn't an extremely romantic love story, but it penetrated deeply into Kazusa's heart, radiating sweetness from within. She felt panicked and confused. Not only was she speaking awkwardly, but even her outstretched hand trembled like that of a frail 80-year-old man. Chisato took the initiative to hold her slender hand, which was still shaking in midair. This made Kazusa's pretty face even rosier. Her lips were pursed tightly, and a small cloud of steam seemed to whir above her head. Yet this time, she didn't show the same eagerness to withdraw her hand, as she had done earlier. Instead, she quietly let her fingertips rest in his palm. His hands were surprisingly warm. What I'm about to say may make you a little unhappy, but I hope you can listen to me patiently until the end. Kazusa stared at his face, and those overly bright eyes made her panic momentarily, giving her the sensation of an electric shock that numbed her entire body. She slowly looked away and responded with a soft "come" in a nasally voice. In that moment, with her delicate and cute demeanor, she was completely different from her usual self. Chisato organized the complicated words in his heart and then spoke slowly. If you have a good impression of someone, you'll naturally want to get in touch with them. I once tried to get along with you as a classmate, but it didn't work very well. You don't like talking to others and don't want anyone to get close to you. If that's the case, I can only take some unconventional measures. He felt a little uneasy as he said this and paused deliberately to observe Kazusa's facial expression. At that moment, she appeared remarkably well-behaved and docile, with no hint of impatience or negative emotions on her face. She didn't show any disgust or surprise at the word unconventional. She seemed to understand that he was interested in her, and that fact alone made her happier than anything else. The rest didn't matter to her. This emboldened Chisato to continue. You sleep in class and often leave early or arrive late. The exclusive aura you give off makes me a bit distressed, but at the same time, I'm happy because your attitude means I have no competition. I have absolutely no friends around me. However, I'm not satisfied with just maintaining a relationship with you as a classmate. I understand that talking to you too directly may seem unnatural. I fear my intentions will be easily seen through, so I've chosen other ways to communicate with you. To be honest, after that day when you fell by accident, I was actually quite happy because it gave me a legitimate reason to reach out to you. The girl pursed her thin lips in slight dissatisfaction, but her expression didn't show anger. She was able to grasp his inner thoughts from his self-narration during this time and understood Chisato better. Did this guy really have such feelings for her back then? The same thing happened when I asked to borrow money later. I finally got close to you. I wanted to continue our relationship, and if I used a legitimate reason of paying you back as a cover, I could talk to you naturally. All the thoughts he had carefully considered were laid bare at that moment. Kazusa realized something. She recalled the expression Chisato had when he showed his love for the piano in front of her before. Could that also mean? Chisato could guess what Kazusa was thinking from the change in her expression. He nodded candidly. Because I want to be with you, the reason we help each other is somewhat of an excuse I came up with. I am indeed interested in the piano, but the main reason I said that is because of you. Chisato continued to shamelessly speak these straightforward words, not just in class, I want to interact with you in other settings too. Not just now, but in the future, I want to be by your side like this. The piano may be an excuse, but I genuinely want to teach you to learn because you could easily reach where I am with a little effort. However, I can't reach where you are. As you said, people have different talents, some are good, some are bad. If you finish high school and pursue your dream of becoming a pianist like your mother did, I will never be able to follow in your footsteps. You can easily reach my level with minimal effort, but where you are is something I can't attain. Chisato had contemplated this question long before and now spoke about it honestly. Kazusa finally understood. She slowly withdrew her hand from his palm and pressed her fingers on the edge of the table. The heat rising from her brain spread throughout her body, leaving her unable to think. She had comprehended Chisato's thoughts long ago, but she didn't know how to react in that moment. Chisato wasn't surprised by her reaction. There's a process from knowing to accepting. He stood up and walked directly to the kitchen without saying anything, leaving Kazusa alone to think quietly. He had finished what he wanted to say, and now it was up to her to respond. Chapter 192, The Involved Party Who Broke In. Knock knock knock. Gulu gulu gulu. The constant noises in the kitchen signaled that Chisato was preparing lunch in an orderly manner. In the living room, Kazusa sat at the table, maintaining the same posture as before, not moving at all. Everything felt so natural, as if they had returned to the weekend of the previous week. However, the reality was that their relationship had broken the calm due to one party's self-destruction and had developed in a completely unpredictable direction. If I start a family in the future, will it be as warm and natural as it is now? Kazusa found themselves lost in such thoughts. Because of their positioning, she could clearly see Chisato's movements, while he couldn't observe her side. The young man's tall and slender figure provided her with excellent visual enjoyment, causing her heart to flutter. When Kazusa heard Chisato say that he fell in love with her at first sight, she wanted to say that she felt the same way. But due to her lack of courage and difficult personality, she couldn't express such words, so she could only listen passively and silently. She replayed what he had just said in her mind. Compared to the fleeting thoughts in her own heart, Chisato obviously had much more on his mind. He wasn't just focused on the present, he was also actively looking forward to the future. He mentioned wanting to stay by her side in the future, and he was genuinely working hard for that. Kazusa looked down at the test papers on the table, her lips pursed tightly, yet she couldn't help but smile like an ant. He's actually thought about our future together. Huh. He can say such shy words in such a normal tone, without any expression. What a shameless guy. But I feel really happy. The news of his past closeness to many girls faded into insignificance at that moment. Oh. It had been a long time since Kazusa had felt so happy, she couldn't help but murmur. Quickly, she covered her mouth and glanced toward the kitchen, feeling guilty. Chisato had his back to her, and due to the distance, he didn't seem to hear her soft voice. Kazusa sighed in relief, her great joy followed by a sense of helpless distress. She had received an unexpected answer, but a brand new question loomed before her. He had already expressed his feelings. According to the usual practice, she should also express her thoughts next. But the routine that I know isn't based on experience. I've gathered it from various films and romance comics during the 2 years I neglected to practice the piano. In other words, she had no practical experience, only theoretical knowledge that she didn't even know was correct. It felt like a completely new blank slate. Kazusa was in deep distress. It had been half an hour since Chisato walked into the kitchen. If he finished cooking lunch and she remained dull and silent, would he be disappointed? Would he feel embarrassed, perhaps even decide not to be around her in the future? It would be nice if my mom were here. Kazusa thought of her mother, who had once been a role model in her youth. The famous pianist not only possessed exceptional skills but also never lacked admirers. If it were her, what advice would she give me now? Kazusa laughed at herself and shook her head slightly. Now that things have happened, what's the use of thinking about the heartless mother who abandoned me? It won't help the current situation at all. In the end, she still had to rely on herself. However, could someone like her who came from a broken family, had a bad temper, and was difficult to get along with really accept the affection he poured out so calmly? After contemplating this, Kazusa suddenly fell into a low mood, feeling uneasy again. It was at that moment that Chizato's lunch was ready. He prepared a simple Japanese meal. The main course was potato stew and tempura fried shrimp, accompanied by a lettuce salad and daikon miso soup. He took off his apron, served their meals, and then invited Kazusa to the table. The two faced each other and picked up their chopsticks simultaneously. Chisato whispered, "Let's eat." Kazusa only moved her lips slightly but made no sound. The time left for her was too short, and there were too many things to consider. As he hadn't sorted out her thoughts yet and didn't know how to face Chisato, who had such feelings for her. So, she could only lower her head silently, using silence as a way to buy herself some thinking time. Just procrastinating like this wasn't the answer, she had to say something. She needed to say something that could ease the current atmosphere and make Suzumiya feel better. Today's meal is delicious. With all her strength, Kazusa managed to say these words. It came out extremely dry, without any warmth. Chisato put a piece of potato into his mouth and replied simply, "As long as you like it." Considering Kazusa's eating preferences, he had specially made all the dishes sweet today, and it seemed to be effective. As for what I said before, just listen, ma. I don't need you to respond. I just wanted to say those words of my own volition, so you don't have to worry too much. Chisato's original intention wasn't this. He had hoped to take this opportunity for self-confession to see a more obvious reaction from Kazusa, not just the favorability prompts that kept appearing in his perspective. However, based on the fact that she had only held back such an unrelated sentence for so long, Chisato realized that Kazusa's character might be much clumsier than he had thought. So, he abandoned his original plan and decided it wouldn't hurt to give her more time to think. But this thoughtfulness conveyed an entirely opposite signal to Kazusa. Is he angry because I'm being silent? Next, would he leave her behind like her mother did? I definitely don't want that kind of thing to happen again. Kazusa suddenly stood up, gripping the table, causing her chair to screech against the tiled floor. Suzumiya, actually, I haven't been back for a long time. I really missed you. A slightly mischievous and frivolous voice came from the entrance hall on the other side of the corridor, interrupting Kazusa's words. Both of them looked toward the corridor in surprise. Kazusa, Mom is back. A beautiful woman with shoulder-length hair appeared in the living room. When she saw the two at the dining table, her generous smile suddenly froze, and she quickly covered her mouth in disbelief. Am I disturbing you? Chapter 193, First Meeting. This was an absolutely unexpected situation. The urban beauty who suddenly appeared before her was wearing a long-sleeved t-shirt and plain trousers, a very common combination, but it looked completely different on her. Should he say it's her temperament or her appearance, which is no less impressive than that of Kazusa? In short, just standing there, she exuded a sense of elegance and sophistication, radiating a charming and laid-back vibe along with a tempting scent. It wasn't until the woman made a half-joking comment that Chisato realized what she was doing. She put down her bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and bent down to greet her formally. Hello, I am Tma's friend, Suzumiya Chisato. Kazusa was still surprised that her mother would return home at this time. According to the original schedule, she should be abroad now, busy with preparations for a piano concert. Therefore, she kept her gaze steady and chose not to speak immediately. Hello, Suzumiya-kun. What a surprise. Kazusa can actually make friends. But how did you two meet? The beauty blinked and stepped forward, taking Chisato's hand without hesitation. Kazusa, who usually maintained a calm poker face, suddenly had sharp eyes. Chisato didn't react rudely. From the moment this woman appeared, he had noticed some vaguely familiar features that resembled Kazusa's. Since she was Kazusa's mother, it was only natural that she would also be his mother in the future. Chisato wanted to leave a good first impression. We are classmates and sit next to each other. I usually receive a lot of help and care from Tma. Are we really classmates? Are you sure you're not an artist or an idol? You're exaggerating. I'm really just a high school student, like anyone else. You, on the other hand, must be Kazusa's sister. And as for your profession, you should undoubtedly be a model. Ha ha ha, you kid. What kind of sister am I? I'm an old aunt, Kazusa's mother. But don't call me aunt, just call me Miss Yuko. It was clear that this beauty was very pleased with Chisato's compliment. Good-looking women are a tonic for men, and the opposite is also true. Young, handsome, and polite boys are equally irresistible to older women. If you don't believe it, just look at the young idols and their supporters. The liaisons in those groups are usually older sisters. The instinctive allure of beauty and youthful charm is hard for anyone to resist. Seeing the two chatting happily, Kazusa's resentment gradually grew. She had finally mustered the courage to say those words, but at the most critical moment, the most unexpected person had suddenly broken in and interrupted her. Her mother didn't even greet her beforehand, and her willful style remained unchanged, which truly complicated matters. Bang! The sound of hands slapping the table stopped the conversation between Chisato and Hueco. Kazusa approached angrily, her eyes reflecting none of the previous shyness and timidity, instead restored to their usual cold and hostile demeanor as she questioned her mother. "Why are you back at this time?" "Hey, Tma." From the perspective of a bystander, Chisato sensed something was off about her mother's tone and softly called her name, trying to catch her attention with subtle gestures. But Kazusa completely ignored her, while Hueco chuckled indifferently. The mother and daughter seemed accustomed to such exchanges. "Of course, I came back to see you. I haven't seen you in such a long time. It's great to see you're still in such good spirits." "Well." Hueco stood in front of her daughter, nodding happily as she noticed Kazusa had grown taller than her. "Your body is developing quite well. It seems that Suzumiya-kun takes good care of you." Cough. Chisato softly muttered "I'm sorry" and turned her head to mask his mistake. Kazusa's reaction was even more pronounced. Her mother's words shattered her mask, revealing her true feelings. "What? What are you talking about? Hey, did I make a mistake?" The meal on the table was indeed cooked by Suzumiya-kun. "You, like me, have never been in the kitchen since childhood." Hueco explained so easily that Kazusa was left speechless. With a mischievous smile, she walked past her daughter, grabbed some chopsticks, and took a piece of potato, popping it into her mouth. By the time Chisato reacted, it was too late to stop her. Sweet food isn't to everyone's taste, and this might leave a negative impression of her cooking skills in her future mother-in-law's mind. However, she had clearly underestimated the power of genetic traits. "You're lying, this is delicious." Yuko's eyes sparkled like a little girl encountering something exciting. Chisato felt relieved, concluding that this ant was a fellow sweet tooth. "Don't use my chopsticks." "I don't mind, why don't you get your own pair?" "Oh, by the way, I came back directly after getting off the plane and haven't eaten yet, so please serve me 2 bowls of rice. Whoever wants to serve you a meal can do it themselves." "I'll do it, Miss Hueco." "Thank you, Suzumiya-kun." Chisato walked into the kitchen, secretly wondering if Kazusa's mother had such a big appetite to order 2 bowls of rice. Why didn't she finish her own meal first before serving herself? Her doubts were answered the very next second. "President, please help me with some things." Another woman carrying large and small bags appeared in the living room. "Sorry, Moko, I missed my sweet daughter so much that I forgot about everything else." Kazusa crossed her arms and let out a small tch. Hueco walked over to help her assistant with the items, leading her to the table and introducing her to Chisato, who was bringing the food. "This is Kadumoko, my secretary and friend." "Hello." Chisato glanced at the food on the table. What had originally seemed like more than enough for 2 people now appeared rather sparse with the increase in guests. "I'll add some more dishes." "No need." Kazusa quickly interjected. "Wouldn't it be troublesome?" Hueco looked at him expectantly. "No trouble, it'll be ready soon." After a quick glance at Kazusa, Chisato returned to the kitchen. Kazusa's mood worsened with each passing moment, and she silently gritted her teeth. Chapter 194, The Unreliable Mom. "Okay, don't feel too bad. I just asked him to prepare a meal, and a piece of meat is indispensable. Who would feel sorry for him? Alright, don't be so angry. Mother and daughter haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a quick chat. I even brought you a gift." Hueco stood up, nudged her assistant's arm with her elbow, and gestured toward the kitchen with her chin. "I'm counting on your help over there, Moko-chan." Yes. Kadumoko stood up helplessly, took off her coat, and walked to the kitchen. Kazusa glanced at the kitchen and confirmed that Chisato wouldn't be leaving for the time being, then turned around and followed her mother to the 2nd floor. In the kitchen. "I'm sorry, Suzumiya-kun. The president doesn't have any ill intentions, she doesn't mean to look down on you. She usually has such an unconventional style and treats everyone the same way. She can be completely indifferent to elders much older than herself and shows this side without hesitation. She jokes and communicates freely, so please don't mind her." Moko explained to Chisato while rinsing the green peppers. "It's fine, I don't mind at all." Chisato was skillfully cutting the meat, but his words didn't slow his movements at all. If it were an ordinary family, allowing the guests to cook, waiting for the meal to be served, and then enjoying it might indeed seem inappropriate, as it does not conform to the basic etiquette of hospitality. But this is not an ordinary family. The Tma family cannot be judged by common standards. From the way the mother and daughter interacted just now, it was clear there was a deep gap between them. In her time with Kazusa, Chisato had rarely heard her mention her mother. Therefore, he completely understood that no matter how awkward this mother-daughter dynamic was, he wouldn't feel dissatisfied. Of course, the main reason for his attitude was that he held a preconceived favorable impression of Kazusa, and he naturally wanted to showcase his advantages. If he were a guest in an unfamiliar household encountering a similar situation, Chisato might have reacted differently. He probably wouldn't have offered to cook for them. It's best if you think that way, Suzumiya-kun. Once you get to know her, you'll find that the president is genuinely a good person. Actually, you can tell just by walking in. Miss Yuko treats people kindly, and her tone is refreshing. She doesn't make me feel nervous at all. The president will definitely be very happy to hear that. Muko handed Chisato the washed green peppers. Is there anything else I can help with? No need. Ms. Kuto must be very tired after getting off the plane. Go and rest for a while, I can manage by myself. That's not acceptable. As an adult, my self-respect won't allow a minor to prepare lunch alone. Ah, the garlic needs to be peeled. Then it's up to you. There's no need for honorifics. But Suzumiya-kun, you're such a good cook, you must be the one who prepares the meals at home. Well, since I live alone with my parents, I basically cook for myself. Really? You live separately? You take care of yourself? Yes. That's impressive. It's not easy for someone your age. Muko was peeling garlic, and while expressing her praise, she inadvertently changed the subject. Your parents seem very worried about you. Yes, they are very liberal and respect my ideas. As Chisato thought, Muko came to the kitchen to help, not just to assist, but also to find out about his background. There was no need to hide anything. He followed the other person's lead and slowly shared everything about his situation. Meanwhile, on the second floor, in Kazusa's room, Yuko took out a green dinosaur doll from her bag and waved it in front of her daughter like a treasure. How about this? It's very cute. I brought you a gift. Kazusa reached out to take it and casually placed it at the end of her bed. Anyway, I just bought it at the duty-free shop while waiting for my flight. It doesn't matter where the gift comes from, it mainly represents your heart. You can't be so picky. Yuko adopted a lecturing tone. But Kazusa didn't take it seriously. A few years ago, after her mother had cruelly rejected her with harsh words and left her alone, she developed a disdain similar to a rebellious mentality and didn't want to listen to any of her mother's preaching. Yuko knew this but didn't care. The sudden return to Japan this time was due to the cancellation of her original performance plan. The reason behind it was that her health was no longer stable. Although her performance now wasn't much different from before, she occasionally experienced sudden symptoms. The fever and fatigue had indeed changed her life significantly. The doctor advised her not to worry about overexertion, but she ignored the advice and continued to work hard in preparation for the concert. As a result, she collapsed on the piano during practice. If Muko hadn't discovered her in time, the consequences could have been severe. After this incident, Yuko had to abandon her original plans and return to Japan for treatment from an authoritative doctor while practicing peace of mind. However, after careful consideration, she decided not to tell Kazusa for the time being. The reasoning was the same as before, it wasn't a serious illness that would immediately threaten her life. With current medical advancements, it was very likely she could be cured. Therefore, there was no need to tell her daughter and make her worry unnecessarily. After all, her daughter, while appearing colder and more independent on the outside than anyone else, was actually unaware of her own fragility and delicateness on the inside. Yet, after such a long time apart, this precious daughter truly surprised her. That boy seems nice. When did you start dating? Yuko sat on the edge of the bed, propping up her chin, revealing her curiosity about her daughter's romantic life. Don't compare me to you. Perhaps the most important reason for her confidence was that the male protagonist was not present. When Kazusa replied, she was much calmer than she had been downstairs. You deny dating. So you're just classmates. Just classmates. So you deliberately sent Annie away when we met at home? Yuko mercilessly exposed her daughter's intentions. You obviously wanted to create an environment for the two of you to be alone. Your method is too clumsy. The moment I walked in and saw you, I immediately understood what was going on. Chapter 195, a long-awaited heart-to-heart standing in front of the mother who gave birth to her, the secrets behind Kazusa's words and actions were completely exposed. The cover-up she mentioned could be seen through by the other party in an instant, then mercilessly penetrated. Kazusa secretly gritted her teeth. The more she learned about this fact, the more she couldn't contain her inner anger. If you know me so well, you should understand how much I wanted to live abroad with you. But you didn't. You simply denied what I had insisted on since childhood and left me alone on a plane to a foreign country. Anyway, it's because taking me with you would affect your ability to find men outside, right? So in that case, why are you suddenly back now, standing in front of me and saying this. Have the men outside had enough fun, and now you want to return to the image of a considerate and gentle mother? Want to play a friendly and caring game of house with your daughter? Stop being so self-righteous. It's none of your business. Kazusa suppressed her inner emotions and gave this response as calmly as possible. Yuko had a slight smile on her lips. What a surprise. I thought you would hate me even more. I do hate you. But at least it's better than last year. When I went home for the new year last year, I invited you to go to the shrine with me, but you completely ignored me, hid under the covers, and pretended to be asleep, acting like a child to get angry with me. I still feel the same way about you now, so you don't need to worry about that. Yeah, but I feel like you've matured a lot, not just physically. For example, you actually took the initiative to call me some time ago. Although there was a little joke about the time difference, it's still a remarkable progress. Kazusa let out a long sigh. She walked to the window, leaving her mother behind. Did you come back this time just to tell me this? Yuko smiled. It's nostalgic to hear your tone change slightly back to what it used to be. What exactly do you want to say? It's nothing. I heard from my aunt that you took many of the musical instruments and the award certificates and photos you obtained in the past into the underground practice room. I'm very curious as to why you did this, especially since you didn't care much about these before. Kazusa's shoulders suddenly trembled, and she didn't respond. But even if she didn't say anything, as a mother, Yuko could roughly guess the specific thoughts behind it. It's because that boy from earlier is right, the only thing you're good at is music. But telling him this directly would make you feel embarrassed and seem very arrogant. So my foolish daughter came up with a plan, to put the honors you've received in a conspicuous place for him to see, naturally satisfying your intention. Let me guess, did you go out of your way to show him all the musical instruments you've mastered just to hear the praise coming from his mouth? All hits. Kazusa could no longer maintain her nonchalant attitude. She turned around, unable to pretend to be calm and unwavering any longer. She questioned, have you installed a camera at home? There are indeed cameras at home, but they are only in the yard and at the gate. They are mainly there to prevent theft. But if you say that, it means I'm right. Yuko closed her palms. It's great. My daughter has finally grown up and begun to realize the importance of men. So, to what extent is it now? If I hadn't come back today, were you going to let him stay the night, or have you already taken that step? Who would do something like that? Don't think I'm the same as you. Those words are so heartbreaking. I've never brought a man home. From this perspective, you should be the one going too far. I'll say it again, I don't have that kind of relationship with him. I understand. You like him but haven't succeeded yet. A secret crush aligns with your style, but there are some things others won't understand unless you take the initiative to speak up. There's no need for you to teach me. If you came back just to ridicule me, then forgive me for not accompanying you anymore. Kazusa strode towards the door. She didn't want to discuss Chisato with her mother, especially not in her current messy mood. It felt very strange. But just one word from Yuko made her stop. I won't force you to say anything to me, but if my curiosity cannot be satisfied by you, then no matter what questions I ask Suzumiya-kun later, I hope you won't interfere. After all, you don't have that kind of relationship with that kid, so whatever I do should have nothing to do with you, right? Kazusa clenched her fists and turned around, facing Yuko's trademark relaxed smile. How could there be such a mother in the world? Generally speaking, would any mother threaten her daughter with a smile like this? Kazusa was furious, but there was nothing she could do no matter how angry she felt. In just a few words, her mother had latched onto her most fatal weakness. It was as if a Saiyan had their tail pinched, or a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast had become detached, completely reduced to a piece of fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. However, Yuko was not a butcher. The reason she said such mean words was to see how her daughter, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, would react. The result surprised her, but it made sense. The conclusion had already been drawn the moment she walked in. After all, her daughter, who had a bad personality and was withdrawn, brought someone home for the first time in over 10 years. This already indicated something significant. Unbeknownst to her, Kazusa, who had only chased after her as a child, had finally awakened the girl's heart longing for the opposite sex. Yuko stretched out her hand and patted the space next to her. Kazusa sat down reluctantly, her lips pursed tightly, obviously still a little unhappy. Forget it. Since you don't want to say anything, I won't force you. I know you have a lot of dissatisfaction with me, but it doesn't matter. This time, I'm going back to China to stay for a while, just to repair our mother-daughter relationship. If you want to go somewhere, you can tell your mother. It can be Disney or the aquarium, as long as you want to go. Do you think I'm a primary school student? Of course. Based on your current performance, There is no doubt that you are. Chapter 196, Mom's Assistants Let's Eat, President. Hearing Muko's voice from downstairs, Yuko and her daughter came to the living room from the second floor. The dining table was adorned with several more dishes, and glasses were arranged quite formally, accompanied by drinks from the refrigerator. After Chisato brought the last dish to the table, he was greeted by Yuko and sat down. Picking up her chopsticks, she tasted the freshly grilled frog fish, giving a thumbs up and praising it unstintingly. It's extremely delicious. I can see why Kazusa has such a good relationship with you. Such wise words ignited a spark of anger in Kazusa's eyes, and she gritted her teeth as if she were about to slam the table and get up at any moment. Fortunately, Yuko knew her daughter's temperament. Her slightly provocative words were intended only to make a point, and she didn't say anything further to tease Kazusa's nerves. Come, Suzumiya-kun, let me toast to you. Thank you for taking such good care of Kazusa at school. Chisato picked up his drink and gently touched the rim of his cup to the wall of the other cup. No, we're friends after all. Besides, if anyone is taking care of the other, it should be Kazusa taking care of me. Regardless, I still need to find a chance to formally thank you. This child has had a bad temper since she was little. While all the other children form groups, she has always been alone. I don't think that's the case. I think being independent is cool. What a cool perspective, Yuko teasingly echoed Chisato's words, turning to look at her rosy face. Compared to the Kazusa who had been entirely different during their earlier conversation, she couldn't help but smile, realizing that her daughter was engaging in friendly banter. This is the first time I've heard such a statement. After all, the teacher's evaluation of her since she was a child has been that she is introverted and withdrawn, and that she needs to focus more on her social growth as a mother would. That's just me not wanting to socialize. If she wanted to, she could make friends anytime. Being unable to make friends and being unwilling to make friends are two entirely different things, in my opinion. Does Suzumiya-kun really think so highly of my daughter? I'm just stating the truth as I see it. I see. The two of you really have a good relationship. What exactly do you usually do together? Mom, why are you so annoying? At the dinner table, Kazusa, who had been eating vegetables while pretending to be an ostrich, finally couldn't hold back her words. Where did this chatter come from while we're eating? I'm just glad you're finally willing to call me Mom. Yuko looked at her strangely, but I'm not even talking to you. Why are you so anxious? You keep talking like a chatty woman. You're making me embarrassed in front of my friends. Kazusa racked her brains and finally found a somewhat reasonable excuse. But it was still futile. She intended to support Chisato, yet the other party had an entirely different mindset. She wanted to establish a good relationship with her future mother, which required sufficient and friendly communication. To be honest, the current conversational atmosphere was very conducive. The dinner table is an important place to enhance relationships, allowing for open discussions about one's situation. So when Yuko looked over, sporting a pitiful expression that was inappropriate for her age yet perfectly suited to her, and asked, "Am I really annoying?" Chisato shook his head and denied her question. This is absolutely not the case. Miss Yuko is very kind. I enjoy chatting with you. As Yuko beamed at her, Kazusa gritted her teeth, nearly breaking the chopsticks in her hand. In this round of unspoken competition between mother and daughter, the mother emerged victorious. Alright, don't worry about her. Let's continue the topic we were discussing. Normally, at school, I would go to the music room at noon to find Ma and ask her for piano lessons. Hey, can Suzumiya-kun also play the piano? Chisato rubbed her head in embarrassment. Well, I'm a complete novice. I don't know anything, I'm just interested in the piano. Oh, Yuko understood immediately and glanced at Kazusa beside her with a half-smile. At this moment, she grasped the reason for her daughter's sudden inquiry about previous piano teaching materials. It was likely at that time that Chisato took the initiative to mention her interest. So, the reason you are here today is that you want Kazusa to teach you piano-related knowledge? Yes, I teach her academic subjects in the morning, and she teaches me piano in the afternoon. We help each other, this is what we agreed on beforehand. The study group that helps each other, I miss that so much. I also experienced it in college when I lived and studied with friends before exams. Those were truly unforgettable and happy times. It's a bit different. I still have to go home at night. Why don't you stay here? There are so many rooms. It would be great if you went to school together the next day. Yuko said this in such a natural tone that it was hard to tell whether it was intentional or not. Kazusa spoke again at that moment. Suzumiya, you don't need to pay attention to her. Anyway, she treats everyone in such a casual manner. She doesn't behave like a mother at all. Hey, it's really sad to hear that from your own daughter. Muko, you must be careful not to raise a child with such a twisted personality. President, please don't worry. With the workload you've assigned me, I won't have time to find a boyfriend in the next few years, let alone have children. From beginning to end, she was just a migrant worker, and she said this with a hint of resentment. Really, why should Nuko worry about her boyfriend now that she's so cute? If it doesn't work out, I'll introduce someone to you. Yuko leaned over and pinched her subordinate's cheek. President, please don't do this. The children are still watching. Lunch was very lively. Even though her daughter had been dissatisfied during this time, her mother still asked for Chizato's contact information, inviting him to dinner together later. It was clear that Yuko was very pleased with her daughter's first friend. Without disturbing you, I have to go back to my room and take a nap to recover from the jet lag. After sending her subordinates away, Yuko left these words and stretched as she went up to the second floor, leaving the two young people alone again. Why don't I go back today? Your mother is here, you both should have a lot to talk about. It wouldn't be good for me to keep disturbing you. Don't leave. Kazusa grabbed Chizato's wrist. Although some unexpected things had happened along the way, what she wanted to say remained unchanged from the beginning to the end. Let's go to the practice room. I have something to tell you. Chapter 197. Want to know? The practice room is located on the underground floor, with light strips illuminating both sides of the stairs leading downward. The light wasn't very bright, only enough to illuminate the path underfoot, but even so, Chizato, who was following behind, could clearly see the girl's red earlobes. The words she had spoken earlier had some effect after all. Kazusa were not as calm as they seemed on the surface. This discovery made Chizato feel a bit uneasy. She realized that Kazusa was not the only one who was nervous. After being interrupted by the sudden appearance of Yuko, most of his original indomitable momentum had already been exhausted. When he walked into the kitchen again to prepare lunch, he calmed down a little and contemplated various practical problems. Kazusa knew very little about the situation around him. Despite understanding her true thoughts and the circumstances involving Uchiha, Ariri, and Hitori, she still spoke to him in a pleasant manner, displaying a gentle and cute side that was entirely different from others. Ultimately, the main reason the three girls around him held such a high opinion of him and were so tolerant of him, to the point of relying on him, stemmed from his experiences in The Sims. Winning their hearts required very little effort. The Sims truly felt like a cheat code. However, his relationship with Kazusa was different from that with the simulated girls. The contact and interaction between him and Kazusa was plain and natural. It was a simple process of moving from acquaintances to familiarity through the convenience of sitting next to each other. Their time together hadn't even lasted more than a month, making it completely incomparable to the three who had lived full lives to a certain extent. The depth of their bond and emotion was very different, and the same naturally applied to their tolerance. Whether it was Hitori, Uchiha, or Ariri, the extent to which they could tolerate and retreat was vastly different for Kazusa. Kazusa, coming from a good family and possessing a figure and appearance comparable to that of a model, had too many options. At least so far, Chizato couldn't think of any way or words that could make her accept the situation around him. His original plan was to delay discussing it for a while. After their relationship had further warmed, he would gradually and indirectly make her aware of his true nature and thoughts, then develop countermeasures based on her reaction. However, after hearing Kazusa's question today and seeing her uneasy and flinching expression, Chizato couldn't help but let her heart soften. He ended up expressing all his inner thoughts directly. It is said that girls in love lack rationality, and this statement applies to men as well. The experiences learned from The Sims had no effect at all in front of Kazusa. Revealing true feelings was the biggest weakness. Chizato couldn't hold back anymore and surrendered early. Now, his fate was completely in the other party's hands. I'm sorry. My mother has such a personality. She often speaks carelessly to everyone, mostly jokingly, but she doesn't have any bad intentions. Kazusa turned on the lights in the practice room. When she turned around, she crossed her arms over her chest and pretended to look in other directions, avoiding Chizato's gaze. Chizato shrugged, pretending to be relaxed. It's okay, I don't mind at all. In fact, I quite enjoy chatting with your mother. I've read reports about her in newspapers and magazines. In the photos taken by reporters, she appears noble and cold. But I didn't expect her to be so easygoing and kind in person, which completely exceeded my expectations. That's just a public display of her personality. Anyway, what you saw was likely a photo of her in an evening gown. You know all this? Can you guess? I'm not guessing. She usually only gives interviews after concerts unless there are special circumstances. She feels most charming when wearing an evening dress, and she believes it makes her more attractive to the opposite sex. At the end of her sentence, Kazusa shook her head slightly, pinched the bridge of her nose with her fingers, and closed her eyes. Clearly, her mother's character embarrassed her once again. That kind of figure-flattering and gorgeous dress is indeed eye-catching. I'd love to see Ma in an evening dress. She'd definitely look stunning, perhaps even more so than your mother. As she said this, Chisato stepped forward, passed by Kazusa, and sat down in front of the piano. It didn't matter anymore, she already knew all his thoughts anyway. There was no need for ambiguity, roundabout tricks, or euphemistic rhetoric. There was no need to hide it anymore. After hearing these words, Kazusa finally understood the shocking fact that had just occurred to her after a moment of confusion. Was she seduced? It was a compliment. It should be considered a compliment. This was the first time since childhood that a boy had praised her in this way. Kazusa's fingers, which had been pinching the center of her eyebrows, slowly closed into a fist, covering her mouth. Why was it that one moment we were talking about our mothers, and the next moment he could say such embarrassing things so naturally? Her whole body stiffened, and she turned around, glaring in anger. You said. What stupid things did you just say? The clenched fists of Kazusa showed that she was trying hard to maintain an imposing and intimidating demeanor. But unfortunately, her trembling lips and incoherent words betrayed her true emotions. She was not as indestructible as she appeared. Chisato shook his head firmly. It's not stupid. What I said is the truth. Since Tma usually doesn't communicate with others at school, it's natural you wouldn't know these things. But I interact with all kinds of people daily, so I know how others view you. Review. Evaluate. Kindness. With no way out, Chisato completely let go. He found words that were sincere and could make girls happy. Most of the boys at school share a consensus about your characteristics, your charming cold eyes, just the right sexy thin lips, your skin as white and translucent as snow, and your lustrous hair flowing in the wind. All these qualities make you stand out among the girls. The only downside is your indifference, which is why everyone hesitates to get close to you. But that's just right. This personality not only highlights your cuteness but also makes you feel less cute. Competitors can be an out-and-out good thing. Chapter 198, Her Shortcomings. Chisato, who usually displayed a hint of strength when the two of them interacted, now cast aside her worries and went all out, making it even harder for Kazusa to resist. What astonished her even more was the expression on the other person's face as he uttered these embarrassing words. That calm expression with a hint of a mischievous smile, full of roguishness and confidence. So this is the side of Chisato I've never noticed before. But even if she realized it belatedly, Kazusa couldn't dislike him at all. On the contrary, her heart began to race faster after receiving these messages. This is inexplicable. Let's start practicing the piano first. To cover up her shame, Kazusa took a deep breath and walked to the piano, preparing to enter her own territory to reclaim victory. Just as she reached out to push open the top cover of the piano, Chisato pressed it down and slowly shook her head. Sorry, I don't really want to practice the piano today. I just want to talk to you, Tma. Well, you should feel the same way. Once we get here, no one else can disturb us, so we can calm down and chat about something. Chisato took out her mobile phone, which showed no signal, and the time displayed 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If it weren't raining, he would have loved to ask Kazusa out for a walk. Although he knew the other party wasn't the type who clung to formalities, he still wanted to see how she reacted when receiving gifts or flowers. Her expression and response would undoubtedly be adorable. But the most important thing now was to clarify their relationship. Seeing that Kazusa was standing there, unsure of what to do next, Chisato put some pressure on her, forcing her to take a step closer. If Tma has nothing to say, then it's almost time for me to go back now. You should spend more time with your mother, whom you haven't seen for a long time. See you at school tomorrow. The moment he stood up, Kazusa grabbed his sleeve, looked away, and said in a muffled voice, Don't go. Chisato said nothing and looked at her quietly. I'm actually not the beautiful girl you imagine. Kazusa finally gathered her courage, and her opening remarks were filled with self-doubt. When she managed to raise her head and meet Chisato's gaze, she found the other person wasn't surprised as she had expected. Instead, he appeared gentle, with a layer of warmth that made her blush. Such emotions made her both embarrassed and anxious, but when Chisato patted the space next to him and motioned for her to sit down on the piano stool, it seemed to break the barrier of distance between them. The thoughts she had at the beginning slowly became clear in her mind, allowing her to express them. I started learning the piano formally when I was 3 years old, even before I could officially learn to read. During my childhood, I had no real friends. My only companion was the piano. I persisted for more than 10 years until 3 years ago. Kazusa placed her hand on her forehead, and when she realized she seemed to be getting off topic, she shook her head slightly. In short, because I used to spend almost all my time on the piano, I'm not good at anything else. It's not an exaggeration to say that I am a complete mess. Oh? What do you mean? Chisato looked at her seriously, as if he were truly listening. A little embarrassed, but determined, Kazusa forced herself to continue speaking. The most obvious area is my studies. As you can see, except for my Japanese language course, my grades are only slightly above passing. I don't understand anything else. In some subjects, I can only rely on guesswork to get a passing grade. Chisato smiled nonchalantly. Academic performance doesn't mean everything. Not everyone in the world has good grades, so this doesn't mean much. Kazusa became a little agitated. Suzumiya, you don't understand what I mean. It's not just about studying, it's about life. I can't cook, I lack common sense, I can't do laundry, I spend money recklessly, and my relationships with others are often a mess. This home looks neat and clean, right? But that's all thanks to the housekeeping aunt. If I lived alone, the house would be in disarray within 3 days, and there would be nowhere to sit. These are the facts. From the moment you took money from your wallet in the health room without changing your expression, I realized you were indeed different from others. Kazusa's eyes dimmed slightly as she exhaled softly, but what Chisato said next caused her heart to start racing again. But so what? It doesn't matter if you don't know how to cook or do laundry. Many girls are like that these days. You don't have to force yourself to learn, I can do it for you. It's fine to spend money freely, as long as you earn enough in the future. There's nothing wrong with that. As for relationships with others, that's even less important. Why force yourself to do things you don't enjoy? Kazusa, you just need to focus on yourself. In my opinion, the most important thing is. At an extremely close distance, Chisato looked into Kazusa's eyes. What do you think, Ma? Are you saying these words because you're troubled by what I said before? Do you want us to respect each other, so you're saying these things to make me dislike you and to distance yourself from me? Or should I say, is the reason you're saying this because you hope I won't mind your shortcomings and will accept you honestly and without concern? I just want to confirm this. Kazusa's trembling left hand gently rested on her constantly heaving chest. A few years ago, Kazusa were abandoned by her mother. The gray ruins, where everything had fallen apart, now regained their brilliance, building tall structures that felt incredibly vivid. Chapter 199, I like you. Kazusa pursed her lips, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. This was the first time she had blushed today. It was a physiological reaction caused by overwhelming inner emotions that she couldn't control with reason. All other thoughts vanished, only he remained in her eyes, and her mind was completely consumed by him. The previous confession was the most touching expression of love that Kazusa had ever heard. In his eyes, she actually possessed such a beautiful demeanor. He said he could tolerate all her faults and shortcomings and even consider their future together. If this is the case, then even if her current life isn't ideal and she no longer relies on her mother in the future, she should be able to live a truly happy life. All she needed to do was give an appropriate response. But even though she was aware of this situation, what she wanted to say next still felt daunting for Kazusa. During her previous performances on stage, with hundreds of spectators focused solely on her, she had never felt as nervous as she did now. Because everyone else was irrelevant, but Chisato was different. He was one of the very few people Kazusa could say she cared about. She needed to respond well. Yet, the more she thought about it, the more her mind became confused, and her breathing quickened. What kind of expression should she wear to respond to his feelings? Should she imitate his earlier demeanor and say those embarrassing words in a frivolous and awkward tone? Just thinking about that made her feel almost faint. Kazusa trembled. Just one syllable escaped her lips when she opened her mouth, and she gently gritted her teeth. She knew she should have the courage at this moment, just like Chisato had before, but she felt unfulfilled. Her beautiful little face still showed signs of embarrassment. She had already drafted her thoughts in her mind, but when it came time to express those words, the overwhelming shyness made her wish she could crawl into a crack in the ground and hide. Sure enough, it felt a bit forced. Chisato understood Kazusa's character: clumsy, arrogant, timid, and simple. It was understandable that she couldn't be honest in this situation. Although a little disappointed, to some extent, this was part of her charm. Witnessing it firsthand was not without its rewards. Actually, there's no need to rush. It's perfectly fine to take your time and think about it before answering me. After all, we'll still see each other at school every day. Chisato took the initiative to open the door for her, easing the awkwardness. But this was not the response Kazusa had expected. Years ago, she had been frustrated and confused after being rejected by her mother. There was no way around that reality. But now, with the happiness she had longed for right in front of her, should she really let this opportunity slip away without taking action? Absolutely not. She had to be more proactive in expressing her feelings and never want to be alone again. Yes, the later. Kazusa did her best to give her answer. Her awakened heart was full of enthusiasm, expectation, and joy, turbulent like the continuous flow of the Yangtze River. There was something more in her eyes, and in her still timid gaze, there was a clear and beautiful light that could not be ignored. I don't want you to hate me, Suzumiya. You are the one who led me out of loneliness, supported me, and made me realize that there are still many beautiful things in the world beyond the piano and my mother. I want to be by your side every day, hear your voice, and see your smile. I will overcome my shortcomings and bad temper, and I won't embarrass you in front of your friends. I don't need you to accommodate me, I will do my best to support you, so. Kazusa's slightly parted lips trembled, but she could no longer produce any sound. Chisato, who had been quietly observing her, decided not to wait any longer. He reached out and placed his hands on Kazusa's shoulders. He had gotten her response. Kazusa. He spoke, calling her name for the first time. I like you. At that moment, Kazusa looked at him blankly. Like the crisp sound of wind chimes blown by the breeze, the stunning bloom of fireworks as they ascended, or the waves of applause during an award ceremony. There had been countless beautiful moments in her life, but none could compare to the weight of these 4 words. Tears that had brimmed in her eyes due to her frustration finally flowed down her beautiful cheeks. Chisato wiped away her tears with his fingertips. Idiot, why are you crying? You don't have to worry about it. It's been this long, and you're still so headstrong, but that's the Kazusa I know. I'm going to do something now that may be a little abrupt. If you don't like it, please push me away. Chisato seemed a bit nervous, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke. As his left hand moved to hold her fingers, he leaned closer, closing the distance between them. Even Kazusa, who had never experienced such a moment, realized what was about to happen. Her heart raced, and she shyly closed her eyes. At the contact, she let out the most adorable sound through her nasal cavity. The kiss confirmed the relationship between the two, and the intimate contact allowed Kazusa to let go of her last bit of reservation. I like you. I really like you, Chisato. Kazusa felt like a kite in his hands. Her direction and destiny were firmly in his grip. He just needed to hold the thin string. No matter how fierce the winds and rains were, she would remain by his side without complaint. Regret tried its best to pull her back, but she wouldn't give in. At least for now, she was completely enveloped in happiness, surrounded by his scent, feeling the warmth of his body. Yeah, I know. Kazusa looked at him with tear-filled eyes, biting her lower lip. This time, it was no longer Chisato taking the initiative. She raised her head and leaned closer, repeating the gesture they had just shared. The dust had settled. In the corner of the ceiling, the small red dot of the camera blinked out. Hueco in the room turned off the surveillance screen on her computer. She smiled silently, leaned back against the bed, and took out her diagnosis form, lost in her thoughts. Chapter 200, The relationship is established. Her heart was pounding, and her breathing was extremely disordered. But Kazusa felt very good. She was the one being guided, concentrating on experiencing the most wonderful thing she had never known in 17 years. Now, she could empathize with her mother. When men and women are together, they can indeed create that magical reaction of happiness and joy, which makes people unconsciously immerse themselves in it. It's somewhat addictive. Boom! Chisato's right hand, which had been holding the back of Kazusa's head, slowly released her. The two pressed their foreheads together, inhaling each other's breath, creating a cycle of intimacy. Kazusa panted slightly, but her eyes were extremely bright. She pursed her lips and looked away, her lips curling up unconsciously. Anyone could detect her happiness now, like a little dog tasting sweetness, panting, wagging its tail, and reaching out for a hug with its front paws. But soon, she seemed to realize that her behavior was too direct and might make the person in front of her look down on her, so she quickly returned her gaze to show her usual reserved and cold demeanor. However, when her mood was high, her thoughts and expressions became completely out of sync, and her pretentiousness made Chisato laugh. He couldn't help but reach out to touch places he had previously hesitated to approach. Kazusa had soft hair, a straight bridge of a nose, small ears, a slender neck, and a soft, graceful waist. The dreamy girl he had longed for day and night was quietly held in his arms at this moment, allowing him to do as he pleased. Hey, don't push yourself too far. Huh? After Kazusa said those words, she quickly froze. Did the soft, trembling voice in her words really come from her mouth? Sorry, I'm just so happy. The speed of his apology was quick, and the sincerity in admitting his feelings made the slightly dazed Kazusa very satisfied. But soon, she let out a soft exclamation and instinctively clasped Chisato's neck with both hands. The moment Chisato finished apologizing, he immediately reached under her knees and behind her, lifting her up without a word and gently placing her on his thigh. The shy and timid voice of the girl clearly touched the young man's heart again. The warmth revealed in her eyes was far more direct and straightforward than any heated kiss. Therefore, Chisato lowered his head once more. Kazusa, who had already experienced this, was filled with excitement and indescribable enjoyment. She obediently nestled in Chizato's arms, gripping the collar of his shirt with her left hand, completely immersed in a sweet sea of happiness and romance. The two, having just clarified each other's intentions, had no idea how much was enough. It wasn't until Chisato began to sense that something was wrong that the strange feeling starting from his head began to concentrate in his lower abdomen that he reluctantly released Kazusa, who was about to faint from not knowing how to breathe through her nose. Kazusa still held on to the front of his shirt tightly, burying her hot face in his neck and breathing heavily. Chisato gently patted her back, smiling like a fool, whispering her name over and over. At first, Kazusa responded, but soon she merely hummed through her nose to indicate she was listening. The two hugged each other tightly, reluctant to let go. Kazusa. Yes. I like you so much. Chisato suddenly felt a slight pain in his neck and realized he had been bitten. He joked, "You're like a dog. I like you too. Just say it next time. Can you not bite me?" Kazusa slowly raised her head from his arms, met his gaze, and shook her head stubbornly. "This is a mark. Hint? It's your mark that only belongs to me. It will disappear in a few days, and I'll bite in other places by then." Chisato looked at her quietly. When he saw Kazusa's cheeks turning red and becoming more and more uneasy, he suddenly laughed. Kazusa lowered her eyes in dissatisfaction and pressed her forehead hard against his chest. "What are you laughing at? I'm just happy that I got lucky and met my treasure girl. Stop saying such embarrassing things. I swear I will always stay by your side, Kazusa." This person's face is made of iron. How can he say such cheesy words so easily? But there's no way to hate it. I will study hard. Seemingly unrelated words came from Kazusa's mouth. When Chisato blinked in confusion, she continued, her words full of gentleness and sincerity. "I want to work hard and get into the same university as you. From now on, we will always be together." The girl firmly expressed her thoughts and determined the path she would take in the future. Chisato couldn't help but hug her tightly again. "I'll remember that and won't give you a chance to regret it. That's what I have to say." Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Fuyama Kazusa's face, resting obediently on his shoulder, was filled with happiness and energy for the future. Chisato slowly closed his eyes and buried his head in Kazusa's hair, hiding his expression. "Mrs. Ishiki, this is Hiratsuka. Since you haven't called me yet, I thought I'd check in." "Ah, I'm very sorry, Mr. Hiratsuka. I had a lot going on at home, so I forgot to call you back." "It's okay. How is Iroha doing now?" "I have nothing to do at the moment. If needed, I can come over and talk to her right away." "Thank you for your concern, but Iroha's condition is much better." Mrs. Ishiki's clearly relaxed tone came through the microphone, which also relieved Hiratsuka. After Iroha woke up this morning, she was no longer as dull and silent as before. She took the initiative to walk out of the room and told me what food she wanted to eat. "That's really great. We can also take advantage of her recovery period to ask her what was going on when she was in that previous state. Actually, I also asked her, but she refused to say anything. I secretly heard her talking to herself in the bathroom, saying, 'It's good that the outcome is good, at least the story doesn't end in tragedy.' That's puzzling." Hiratsuka silently noted these words. "Mrs. Ishiki, please don't worry too much. I will look for opportunities to find out what's going on at school." "Thank you so much, teacher." "It's no problem, it's my duty." After exchanging some pleasantries, Mrs. Ishiki hung up the phone. Iroha wiped her wet hair with a towel and walked out of the bathroom. Chapter 201, Epilogue. After losing the man he loved, he was able to walk out of the abyss of despair and rediscover the meaning of life through companionship, enlightenment, and even self-dedication. Although he was still the one who had brought him to such a miserable state, if we look only at the rest of his life, the two had shared a life that was happy enough. They raised an excellent child together and supported their parents until their natural deaths. The same was true for the two of them. They supported each other in the future and died only 1 year apart. "Your life has become so miserable because of me, I have to take responsibility for all this. This is the road to redemption for the guilty." At the end of the film, when she saw his descendants burying their ashes together in the same place, the self-blame and sorrow that had always hung over Iroha's chest finally began to dissipate. No matter what, at least for Chisato in the film, the most difficult times in life had finally become a thing of the past. The same was true for her. Her desire to atone for her sins was genuine, and she had definitely developed a love for him in the later stages. The two supported each other and found happiness after their ordeal. This was the best ending. Iroha lowered her eyes, and her thick eyelashes trembled slightly. The most important thing was that when she woke up from that strange dream, she saw the words "the end of the show" on a TV screen. She couldn't help but feel happy. Maybe this meant that this kind of experience was finally coming to an end. This inexplicable weirdness could easily guide her emotional dreams into reality, and she no longer wanted to experience it anymore. She decided to treat it as a special experience known only to her, with nothing in reality having changed. Iroha. Iroha came back to her senses and raised her eyes to meet her mother's extremely worried gaze. Is the food not to your liking? No. Iroha looked at the young mother in front of her and instantly thought of what she had seen in her dream, her mother's gray hair and emaciated body as she was dying. Her eyes felt a little sore again. It's wonderful that Mom is still healthy and doesn't have to be bedridden. It's delicious, Mom. If it tastes good, eat more. Mrs. Ishiki suppressed her worries as much as possible and placed a piece of fried fish that her daughter liked into her bowl. If you feel unwell, we can ask for a few more days off from school, so you don't have to push yourself so much. Although Iroha's behavior after waking up today was quite normal, her condition over the past few days had genuinely worried her mother. Compared to her daughter's physical and mental health, studying was indeed nothing. But Iroha shook her head. I'm fine, Mom. It's just a nightmare. Don't worry. She pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes, wearing the all-too-familiar smile as usual. Mrs. Ishiki could clearly sense that her daughter was hiding something, but she still matched her daughter's smile and nodded lightly. On Monday. Sobu High School. In the staff room, Hiratsuka looked at Iroha calmly. She was in good spirits and looked much better than before. Although her face was still a little haggard, it was only a matter of time before she fully recovered. So you're telling me that the reason you were acting so worryingly in those days was just because you had nightmares? Yes, I'm timid, which is why I acted that way. I'm sorry, teacher, for making you worry. Akiroa put her hands behind her back and smiled gently. She had slept well the previous night and had not been dragged into that strange dream again. Just as she thought, when the words "the end of the play" appeared, everything was truly over. No matter who it was, even if they had never experienced anything like this, they would find it hard to imagine such a situation. Therefore, she did not want to mention this matter to anyone, nor did she want to be seen as an outsider in the eyes of others. Anyway, the negative consequences caused by that dream were not serious enough to affect her real life. The worst damage was only to her fragile spirit. Reason told her not to try to explore the root cause behind this strange phenomenon. She didn't want to go through this unfortunate experience again. Now, Iroha just wanted to return to her peaceful campus life with a clear mind. Her parents were still alive, and she hadn't made any significant mistakes. Except for missing such a considerate and gentle brother, everything was much better than the script unfolding on the screen in her dream. In this case, what was there to be dissatisfied with? Only after experiencing suffering can one realize how rare and precious happiness is today. This was the truest thought in Iroha's heart right now. Now that you say so. I understand. Shizuka Hiratsuka observed the expressions of the students in front of her and did not continue to ask. She returned her gaze to the messy teacher's desk with an indifferent expression. Teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. This chapter is over, it's time to move on. Iroha bowed slightly and walked toward the staff room door. Then wait a minute, I'll take you a little longer. Come with me. The chair with rollers made a purring sound as Hiratsuka, who was very close, hugged Iroha's shoulders with one hand while holding up a key with the other. If someone else had suddenly made such an intimate gesture toward her, Iroha would definitely have felt physical discomfort and would have either covertly or overtly tried to distance herself from the other person. But now, it was her teacher making this move. She was also a woman, and Iroha had no way to refuse. Where are we going? Don't worry, I won't make you do any hard work, and I won't delay your meal time. I'll be fine in a little while. Hiratsuka said this carelessly, patted Iroha on the shoulder, and the two walked out of the staff room together. Chapter 202, Service Club Sobu High School Special Building. Unlike the teaching building, the main function of this building is to provide students with extracurricular activities after their studies. Multimedia and home economics classrooms, as well as most club activity locations, are located here. Iroha followed Hiratsuka to the door of an abandoned classroom, which seemed to be the purpose of their trip. She looked up at the sign, Service Club. She had been enrolled in school for a while, and when she was first considering which club to join, she had heard this name from her friends, but this was the first time she had come in person. Ah, the door is unlocked, the guy is already here. Well, Miss Hiratsuka, do we have to knock on the door first? It's okay, it's okay. Iroha's persuasion didn't work. Hiratsuka opened the classroom door and walked in calmly, as if she were at home. Hey, it's been a long time since I've given you another request. The person who spoke to Hiratsuka, in a familiar and casual tone, was sitting in the middle of the classroom. She frowned slightly at first but then sighed helplessly when she saw who had come. Please knock on the door first next time, Miss Hiratsuka. Haha, I'll pay attention next time. Seeing the nonchalant look on Hiratsuka's face, Yukino realized that she obviously hadn't listened to what she had said this time. However, she had gotten used to it after experiencing it so many times. She tilted her head and turned her gaze to the third person in the classroom. Hello, I am Ishiki Iroha, a first-year student. Please give me your guidance. This senior, who had always been ranked number 1 in academics and who could create a strange atmosphere just by sitting there, made Iroha feel slightly nervous. Hello, I'm Yukino Shita Yukino. Yukino glanced briefly at her before returning her attention to Hiratsuka. She is the one being entrusted this time. Hiratsuka made her intention clear, patting Iroha's shoulder affectionately with her right hand, displaying her usual nurturing demeanor. Regarding this child, I hope you can think of a way to help her, whether through extra lessons or sharing your study experiences, so that her scores in the next monthly exam can meet the standards. At the very least, she must maintain the level required for entrance exams, if not reach the top of her grade. Huh? The first person to react was Iroha, who had walked all the way from the teaching building. She had never heard from Hiratsuka that she would be entrusted to an unfamiliar senior. Even though she was good at building relationships, she felt embarrassed by this. Teacher. Iroha protested softly, it's not necessary. The poor result in the last exam was just a mistake. I will work hard in the future. Yukino also supported her wishes. If the person involved clearly expresses their refusal, then it seems there is no need for me to accept this commission. What are you talking about? She's just shy. Hiratsuka looked at Iroha again, smiling as she said, it's okay. Although Yukino Shita looks cold, you'll find she is an excellent senior once you get to know her. In the name of my teacher, I guarantee that she is absolutely reliable, so don't worry. Hearing such words, Yukino moved her lips slightly as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she returned her gaze to the book in her hand and sighed wearily. But I still have club activities. Iroha pitifully tried to make one last stand. If I remember correctly, you joined a football club. Don't worry, I will speak to the minister. Your work in the club will be set aside for the time being. Your most important task now is to actively prepare for the next monthly exam. If you meet the standard, I won't restrain you from anything you want to do. In school, the identities and positions of teachers and students are absolute. As an educator and an adult, the words and instructions given by teachers usually cannot be violated. Hiratsuka was different from other teachers. Iroha felt that if she really wanted to refuse, she might be able to make the other party give up this arrangement. But she recalled that Saturday when she was in such a painful state and on the verge of a mental breakdown. Miss Hiratsuka had come to visit her home and offered words of encouragement. She had been gentle, handsome, and extremely concerned about her, radiating a maternal glow. Faced with such a teacher, there was truly no way to say no to her well-meaning arrangement. I see. Iroha thought clearly. She had taken a lot of leave in the past few days and really needed to seize the time to catch up on the missed coursework. Although Yukino Shita-senpai seemed a bit difficult to approach, if she remembered correctly, Uegahama-senpai was also in the service department. When the time came, she could also ask her for study tips. It was fine to treat this place like a cram school after school. Besides, the football club practiced until very late every day, so it wouldn't hurt to stop by if she finished her studies early. Steeling herself, Iroha nodded meekly toward Hiratsuka. Then it's settled. If you don't have anything important to do during lunch break or after school, just bring your textbook here. Hiratsuka looked very happy. Go back for lunch quickly. I'll leave later. Yes. Before leaving, Iroha bowed slightly to both of them and gently closed the classroom door behind her. Pulling up a chair, Hiratsuka sat down quietly. A very docile and cute child, right? Yukino didn't pursue the topic. She understood that the teacher must have some unfinished matters to discuss with her alone, so she closed the book in her hand and looked into the other person's eyes, ready to listen. Hiratsuka smiled, but the smile quickly faded from her face, replaced by concern. Ishiki has asked for leave for many consecutive days. It seems something has happened to her. She appeared extremely lost. On the Saturday of home visit, she threw herself into my arms and cried like a child, but she didn't want to explain the specifics of her distress to either her parents or me. The way I saw her just now, she didn't seem as bad as you described, teacher. That's the strange thing. I don't know if she has genuinely regained her energy or is just forcing a smile for some reason. In any case, after seeing her like that earlier, I still can't help but worry until I know the exact reason for her distress. Yukino pondered for a moment. The teacher mentioned before that you would ask me to do something on Monday. Well, that's it. So teaching her to study is just a superficial excuse. The real purpose of this commission is to find a way to understand what happened to Ishiki-san or, more directly, to let her tell her story herself. That was my original plan, but after seeing her regain her former energy today, I must admit, my first feeling was relief. Hiratsuka's eyebrows furrowed slightly. So the real content of the commission this time is to find out what happened to Ishiki before the next monthly exam ends. The condition is that she must not notice your intentions. If we still haven't reached a conclusion by the deadline and Ishiki continues to behave as normally as she did today, then this commission will be automatically invalidated. I understand, but I still need to know some details. Well, you can ask. First of all, regarding Ishiki-san's situation, when did it happen? Yukino calmly accepted this commission. This type of commission was obviously much more meaningful than simply providing a review for a novel written by a student who had succeeded in secondary school. Chapter 203, A New Relationship. I always feel that something is not quite right. During the break, after catching a glimpse of Kazusa getting up and leaving the classroom, Fuku finally expressed his doubts. Chisato pretended not to understand. What do you mean? Of course, I mean Masan. Not only after class, but also during class, you all seem to be having a great time chatting. Where's the happiness in that? It's not the same as usual. If you want to make excuses, you might want to put away the smile on your lips first. That would be more convincing. Chisato wanted to argue further, but after reflecting on her interactions with Kazusa throughout the morning, he felt there was no need to quibble about something anyone with a discerning eye could notice. Besides, Fuku was not an outsider either. It seems I guessed correctly. I'm really curious how you managed it. That's Masan we're talking about. Sir, Monitor, you seem to have a bias against her. No, I'm biased against you. I've known for a long time that you are very powerful, but I didn't expect you to be this powerful. The meaning is unclear. Anyway, congratulations. Please have some chocolate, and don't talk about this anywhere else. Hey, do you think I'm the kind of person with a big mouth? Chisato silently thought, yes, you're the one who told me about Mi's past situation and her ankle injury. Though he was somewhat dissatisfied, Fuku still took the chocolate from Chisato. But I noticed that you seem to have candy on you at all times, yet I almost never see you eating it. His doubts were answered the next second. Kazusa, who had returned to her seat from the back door of the classroom, glanced at Fuku, then glared resentfully at the unsealed package in his hand before lying silently on the table. Fuku felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Where did you buy this chocolate? I'll buy it and return it to you later. No, no, no. Chisato turned her head to glance at Kazusa, feeling both sweet and sad inside. The sweetness came from their close relationship, while the sadness stemmed from the guilt of hiding it. Since last weekend, they had officially crossed a line. Although they hadn't explicitly stated it, they had hugged and felt each other's warmth in the most intimate way possible. It was undeniably a relationship. The problem arose because the expected relationship had progressed much earlier than anticipated, disrupting all of his original plans. The changes in Kazusa were also significant. She was completely different from her previous selves. She no longer left early or arrived late. Although she still yawned profusely in class and occasionally got distracted while passing notes to him, she persevered. It was a big improvement that she didn't just go to sleep like she used to. Just as she had said that day, she wanted to change and improve herself to keep up with her lover. Chisato had never doubted her resolve, but he didn't expect to make such a big change in just one night. However, was this change truly a good thing? Kazusa secretly opened her eyes, her face flushed. When she realized that Chisato was staring at her, she quickly turned her head away. Due to her shy nature, she didn't want him to see her hot cheeks or, as her mother had said the night before, her overly happy smile. The short silent interaction between the two was fully visible to Fuku. Feeling despondent, he rested his cheek on his hand and sighed softly. Based on his observations, he wouldn't be surprised if the two got married after graduation. During the lunch break, as the weather grew increasingly hot, Chisato asked Kazusa to wait in the first music classroom while she went to the cafeteria to buy lunch. However, the girl who had just confirmed their relationship was unwilling to do that. She stubbornly insisted on following him, and the consequences were quite apparent. Kazusa was simply lonely and not adept at communicating with others, but her slender figure and beautiful appearance, coupled with her famous mother in the music industry, made her a topic of discussion on campus. So, when she displayed a gentle smile that was completely different from her usual demeanor and followed a boy step by step with an attitude of absolute obedience, it undoubtedly reignited the gossip around her. It was the first time Kazusa had experienced those subtle appraising glances. She looked at her lover beside her and found him increasingly attractive. The corners of her lips lifted, and her smile broadened, glowing with an undeniable light. In the afternoon, news of their relationship spread, and even the head teacher was aware of it. After class, she lightly coughed, called out Chisato's name, and asked him to follow her to the office. When he returned, Kazusa, slightly concerned, asked him what the teacher had called him for. It's nothing. Let's not cause any trouble while we're dating. Trouble? Don't accidentally harm anyone or anything? Kazusa was a little slow to react, and it wasn't until Chisato chuckled that she realized what he meant. Who would cause trouble with a guy like you? The teacher wouldn't say such a thing. After saying this, she kicked him without thinking, stood up, and left the classroom in a huff. In the final class, she didn't look at him again. But after school, she obediently sat in her seat, waiting for Chisato to walk out of the campus together after his duty was over. The two of them walked to the tram stop together. I have to go to work later, so I won't be able to walk you back. Chisato. Send me a message when you get home. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime. Chisato. That's it, see you tomorrow. Wait a moment. Faced with Kazusa's squirming and evasive gaze, Chisato asked in confusion, anything else? Nothing. This insensitive and dense guy. Kazusa snorted and walked toward the train that had just arrived at the station without looking back. Chisato wasn't angry at all. He stood there, waving goodbye and watching her leave, then the smile on his face faded and turned dull. So many life simulations in the simulator brought more than just happiness to his lower body. Of course, he knew that Kazusa's fiery eyes longed for contact with him. Chisato wanted the same. Before parting, whether it was a hug or a kiss in a secluded corner, it would have been an intimate moment to cherish in the long night ahead. However, the situation was a bit complicated now, and he couldn't do it. At the tram stop, Chisato turned around and pushed through the crowd moving in the opposite direction. He walked toward the entrance and arrived at a certain pillar with a billboard. As he approached, he noticed a pink-haired girl squatting on the ground in her blind spot, wearing the same uniform as him. The girl raised her head, revealing a face that was on the verge of tears. Chapter 204, Little Cat Hitori stared blankly at Chisato in front of her, momentarily at a loss for words or reaction. She didn't realize that she had been following the stalking experience in her dreams since leaving school. Not only had she trailed him from a distance, but she had also hidden behind cover the entire way. It should have been completely foolproof, so why had she been discovered? Chisato didn't reach out to touch Hitori. Instead, he mimicked her actions and squatted down in front of her. The three places he often visited were his home, his part-time job, and the performance hall at school. Thanks to the dark wings, the crows near these locations had become his eyes and ears for gathering information. Given this, how could he not know that a little tail was following him from afar? But, as expected, Hitori still noticed. Although Kazusa didn't display any special intimacy with her in the music room during lunch, the eyes of a girl caught up in happiness couldn't be deceived. Hitori had a withdrawn personality as a cover, and due to her experiences in the dream, she could hide such emotions, making it difficult for others to notice her affection for Chisato. But the innocent and lonely Kazusa was completely different. She was like a child who had just received a coveted new toy, unable to wait to take it everywhere and show it off to the world. Sure enough, after getting close to Kazusa, the first person she confided in was undoubtedly Chisato. Why are you crying? Chisato reached out, touched Hitori's head, and gently pinched her soft little face. The sensation was still so addictive. No, I didn't cry. Hitori's eyes were sore, yet she was eager to deny it. She waited patiently for Chisato's grip to loosen, then slowly lowered her head to hide her embarrassed expression. I just happened to be passing by. I feel a little uncomfortable today. I don't plan to go to Chisato. I want to go home and rest. I see. What a coincidence to see you here. Hitori nodded slowly, still trying to hide her expression from him. So, when Kazusa and I kissed just now, you didn't see us at all. When? Hitori looked up in surprise, and this time the tears that had been swirling in her eyes finally flowed freely. This performance made Chisato both amused and distressed. He took out a tissue and gently wiped her tears. During this exchange, he didn't respond to Hitori's words, but gradually, she realized that her secret had been exposed. Sorry. After Chisato helped her up, Hitori's eyes were red, and she rubbed the corners of her clothes with her hands, apologizing shyly. There's no need to apologize. Hitori is my little kitten. That's what we agreed on before. But I did something wrong. What do you mean? Following you secretly. If Misan finds out, there will definitely be serious consequences. Not to mention whether she will find out, it doesn't matter even if she does. Just like you know the relationship between her and me, when the time is right, I will tell her about our relationship and help her accept your presence. Chisato held her hands and brought them together, then kissed them. So, no matter what you do, it doesn't matter, and there's no need to apologize. The boy's words were like a gentle breeze blowing from Coconut Lake on a warm spring day, softly brushing her face. She felt the freshness of the leaves and the healing embrace of nature. Her originally cold body was now filled with warmth. Today, she had realized that her relationship with Chisato and Kazusa could, to a certain extent, mirror the dream she had experienced. So while she felt extreme worry, she also felt extreme pessimism. She believed that, in some way, she would end up in the same situation as in her dream, merely serving as a transitional choice for Chisato. When the time came, she feared she would be ruthlessly abandoned, while the person she liked would turn and naturally be with the one he truly desired. After all, compared to the talented musical prodigy Kazusa, she felt overshadowed in terms of talent. She was taller but not as impressive, and even her looks, family background, and personality put her at a disadvantage. Regardless of the comparison, she found herself undeniably lacking. However, Chisato's recent words and promises had brightened her gloomy, pessimistic mood. Hitori, who had lived alone in her little world until now, had experienced loneliness far more intensely than Kazusa. At least Kazusa wouldn't force herself to sleep in a closet no bigger than 1 square meter, with no ventilation or light. Nor would she collapse against the wall and faint when speaking to others out of nervousness. In fact, this could be regarded as a somewhat morbid symptom. Such symptoms had become so severe that even after experiencing a simulation, the situation had only improved slightly, not completely cured. The twin blades of insecurity and pessimism still pierced deeply into her heart, shaking her thinking and behavior. Considering this, her actions today were not difficult to predict. Chisato realized something and offered those words of reassurance. Hitori lifted her head again, light returning to her eyes as she added, "I will always like Hitori. Didn't I already say that you are my cat?" He slowly leaned closer to Hitori's hands, which he held in front of him. This time, however, it wasn't a kiss. He opened his mouth slightly and gently bit her fingertips. His affectionate gaze, enhanced by his charming electric eyes, pierced directly into Hitori's heart, instantly shattering her unease. At that moment, Hitori felt a tingling sensation as he nibbled her fingertips. Her eyes turned pink and hazy, while her hands, feet, and consciousness felt somewhat powerless. Chisato supported Hitori, whose legs had grown weak, and smoothly held her in his arms. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "It's okay if you can't go to work later today. I'll take you home first." "I don't want to." Hitori gently grasped his collar. I'm going to Starsea to contact everyone about guitar." The pink-haired girl's voice returned to its original, natural, and cheerful tone. Chapter 205, Life is hard. It would be great if everyone could be as well behaved as Hitori. This is a thought that Chisato sincerely hopes for. He now has 4 girls by his side, all of whom are his true loves and whom he has chosen as partners to live with and hold hands with until the end of their lives, happily. The most pressing issue before him now is the compatibility among the 4 of them. Hitori is quite easy to coax. A few honest words and some close physical contact will reassure her that she will never be absent from his side in the future. She quickly transitions from sadness to happiness and becomes more energetic. She resembles the most traditional gentle housewife from the early days of Japan. No matter how much her husband spends time drinking and socializing outside, as long as he remembers her and is willing to come home to see her occasionally, she is very satisfied. Divorce is absolutely out of the question. However, Chisato cannot use the same approach with the others. He imagined a scenario where he said similar words to Kazusa. He would probably receive a slap in the face, followed by her running away in hysterics, heartbroken. While Ariri and Kasamijoka are not quite like that, they definitely would not accept such things so calmly. He had previously attempted to disrupt their private alliance to some extent, but it hadn't gone well. Whether it was an unspoken agreement or mutual understanding, whenever one of them came to visit or had a video call at night, the other would invariably be present. Chisato couldn't determine if this was a good thing, but he couldn't change it for the time being and had to let it be. "What's wrong? The new song is so popular. Why are you sighing?" Sayaka was sitting at the bar. With some time before the store became lively, she spoke to her employees out of boredom. "I always feel a little tired. It's not easy to achieve the life I want." Chisato sighed sadly again. The melancholy expression of the handsome young man inexplicably touched the older single woman, causing her to look away in panic. "You brat, how old are you? Just settle down, fall in love, and focus on your studies." The girl's heart was beginning to recover after being dormant for so long. Fearing she might make a mistake, she left in a hurry. Chisato watched her leave in confusion, lamenting that the store manager had become increasingly lazy. Initially, she would occasionally help out behind the bar, but now she had completely left it to him to operate alone. There were no cameras at the bar, and there was no bill book that needed daily recording. In such circumstances, even if he took some money from the cash register and stuffed it into his wallet, no one would notice. That would be too shameless. He felt defensive. If she was no longer working there, he should remind her. Returning home after his part-time job, Chisato took stock of the money the crows had brought him that day. Today's harvest was substantial, totaling more than 5,000. After taking a shower, he sat down to study at the table. During this time, Kazusa sent intermittent messages, asking what he was doing, sending a countdown to the next day's school time, and then quickly retracting it. She even sent him a photo showing how she had finished her homework. She vividly displayed the mentality of a girl in love. Before going to bed, Chisato called her and talked about interesting things he encountered while working. Kazusa mostly played the role of a listener, smiling subtly and cutely. Before hanging up, he broached the topic of her mother. Kazusa suddenly fell silent and then suppressed the unpleasant emotions in her heart before replying. What did she suddenly say? After all, she is your mother. If there's any estrangement between you two, it would be better to communicate and resolve it sooner rather than later. I suspect you actually want to mend things with her. Kazusa didn't respond, only her faint breathing could be heard. Well, it seems that the conflict between mother and daughter cannot be successfully mediated overnight. They'll have to work hard in the future. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. It's getting late. Let's go to bed early. Okay, you too. Kiss me. Who wants to kiss you, idiot? Kazusa's tone rose lazily, sounding quite delightful. Chisato could even picture her lying on the bed, her fair, slender legs gently swaying back and forth. Huh? I'm talking to my pet. Who are you talking to? Are you still there, sentimental Kazusa-san? What a mouthful. Idiot. Idiot. With an angry retort, she hung up the call. Chisato smiled as he put his phone on silent mode, connected the charging cable, and set it on the desk. During this process, Darkwings, who was standing on the desk, silently jumped back a few steps, staring at his master. Who really asked you to kiss me? Chisato couldn't help but complain, so he stood up and playfully slapped the bird's head a few times. After using the bathroom, he turned off the light and lay down on the bed. He clicked on the evil path simulator but did not choose to simulate. Instead, he entered the recall mode with ease. As the version updated, he became increasingly aware of the convenience and usefulness of this mode. If he chooses to sleep at night, he merely gets adequate rest. But if he selects recall, his consciousness travels to another space while his body falls into slumber. In this state, he can experience wonderful things and repeatedly connect with the object of his memories. During the recall, the person he is remembering can also experience the time spent with him simultaneously. After the event concludes, he can still find time to study or reflect on other matters. This way, he wakes up in reality still full of energy. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has an extra 8 hours of time at his disposal every day, with his consciousness never absent from his life. It would be fair to say he has lived decades longer than others for no reason. When he woke up the next morning, it felt like a matter of seconds. Chisato received messages from Uchiha and Ariri, respectively. The messages from both were roughly the same, each asking if he had a dream last night. It had indeed lasted for several days, and Chisato anticipated that sooner or later, they would be unable to help but inquire about the situation on his side. Chapter 206, Uchiha's scheme. Just pretend that you don't know anything, but if you think about it carefully, there seems to be no need to hide it. So, Chisato typed a positive reply. A while after sending the message, Uchiha called. Once the call connected, she made a simple and direct inquiry. Chisato, are you free after school this Thursday? What's wrong? The new home is almost ready for you to move in. I'll have time to help you. So fast? Isn't it a bit hasty? I actually live quite well here. The rent has already been paid, and delaying the move means losing money. I see. Then let's just say it, I'll wait for you a little earlier that day. After Uchiha said these profound words, she hung up the phone. Chisato stared at his phone and smiled helplessly. Wait for me, wait for me. Even though she seems proactive and aggressive in reality, in the dreams he recalls, she is always passive and slow to warm up. Often, when the heated atmosphere between him and Ariri became too intense, she couldn't bear it anymore. She would blush, open the door, walk in, turn off the light, and came to him, pushing aside the already paralyzed Ariri and ignoring her dissatisfied resistance, choosing to join the battle forcefully and urgently. It's understandable that she doesn't completely let go. After all, unlike Ariri, she has had a very sweet and happy life with Chisato twice. With the experience of an old couple, she naturally knows how to navigate these situations. Chisato didn't think too much about Uchiha's call. He took off his pajamas, put on sportswear, and stepped out of the house for a jog. On the way back, he received another call from Ariri. Chisato, you. Eh? Why are you breathing so quickly? Huh? I'm running in the morning. Oh, okay. Ariri had no doubts. She scooped up a small mouthful of cereal and continued, "Are you free after school on Friday?" "Well, I have more than an hour of free time from 5 to 6, and then I have to go to the store to help. Since there are a lot of people on Friday, it's not convenient to ask for leave." "That's it." "What's wrong?" "We've found a new apartment, Kusagakure, and I thought it would be great if I could help you pack your things and move there on Friday afternoon. It happens to be Saturday the next day, so you can also clean up inside and have plenty of time to rest." After going uphill for a while, Chisato slowed down and started walking, frowning in confusion. "Huh? Friday? Didn't you say Thursday?" "Thursday?" On the other end of the phone, Ariri stopped eating breakfast. Her little mind, which had already experienced 2 lives in a dream, had only a moment to think. Even without needing an explanation from Chisato, she quickly drew the correct conclusion. "That fat woman called you, right, Chisato?" She gritted her teeth and held the spoon tightly, but her tone remained sweet. She didn't want to show her bad side in front of the person she loved. "That's right. I asked you to move there on Thursday?" "Yes." Chisato also vaguely sensed that something interesting had happened between the two of them. Life is strange, sometimes, if you deliberately manipulate a situation, things won't develop as you expect. On the contrary, when you feel decadent and defeated, life seems to step in and give you a big surprise. "Ah. I see, I understand. Then it's the same as usual, see you on Thursday." "Well. Actually. What's wrong?" "I may not have time on Thursday because I have something to do." "Can't Ariri come?" "Well, so I was thinking about changing it to Wednesday." "It doesn't matter to me, just let the store know." "Then it's settled." "Ha. I'll notify Kusagakure." "Yeah, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Ariri sneered, picked up her small bowl, and drank the cereal in one gulp. "That stinky woman. I treated her sincerely, but what's with her? She always thinks about eating alone without me. It's really too much. Does she really think that as a popular figure on campus, she won't have female friends around her to cover for her? This time, I will let her know what it means to reap the consequences." In the next few days, Chisato lived a very comfortable life. The classmate sitting next to him, Mikazusa, is very cute. She can be kissed once as a reward for completing a set of test questions, and her academic ability is steadily improving. As for the band's ending, no matter how much attention their accounts receive on the internet, their popularity has been maintained quite well. Chisato also confirmed their next song within the past few days. Loser, sung by Kenshai Onzo, is called a loser, but it's a successor song that can inspire a positive and optimistic attitude. The main thing is that the song's style is also very suitable for live performance. It's more rock and roll than the previous song, and it should have a wider audience. The old method was still followed, with Chisato singing a cappella for everyone who was finishing the band, giving a simple demo of the melody, and then they would adjust the melody repeatedly until he was satisfied. This was a very inefficient process, and it was during this time that Chisato realized he should also learn some music theory. He planned such a trip for half a month. After all, the monthly exam was coming soon, and he wanted to get first place. In the blink of an eye, it was Wednesday afternoon. Dark clouds filled the sky, but it still refused to rain, making the atmosphere a bit muggy. When he returned to the apartment, Ariri, who looked cute in a light cyan denim suspender skirt, was already waiting at the door. "So early? When did you arrive?" Chisato inserted the key and invited her in. Ariri took off her little shoes and walked in. "I just came here not long ago." "No, there's sweat on your forehead." Chisato turned on the air conditioner, then turned around and took out a tissue to wipe her sweat carefully. "The weather is too hot." Ariri's voice was small, and she stood still, enjoying the other party's attention, feeling happy and a little sweet in her heart. "There are popsicles in the refrigerator. Do you want to eat one?" "I do." Chisato handed her one. "But why didn't I see Uchiha with you?" "She has something to do. She'll come back later." Fearing that Chisato would continue to ask, Ariri raised her eyes and looked out the window. Just as she was about to complain about the weather outside, her gaze fell on a very handsome crow. It stood on the windowsill, staring at her intently. "Ah, by the way, I seem to have never told you, but I actually have a pet." Chisato waved, and the jet black bird squeezed in through the gap in the window and landed on his shoulder. Ariri thought of something. Surprise and disbelief flashed alternately in her blue pupils as she slowly covered her mouth. Chapter 207, Ariri met Darkwings. The dark and handsome crow in front of her stirred memories of Ariri's simulated life. Darkwings, who had been with Chisato for a long time, later stayed by her side. Eventually, he even helped care for her children and got along exceptionally well with her family. In the end, he lost his vitality and was buried in the garden of her home. He had become like a family member. In a sense, No one could help but feel excited when an important family member returned from the dead and appeared before them. Girls tend to be more emotional than rational creatures, and Ariri was no exception. Therefore, seeing the crow in reality made it impossible for her to hide the joy in her heart. Dark wings? I did give it that name. Chisato smiled, stretched out her right hand to his shoulder, and the crow jumped into her palm, allowing her to hold him up and present him to Ariri. Can I touch him? Ariri extended her trembling hand, but it hovered midair, not daring to come down. There's nothing to be afraid of. He doesn't seem to be very scared of you. You two should get along very well. Ariri's outstretched fingertips finally descended gently to feel the smoothness and softness of Darkwing's feathers. At Chisato's encouragement, Darkwings narrowed his eyes slightly, tilted his head, and gently rubbed against her palm. Then he flapped his wings and landed on her shoulder, making a sweet cry. That's right, such an appearance, those human-like eyes, and a cry completely different from ordinary crows. There is no other crow like this in the world. Without a doubt, it was the one she had seen in her dreams, the crow that followed Chisato. But why did it appear in reality? Ariri's expression gradually shifted from surprise to confusion. Chisato noticed her doubts, and while tearing open a package of peeled walnut snacks and handing them over, she explained what she had prepared. I told Ariri before that I don't remember many things from my dreams. Right. But I still have some impression of the memory of the Darkwings. It just so happens that after I woke up from the dream that day, I found an egg on the windowsill of my house. An egg. Ariri paused her feeding actions, then placed the small walnut on her fingertips into Darkwing's mouth, pointing at him incredulously. That is. Yes, Chisato nodded. It hatched from that egg. I know this seems a bit incredible and hard to believe, but... No. I think it's completely normal. To Chisato's surprise, Ariri interrupted her words excitedly. I knew that the Darkwings would never die like that. It was reborn, to some extent, traveling through time and space to return to you. She set aside the walnut in her hand, reached out, and gently held the crow, rubbing her face against its feathers. The Darkwing had a look of helplessness. The bird turned its head to look at its master, but Chisato winked and urged it to be patient a little longer. 10 minutes later, Ariri's excited emotions finally settled down. The Darkwings flew off her, landing on the table to preen its ruffled feathers. Because of this, Ariri felt more certain than ever that she and Chisato were a perfect match made in heaven. This creature from her dream had come into reality to find them, and the story felt deeply romantic. She looked at Chisato with even more joy and happiness. This was an unexpected surprise, and he just wanted Ariri to accept the presence of Darkwing and Chisato. When cleaning the room, her eyes would frequently fall on Darkwing, and she would intermittently ask various questions about him. It was during this time that Ariri suddenly recalled the description of Chisato that she had heard from her classmates the day after she had that dream. At that time, they had already been chattering about the bird they saw next to Chisato. How could they have forgotten about it later? Sure enough, it must be because that troublemaker, Kasamijoka, had distracted her. Ariri directed her annoyance at Uchiha, who was dozens of kilometers away, lounging on a cozy sofa at home, reading a book and imagining wonderful plans for the next day. Ariri gave a quick and cute reaction of confusion. Chisato, who was arranging his desk, turned to look at her. Ariri's face was red as she squatted in front of his wardrobe. Maybe she saw some underwear. I'll handle it myself later. Ariri, just sit down and rest for a while. Ariri did not respond but leaned over, took out a piece of clothing, and held it in front of her, covering her mouth while revealing her shy eyes. Chisato. Why do you have this in your closet? Chisato turned his head at the sound of her voice. When his eyes landed on the clothes in Ariri's hands, his eyelids twitched. How could I have forgotten about this? This. He hesitated, contemplating the explanation that could address the situation, but because it had happened suddenly, he couldn't provide a reason immediately. It fits me quite well. After presenting the pink and white cosplay costume to her and gesturing, Ariri muttered softly, seeming to understand something. She recalled the method she had used against Chisato in her second dream when she and Uchiha had not yet established their relationship. Back then, she often visited his house, pretending to be seductive while bringing different outfits, sailor uniforms, non-costumes, Lolita dresses, magical girl outfits. Everything began to make sense. She wasn't the only one looking forward to tonight. Chisato seemed to be excited as well, so he had prepared this outfit for that purpose. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that this was not an ordinary magical girl costume, but rather one that looked cute at first glance yet was quite daring and risque in its detailed design. Could it be that? It was just like in the first dream. 7 round. It doesn't matter, I'm just thinking too much. Ariri folded the clothes in her hands and placed them in the suitcase. She scolded herself for being so chatty and reflected on why she was so slow to grasp things in reality. I understand, so there's no need to explain. She quickly took out 2 pairs of folded stockings from the closet. She placed one familiar pair in her suitcase and tossed the other into the trash can before rushing to the bathroom to pack her toiletries. No, what do you understand? Chisato couldn't figure out how Ariri had came to any conclusion about the situation. Chapter 208, moving in advance. In Chisato's small rental apartment, there wasn't much to pack for his move to the new place. The bulk of the items consisted only of clothes, books, sheets, and quilt covers. Since Ariri mentioned that new ones had been prepared at the new apartment, he decided against bringing those. Finally, after packing up, the 2 cardboard boxes held all of his belongings. One box contained clothes, while the other held books and miscellaneous items. Ariri wanted to help, but Chisato shook his head indifferently, casually stacking the 2 boxes on top of each other. He bent down and moved them effortlessly. With a strong physique, powerful arms, and the outline of his waistcoat exposed as he bent over, Ariri pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes glinting. She subconsciously reached out to touch Chisato's shoulder, but when he turned around in confusion, she hurriedly looked away. A girl's psychology changes from youth to maturity, and during this transition, there is a stage that is very obvious and easy to distinguish. As a little girl, appearance is more important than anything else, and they are not very interested in physical aspects. After experiencing the stage of becoming a young woman and learning about certain joys, their attraction to the body increases exponentially. Like a monk who has abstained from food and meat for more than 10 years, once he breaks that abstinence, it becomes difficult to return to the past. Ariri was obviously in the latter situation now. After those 2 incredibly vivid dream experiences, she still maintained a perfect body physically, but on a mental level, she was already a total mess. He handed over the keys to the old apartment to the administrator, officially announcing his intention to quit the lease, and took a taxi to the new apartment. Ariri lowered her head and gently leaned against Chisato, holding hands with him and keeping her thighs together. She felt her body temperature rise from the violent beating of her heart and touched the crow nestled on her thigh with her other hand. Her beautiful eyes were already extremely moist, and she hoped more and more that the sky outside the window would darken soon. At the same time, Chisato was contemplating something else. He was debating whether to tell Ariri about Hattori or Kazusa tonight. After some thought, he felt that Uchiha's absence tonight was a good opportunity. Facing both of them at the same time, he wasn't confident he could convince them. If he chose to confront them one by one, the likelihood of them accepting it would be very small. However, there was still some hope, and they wouldn't be completely hopeless. Yet Ariri seemed to be in such a good mood today, looking forward to the celebratory dinner after moving. He really couldn't bear to ruin her good mood in just one day. When the taxi arrived at its destination, Chisato made a decision. He would not delay it any longer. Ariri was very well behaved and hid her feelings well around him. Considering her timid character, he decided to maintain the status quo for now. However, regarding Kazusa, he felt it was necessary to let Ariri know sooner rather than later. He planned to set a time for dinner later so as not to spoil Ariri's happy mood too early, while simultaneously achieving his goal. After Chisato got out of the car, he picked up the 2 cardboard boxes from the trunk. Ariri led the way, holding the dark wings, and they soon arrived at a building located on a busy street, very close to the tram stop. The entrance resembled that of a high-end apartment. Ariri swiped the access card and took the lead into the elevator. At that moment, she felt a bit anxious, unsure whether the new home she and Kasamijoku had painstakingly arranged would meet Chisato's expectations. The moment she inserted the key and opened the door, Chisato's reaction made her sigh in relief. This must have cost a lot of money. Chisato set down a cardboard box in his hand, unable to hide the wonder in his eyes. Ariri placed the crow she was holding on the coffee table and followed him, smiling cheerfully, revealing her small fangs and dimples. It doesn't matter. As long as you can live happily, money is not important. Chisato wandered around the house casually. He had already anticipated that these 2 young wealthy women, who were infatuated with him, would not have found him a subpar place. However, the extent of the luxury still surprised him. Just looking at the living room, the warm yellow wooden floor and the oversized balcony that opened up the view made it clear that this apartment was expensive. The facilities in the house were also plentiful. An oversized LCD TV was mounted on the wall, with the latest gaming consoles from various manufacturers neatly arranged on the low coffee table below. In the corner sat an automatic vacuum cleaner, and the semi-open kitchen was equipped with a dishwasher and an oven. He opened the refrigerator smoothly, and it was undoubtedly filled with ingredients. Compared to the variety in his refrigerator, it was even more impressive. In contrast to the small apartment he lived in before, it was like he had risen from the ground to the top of a mountain in an instant, The difference was staggering. At that moment, Chisato gradually realized how satisfying it was to be cared for by a rich woman. But he also quickly acknowledged that he was somewhat of a jerk. He enjoyed everything they offered while still seeking attention from other girls. After reflecting for 3 seconds on everything the two had provided, Chisato turned around, hugged Ariri, and softly apologized. "What are you apologizing for?" Ariri felt a bit lost. She gently broke away from his arms and shyly held his hands. "This is what that guy and I want to do. Besides, it's only to this extent, it's not worth mentioning for either of us. What's more, we're both yours, so don't say things like that again." That's it. Her shy tone and behavior belied the boldness of her words. The crow observed as Ariri stood on tiptoe, bringing their lips closer together, then gently flapped his wings and flew from the living room to the balcony. He was quite satisfied with this new home. Such a large open-air balcony meant he would have a place to formally entertain his crow friends in the future. After their lips parted, Ariri gasped, resting her head on Chisato's chest and gently hugging his waist, slowly tightening her grip. For some things, once an idea pops into your mind, you only feel more anxious until you find satisfaction. Chisato savored the intensity of their kiss. He gently patted Ariri's little butt and kissed her head again. NNGHH. Ariri made a cute sound, a mix of a moan and a sigh. Chisato took a deep breath. Did he want to? Of course, he did. No man could remain indifferent after a beautiful mixed-race beauty like Ariri took the initiative to show, "You can take the lead." Although he had experienced similar scenes many times in dream simulations, what happened in reality was still far more thrilling, both consciously and psychologically. But what Chisato was thinking at that moment was whether it was too early, especially since he had just considered confessing to Kazusa during the taxi ride. While he pondered this, Ariri spoke up. "The weather is very stuffy tonight. It seems like it's going to rain." "Yeah," he replied. "I don't seem to have brought an umbrella today. What should I do?" As Ariri said this, she stretched the fingertips of her right hand and gently traced irregular circles on Chisato's back. "I saw an umbrella in the cabinet by the entrance. I can take you home." Chisato noticed that the fingers gently stroking his back suddenly stopped and gave him a sharp poke. Since Ariri had buried her face in his chest the whole time, he couldn't accurately gauge her current expression. However, the situation was clearly not ideal. After a moment of silence, he rephrased his suggestion. "Then why don't you stay the night? There are several bedrooms here. Well, we can also chat tonight. That stinky woman was here before, and I don't know many things about you yet. Then we can talk for a while tonight." "Good." The two of them embraced each other, tacitly understanding one another. After their conversation, it was naturally decided that Ariri would stay for the night. It wasn't too late, it was only around 6 o'clock in the evening. Now that everything had been settled, there was no need to think about it anymore. The refrigerator was stocked with ingredients the two of them had prepared in advance, so they didn't need to go out to eat or order takeout. After a brief look around the kitchen, Chisato pushed Ariri out of the kitchen, insisting that the fumes were harmful to a girl's skin and that he would prepare dinner himself. Ariri was extremely happy with his considerate behavior. She didn't resist Chisato's arrangement. In fact, she wanted to taste his cooking, and she also had an important matter to deal with now. Chapter 209, Uchiha's Call. After packing the luggage that Chisato brought, she sat on the soft bed in the master bedroom and rolled around happily. After that, she clicked on her mother's Line account to inform her that she would be having a party at a friend's house tonight and would be resting there. Then, she quickly sent the video she had recorded at her friend's house in advance. In the video, she and her friend looked very happy. Her friend faced the selfie camera and cheerfully said, "Hello, Auntie Sawamura." After doing this, Ariri stared at the phone screen nervously. If a video pop-up window appeared at this moment and her mother requested a video call, it would be a serious situation, and she would immediately be caught. However, Ariri was betting that her recent good behavior had convinced her mother that she wouldn't deceive her. She hoped her mother was busy preparing dinner and would overlook her situation. When the phone buzzed, Ariri breathed a sigh of relief. "Have fun since you're not home tonight. Mommy and Daddy will enjoy some time together for the first time in a long while," that was the reply. Safe and sound. Ariri's original response was that if her mother really initiated a video call, she would ignore it, go downstairs, and take a taxi to her friend's house, then call back on her own, saying she had been too noisy and hadn't noticed her phone ringing. After reassuring her mother this way, she rushed back without stopping. Although it was a bit troublesome, she was unwilling to give up this opportunity today. Especially since she was looking forward to it so much. Just imagining what was going to happen in a few hours made her legs feel weak. It had reached a point where action was necessary. But fortunately, things were moving in the right direction. "Don't tell me this kind of thing," she replied to a message that suited her style. After her mother replied with another emoticon that was inappropriate for her age, Ariri had no choice but to respond again. She lay on her back on the bed, completely relieved. Now, she no longer had any worries and could enjoy the night wholeheartedly. With a flushed face, Ariri sat up slowly, held her chest with both hands, and touched her thighs, feeling that she was in pretty good shape. She walked out of the bedroom and entered the living room. Just as she was about to feed walnuts to Dark Wings, Chizato's cell phone, which was placed on the coffee table, vibrated. The caller ID showed a name she was very familiar with, Uchiha. Ariri glanced at the kitchen situation and saw that Chisato wasn't paying attention, so she placed his phone on the sofa and covered it with a pillow. Now, the vibrating sound of the phone was inaudible. Unless someone intentionally checked, they wouldn't notice that someone was calling. Dark Wings, who had seen all this, showed no reaction. When Ariri came over with a small walnut, he simply ate it, which was a bit strange. It usually resisted anyone other than Chisato touching its head, but the girl in front of it was an exception. Dark Wings, you're a boy, right? I'll take you to the flower and bird market another day to pick a partner for you, so you can work hard to expand your family, okay? Familiar words came out of Ariri's mouth. She was talking to herself, a smile on her face. In her warm new home, sitting on the balcony with a good view while her favorite person prepared dinner for her, everything felt so peaceful and comfortable. She really hoped this moment could last forever. Buzz buzz, the vibration pulled her back to reality from her wonderful reverie. She took out her phone to check it, then let out a disdainful laugh. After closing the balcony window, she answered the call in a normal tone. What's wrong? It's nothing, I just wanted to talk to you suddenly. Uchiha's voice came over. What do you want to talk about? It doesn't look like you to be so calm. We're moving Chisato to a new apartment on Friday. Don't you have any thoughts about it? He also mentioned Friday. Oh. Of course I have thoughts, just follow the original plan. Ariri paused for a moment, and Uchiha responded appropriately. Well, I hope everything goes smoothly. There won't be any surprises. We've considered all the possibilities in advance, haven't we? All in all, there's nothing wrong with taking our relationship to the next level. Uchiha on the other end of the phone was silent for a while. Hello? Can you hear me? Ariri lowered her eyes and gently touched the crow in her arms, a silent sneer on her face. Is your signal bad? Indeed, it seems that I need to change my phone. Did you call me specifically just to share your uneasiness with me? It's always good to be prepared. Okay, Mom called me for dinner. So be it. Kindness. Jujadu taking the phone from her ear, Ariri stared at the screen for a moment and murmured to herself, I gave you a chance. You asked for it. After she put the phone back in her pocket, she noticed that the crow was staring at her intently, so she quickly changed her expression. The original awe-inspiring aura immediately disappeared, and she affectionately nuzzled its feathers with her face. The dinner was very sumptuous, including braised prawns, fried beef with green onions, fried chicken, and purple cabbage salad. Ariri was amazed by Chizato's culinary skills, but she was also worried about what she was about to experience that night, so she relaxed her reserve a little and ate more than usual. After dinner, it was already past 8 o'clock, and the sky was completely dark. As expected, thunder began to rumble in the sky, and heavy rain started to pour down. The wind howled outside, while the warmth and comfort inside made the atmosphere even cozier. After the meal, the two leaned against each other in the living room, with the TV program providing background noise. They began to chat casually, without limiting themselves to any particular topic. Their distance gradually diminished until there was no gap left. After the topic ended, Ariri suddenly asked what Chisato liked, and he quickly replied that it was her. Ariri raised the corners of her lips slightly but pretended not to believe him and asked him to prove it. So Chisato held her in his arms and kissed her while cradling her tiny feet in his palms. They fit perfectly, and her little feet, wearing white cotton socks, felt like white baby birds returning to an empty nest. Chisato. The atmosphere was just right. Ariri had already wrapped her arms around his neck without realizing it, making a seductive gesture inviting anyone to pick her. It was only the girl's innocent nature that allowed her to retain a trace of sanity in the end. She buried her face into Chizato's strong chest and said in a slightly breathy tone, "We haven't showered yet." Chizato's breathing grew heavier, and his voice dropped low. "Should we shower together?" Chapter 210, A Night with Her. Ariri didn't answer, feeling the strange sensation beneath her, and nodded slightly in acquiescence. Chisato no longer hesitated, turned off the TV, and carried her to the bathroom. The Darkwing, which had been observing from the sidelines, finally flew from the air conditioning cabinet to the light switch, turning off the bright main light and leaving only the dim night light. It had long wanted to rest. The bathroom was equipped with a large bathtub, but neither of them had the patience to wait for the warm water to fill it up. They stood anxiously under the shower head, rubbing fluffy bubbles on each other's bodies. Inevitably, there was a moment of playful teasing between them. After coming out of the bathroom, Chisato took a hairdryer and carefully dried Ariri's damp hair until it was completely dry. Once they arrived in the bedroom, Ariri was in no hurry. The blush on her face spread to the roots of her hair behind her ears, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yet, she still covered her chest with her left hand and gently pushed Chisato away with her right hand. "Wait for me a moment." She said these words before running out mysteriously. Chisato sat alone in the middle of the bed, his mind filled with questions. Isn't Ariri supposed to be timid and shy at this moment? What should he do? 2 minutes later, he realized he had underestimated Ariri's determination to face the night. The magical girl cosplay costume he had previously drawn from the blind box of the Pure Love system now adorned her body. The outfit was perfect and added an extra layer of excitement to this special moment. Chisato. Facing the undisguised gaze of the person she loved, Ariri's heart raced. She took a few steps closer, raised her hands, and displayed a pair of brand new knee-high white socks. "Do you want me to wear this?" It seemed like a question, but the teasing glimmer in her eyes was unmistakable. Without saying a word, Chisato took the white silk stockings from her hand, half-crouched beside the bed, and put them on her delicate white feet. Once everything was set, Ariri's eyes sparkled, and she raised her toes, sliding them gently against his chin. After this playful gesture, she chuckled mischievously, her expression a mix of excitement and cunning. Chisato held her ankle, and their contest had just begun. In that moment, Ariri finally felt his body, his breath, and the warmth surrounding her. They fit together like a dream, a match made in heaven. As their love deepened, just when Chisato was about to escalate the situation, Ariri spoke with the last trace of reason. "The door isn't closed properly." Chisato understood her meaning. "It doesn't matter, black wings are crows and don't eat dog food." Ariri narrowed her eyes in resignation and wrapped her fingers around the back of his neck. Neither knew whose breathing became heavier. They were sinking into one another, absorbing each other's warmth. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, Ariri had fallen asleep briefly, only to be awakened again by Chisato, who was as strong as an ox. Was it the 5th time? Or maybe the 6th time? Ariri couldn't remember clearly. Her mind was blank from happiness, causing her to briefly lose the ability to think and recall. Just as she thought she might pass out again, Dark Wing's sudden appearance gave her a moment of reprieve. The little creature squeezed through the ajar door, dropped the cell phone from its mouth, and left. It didn't want to disturb its owner's intimate moments, but the constant buzzing of the mobile phone in the living room was too disruptive to Darkwing's dreams. It was Uchiha calling. Chisato was in a state of confusion, but Ariri surprisingly regained some strength at that moment. She took Chisato's cell phone, pressed the answer button, and made a decision for him. "Chisato?" The call finally connected, and Uchiha felt a wave of relief, but the situation was not as simple as she had hoped. Well. That was Ariri's voice, but it wasn't a typical response. It sounded as if her mouth was busy with other things, her breath unsteady, and she couldn't help but make the noises escaping her lips. Such a voice was all too familiar to Uchiha. She was stunned for a moment, but after a few seconds of listening to confirm her suspicions, she became so angry that her entire body shook, nearly crushing her phone. "S. Wa. Mu. Ra. Iri. Rei." She wasn't foolish. After some thought, she understood everything. "What are you angry about?" I'm practicing yoga." Ariri's inappropriate voice came through the phone loud and clear. "Well done to you." Like a bereaved dog, Uchiha gritted her teeth and hung up the phone. She sat blankly beside the bed, the angled light from the desk lamp illuminating her beautiful lips that trembled uncontrollably. An hour later, still unable to calm down, she dialed Chisato's cell phone again. This time, he answered the call personally. It was relatively quiet on the other end of the line, so she no longer heard those infuriating sounds. "Where are you now?" Uchiha asked directly and succinctly. Chisato answered truthfully. "Wait." She said this and got out of bed to change clothes. Chisato set the phone aside, pinched the bridge of his nose, and looked down at Ariri, who was sleeping peacefully in his arms, sighing helplessly. He felt that he might not be able to sleep well tonight. Chapter 211, backfired. At around 3 o'clock in the morning, the lights in the living room of Chisato's new apartment were turned back on. The little crow, Darkwing, was undisturbed and had scurried to the small room early, cleverly closing the door behind it. It had a premonition that tonight would not be as peaceful as usual. Chisato didn't complain about its lack of loyalty. After all, it was just a little crow and not much help in the current situation. Still, he felt a twinge of annoyance toward Ariri, who was sleeping soundly in the bedroom. Why had she answered the phone just now? Even if the call had connected, she had provocatively hugged his neck, making those overly charming sounds. Wasn't she just trying to stir up trouble for Uchiha? But now, it was too late for regrets. Instead of dwelling on what had happened, he needed to think about how to resolve the current situation. Chisato, who was in the kitchen, raised his eyes to look at the sofa in the living room. Uchiha sat there with her arms crossed, her toes wrapped in black stockings, gently tapping the ground. There was a particularly noticeable gloom and irritation in her eyes, completely different from her usual self. Her elegance and composure seemed a distant memory. From her small movements and the expression on her face, it was clear that she was extremely angry. It was no wonder, after all, her original plan had been exposed by Eri, and she had been outmaneuvered. No one could take such a revelation calmly, especially not a woman like Uchiha, who had a spirited and competitive personality. Uchiha's thoughts must be a mix of shame, regret, and frustration. Coffee. Chisato walked out of the kitchen and placed the steaming mug in front of Uchiha. She stopped tapping her feet, but aside from that, she didn't react. She sat quietly, and the space between them filled with an uncomfortable silence. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of Uchiha's chest as she breathed, Chisato might have thought she was just a lifelike doll sitting on the sofa. How Chisato sighed softly. At that moment, thunder rumbled outside the window, adding an inexplicable atmosphere to the room. Speaking of which, it was still raining outside. He brushed Uchiha's damp hair aside and looked at her lower legs, near her ankles. The black stockings clung tightly to her skin because of the rain. Uchiha hadn't even noticed her state when he walked in. Chisato shook his head in annoyance and quickly turned to run to the bathroom. When Uchiha heard the sound, she discreetly shifted her gaze toward the direction he had gone. Upon hearing his footsteps return, she quickly resumed her original indifferent, tired, and lifeless posture. Chisato came back with a dry towel and handed it to Uchiha. "Wipe your hair and take off your stockings. I'll wash them and dry them for you." Uchiha remained unmoved, insisting on carrying out her cold demeanor. Chisato had no choice but to sit beside her, spread the towel in his hands, and wipe her wet hair himself. Listening to the rustling sound in his ears, Uchiha finally turned her head to look at him and responded, "You're just being courteous, right?" She suppressed her anger, opting for her usual calm tone. Chisato focused on the task at hand, remaining relatively unfazed as he replied evasively, "I don't think I'm being courteous. It's natural to do this kind of thing for a girl you like." Uchiha bit her lower lip. "So, is hiding something like that from a girl you like and even making a call in the middle of it natural?" She tried her best to control her emotions, reminding herself repeatedly that her personality had led her to this point in her first dream life. Be patient, be patient." She suppressed the urge to retaliate, and a calm returned to their interaction. Chisato stood up and moved to sit beside her. While continuing to wipe her hair, he softly spoke again, "I'm sorry." Uchiha's eyelashes fluttered. "Why apologize? You called me several times, but I never answered. You must have been very anxious. I'm sorry for making you worry." "Chisato, you." Uchiha looked at him, her eager tone abruptly faltering as she sighed silently. There was no way around it. In love, the moment you realize you like someone, you're already at a disadvantage. "Where's Eri?" she asked about the source of her frustration. "In the room, she just fell asleep." Chisato put down the towel and glanced at Uchiha's stockings. The stockings she wore were different from the knee-high ones Eri usually wore. They were pantyhose, gathered tightly around her waist. Given her current seated position, removing them was not easy. Uchiha looked at him and understood. After a moment of hesitation, she placed her hands under her knees and slightly raised her legs. Chisato willingly slipped his hands beneath her skirt, slowly removing her pantyhose and placing them aside before taking a towel and wiping her feet dry. Uchiha watched his actions with a flushed face. It was hard to say how angry she really was. When the call connected, her anger had been somewhat uncontrollable. On the taxi ride over, she had slowly regained her composure. Upon reflection, it wasn't so difficult to accept. After all, in her opinion, it was only a matter of time before one of them would come out on top. Furthermore, this situation might have been her own fault. "Does Eri know about my date with you on Thursday?" "Yeah." "Haha, so that's why she said that when I called her earlier." Uchiha sighed, seemingly relieved. She picked up the coffee and took a small sip. To be honest, it was a bit too sweet for her liking, but she chose not to comment further. Chapter 212, Uchiha's Jealousy. Don't be angry. Eri just wanted to play a little joke on you. Wouldn't it be great if you found a chance to repay her later? Isn't this how you two have always gotten along? Chisato wiped her feet, gently tickling her soles to make her retract, and smiled gently. Don't be so angry. It's easy to say. The pajamas you're wearing were chosen for you. Huh? Ah. They're quite comfortable to wear. Thank you. Uchiha's eyelids twitched. There's also a set in the same style in the guest room. I originally planned to come over tomorrow night, wear the same outfit as you, and take a group photo for wallpaper. Then we could sit on the sofa together and watch TV until late at night. But now, you're wearing this outfit, and that so, Ariri, has taken away all the beautiful expectations in my heart. Uchiha, no matter what, it would be better not to call Ariri a sow. I don't believe she didn't call me a fat woman in front of you. Chisato covered his face with his hand. Uchiha's eyes flashed, and she stood up and walked toward the master bedroom. Although she was particularly frustrated by Ariri's superior skills today, it really wasn't in line with her character to not do something to calm her mind while she was here. She was afraid that Chisato would be annoyed if she had a bad temper, but she had no worries at all about Ariri. Wait a minute, Uchiha. Chisato reacted a moment too slowly, and by the time he quickly stood up to follow, Uchiha had already opened the door and stepped inside. Uchiha surveyed the room and fell into silence again. Chisato followed her in, looking away with a headache and exhaling softly. Even though she was mentally prepared, Uchiha was still shocked by the scene in front of her. First, there was the smell. The air conditioning was on in the room, but even so, Uchiha could still detect an unusual, warm scent, mingled with the hormones released during the collision and interaction between men and women. That peculiar smell. This odor was quite noticeable, making people feel emotional and confused. Pillows and sheets were scattered messily on the floor. White tissues were strewn around the bed. White long-sleeved gloves and white stockings were tossed here and there. The most eye-catching item was the pink and white dress. It looked tattered and could no longer be worn, clearly having suffered serious violence during its lifetime. All of this combined silently conveyed the anxiety of the earlier encounter. Uchiha walked to the damaged dress, picked it up, examined it briefly, and then tossed it away in disgust. She glanced at the center of the bed, where Ariri lay sleeping on her side, her beautiful curves exposed. It seemed she had thought of a way to repay her. Uchiha was about to take out her phone but suddenly stopped her movement. She raised her right hand in disbelief, pinched her index and middle fingers together, and then slowly released them, feeling a very sticky discomfort. It seemed to be something she had picked up while handling the dress, something resembling snot. But seeing Chisato silently covering his mouth and lowering his head, Uchiha knew it was definitely not snot. Uchiha's eyes grew increasingly hollow. She approached the bed and ignored Ariri's subconscious cries in her sleep. She wiped the uncomfortable sensation from her fingers on her back, slowly opened the covers, and reached for her phone. Initially, she just wanted to save face, but the current situation was driving her crazy with jealousy. With emotionless eyes, she smiled, contemplating the consequences of taking a picture of Ariri in this state and telling Mrs. Sawamura. That would be quite exciting. This is broken. Chisato secretly thought that something was wrong. In the current situation, there was no way he could remain uninvolved. Calm down, Uchiha. He moved directly over to grab Uchiha's cell phone and threw it onto the bed, then tightened his arms, lifting her by the hips. Leave me alone. Let me take the picture. Uchiha struggled hard, and the commotion roused Ariri from her sleep. Hey. You're here. She opened her eyes, and her first words made Uchiha calm down immediately. After a moment of processing the situation, Ariri wrapped the blanket around herself again, leaving only her little head exposed. She yawned and looked at Uchiha's livid face, raising the corners of her lips to reveal a pair of small tiger teeth. It's really embarrassing for you to come here so late, but if you have any questions, we can talk about it tomorrow. I just finished dealing with Chisato, and now I'm sleepy and tired and just want to sleep. Such an obvious provocation made Uchiha fail to calm down. She restrained her anger and curled her lips. Are you trying to provoke me? Now that the words had been spoken, Ariri's eyes sharpened. You were the one who caused trouble first. I don't know what you're talking about. You're still pretending. Chisato told me you hid it from me and planned to go out alone with him on Thursday. That's true, but in my plan, I didn't intend to reach your level. Oh, do you think I'll believe that? Believe it or not, what you're doing now is undoubtedly declaring war on me. Declaring war means declaring war, so what? I've known for a long time that you have a lot of dissatisfaction with me. Very good. You should be mentally prepared. Don't end up like a prodigal dog who comes to play the pity card. That kind of talk is more suited to you right now. The two exchanged heated words, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Finally, Chisato spoke. I asked, did you two ignore my existence? He placed Uchiha roughly on the bed and then used his free hand to deliver 2 heavy thumps on their backsides. Uchiha exclaimed, while Ariri's body sensitivity hadn't faded from their earlier interaction, leading to a somewhat sultry vocal reaction. Uchiha snorted and sneered, the sow that shakes her ass. Ariri retorted, her cheeks flushing, someone's being sour. I won't tell who it is. Okay, stop. No more quarrels allowed from now on. After Chisato spoke in a more serious tone, the situation was effectively controlled. Although the two still glared at each other, fortunately, there was no further verbal exchange. Let's discuss everything tomorrow. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning now, and we still have to go to school. The two fell silent for a moment. Although they disliked each other, they both understood that following Chisato's lead at this time was the right choice. Then, take me to another room to rest. Uchiha extended her hands. Ayuri slapped her arm, saying, you can't walk by yourself. Chisato is already very tired. Haha. Don't you know who made him so tired? Now we're talking about your situation. Why are you being so willful? It's nothing to be willful. What some people do is insidious. Chisato slowly sat on the edge of the bed, gently rubbing his brow with his knuckles. Yes, the second wave has begun. Chapter 213, Forgotten System. 6:30 in the morning. Chisato woke up. Compared to previous days, he had woken up much later in the morning today. This was, of course, to be expected. He had been quarreling for so long last night and then had to brace themselves to deal with the two people who had been arguing constantly. He had only managed to sleep for about 2 hours in total. Given her initial physical condition, she would probably have difficulty getting out of bed today. However, it could only be said that she still had some strength left, and it wasn't a bad idea to fight again. Withdrawing his numb arm from Ayuri's pillow and gently pushing Uchiha's thigh away from his body, Chisato got up carefully. Ayuri didn't react at all. After all, she had been exhausted last night and was still sleeping peacefully. As for Uchiha, her eyelids fluttered, vague, lovely murmurs escaping her lips as she stretched out her hand to gently rub in front of herself, as if she were searching for something. Seeing this, Chisato didn't even bother adjusting his half-worn pants and hurriedly handed over the pillow that had been lying aside. Uchiha held the pillow tightly in her arms, sandwiching it between her thighs, and then fell back into a peaceful sleep. After Chisato got dressed, he gently stuffed all the unusable and messy things on the floor of the room into the trash can. It wasn't too early, and making a complicated breakfast wasn't feasible, so after washing up, he simply diced some meat and added corn kernels to stir-fried rice. He moved quickly, but it was only 7 o'clock by the time he finished everything. He returned to his room and shook both of them awake. No matter whether they went to school today or not, they had to finish breakfast first. Uchiha's reaction was straightforward. She gently said, "Leave me alone, I'm taking a day off today," and closed her eyes again. Ayuri couldn't afford to be as carefree as Uchiha. If she were absent from school today and the class teacher called home, she would never have the freedom to go out again in the future. She slowly straightened her aching waist, holding the bed with both hands as she prepared to get out. However, the moment she lifted her legs, she couldn't help but gasp at the sudden cold. How should she put it? It felt as if she had experienced hundreds of squats and crawled back and forth. Not only was there discomfort there, but the muscles all over her body screamed, sending an irresistible signal to her brain that they couldn't be used in the short term. It was similar to the hangover from drinking. No matter how joyful the experience was at the time, the aftermath was miserable. The good thing was that the after effects of this kind of experience would only be more severe the first time. As her body adjusted, it wouldn't seem so embarrassing in the future. Haha, you deserve it. Uchiha thought, a smirk playing on her lips. The more pain Ayuri displayed now, the happier she felt. Who let you eat alone? In the dream, it's easy for Chisato to face both of us at the same time, let alone just you alone, I want you to take care of it. Ayuri snapped, turning her head to kick her hard. But as soon as she finished speaking, she pressed her hand to her cheek, her expression shifting subtly. Seeing this, Chisato felt a pang of sympathy, his reason outweighing his desire. He had been so happy last night, and it was indeed a bit inappropriate. Not only had he woken the tired Ayuri again, but he had also pushed her body to its limits within the range she could accept. "I'll do it," he said, sitting on the edge of the bed. He lifted Ayuri onto his lap, helped her put on her underwear, and then assisted her with the pleated skirt and shirt one after another, arranging them neatly. During this time, Ayuri enjoyed herself immensely, occasionally casting provocative, proud glances at Uchiha behind her. Everything went smoothly except for the process of getting dressed. However, there was one thing that left Chisato puzzled. What should he do with Ayuri's long hair, which hung over her shoulders and looked messy after a night of play? Looking at Ayuri, who was now as soft as a puddle in her arms, Chisato understood that it would be difficult for her to lift her hands, let alone comb her hair. In that case, he could only turn to another person present for help. "Uchiha, I'm not familiar with this, so I'll leave it to you." Uchiha tucked her fingers into her hair and said, "What should I do, Chisato? You specifically asked for my help. It's not easy for me to refuse, but looking at the expression on this person's face, It seems she doesn't really want me to assist. Ariri almost bit her teeth in frustration. Chisato, don't worry. Just come wherever you want, who asked her. Chisato had no choice but to try on his own. However, Uchiha, unable to stand by and watch his clumsy movements, leaned over to take the hair tie from his hand. Ariri remained silent. After the familiar twin tails were tied up, Uchiha gently tapped the back of Ariri's neck with her fingers. With such an obvious mark in such a conspicuous place, just pray that Aunt Sawamura won't notice it if she's careless. You don't have to worry about it, Ariri responded weakly, squeezing out an inaudible thank you between her teeth before leaving the house. Uchiha either didn't hear or pretended not to hear, as she lay back down on the bed without offering any response. To be honest, Chisato couldn't understand the awkward relationship between the two. After breakfast, Ariri couldn't go to school by herself in her condition. So, Chisato walked her all the way to the school gate. After seeing her enter the teaching building, he turned around and left with a sense of relief. Due to this delay, Chisato was late, as expected. Good students receive preferential treatment. The teacher didn't say anything, she just asked him to return to her seat and continued teaching. Kazusa secretly threw a note to him, which only had a small question mark on it. Chisato tilted his head and mouthed back, I overslept. A smile appeared on Kazusa's face. It seemed quite amusing to her to see Chisato, a model student, in such a gaffe. After a brief exchange, Kazusa returned her attention to the blackboard. During this time, she had made an agreement with Chisato. They would get good grades in the upcoming monthly exams and then relax at the school festival. As for Chisato, while he appeared to be staring at the direction of the podium, in reality, he was focused on the Pure Love System panel. Last night, Ariri had reminded her about the magical Girlka's costume, which suddenly made him think of it. Ah, it turns out I have another system. Chapter 214, A Visit to Yukino's apartment. There was no other way, after all, as time passed, the existence of all aspects of the Pure Love System had been overshadowed by the evil system, making it completely unnoticeable. However, when he clicked on it again, she noticed some small changes. In the mall interface, all the sold-out products had been removed from the shelves and replaced with a new batch of items. Current points, 12,000. The following are the redeemable products in this issue. 1. Money, 1,000 yen out of 1 point. The most beautiful hand in the world, 2,000 points. Furniture mastery, 1,000 points. Master level music theory, 10,000 points. Animal friendly, 500 points. Breath holding mastery, 500 points. Random blind box, 1 time out of 100 points. Generally speaking, there are no changes in terms of money and blind boxes. The main focus is on the 5 clearly marked products in the middle. Chisato frowned. Are beautiful hands and holding your breath serious? What's the use of those? And what the heck is furniture proficiency? But there were also surprises for him. Master music theory. That was something he had been worried about recently, and now he realized he had actually stumbled upon this through the useless Pure Love System. He focused his attention and clicked to view the detailed information about this item. Master level music theory. You possess practical and theoretical knowledge about music, including but not limited to reading music, intervals, chords, rhythm, beats, harmony, polyphony, musical form, melody, orchestration, and many other aspects. This can be mastered easily. Chisato's breathing became erratic. The concise description ignited excitement in his heart. There is no doubt that this is an extremely important and indispensable core skill related to his future achievements. Mastering this skill means he can easily recreate the songs and music from his previous life in his mind. Instead of relying on the most primitive and inefficient method, reviewing and making changes repeatedly with everyone involved in the band, he could work several times faster, as if running at rocket speed. He had to have it. Chisato glanced at his point balance. He didn't choose to buy it directly but instead turned his attention to the blind box. Just as he had obtained the panacea at an almost free price, with the blessing of his luck talent, he planned to recreate the scene again. While silently reciting the master-level music theory, he directly initiated 10 consecutive draws. The light curtain, visible only to him, began to flash dramatically, revealing item after item. Continental tires, water of life, pink glasses, wooden knives, dark hoods, ice cream. To his disappointment, luck did not favor him this time. He only received useless items. These things were temporarily stored in a backpack. He could either take them out later or just throw them away. Looking at the remaining 11,000 points, Chisato chose not to continue with random draws and instead spent 10,000 points to acquire the master-level music theory. This left him with a balance of 1,000 points for emergencies. As soon as the purchase was completed, colorful light erupted silently, floating around Chisato before slowly integrating into his body. He slowed his breathing and noticed subtle changes. He found that he could interpret the sounds of the classroom from the podium and the chalk falling on the blackboard in musical terms. After class, Chisato took out his headphones to listen to music and discovered that the headphones, which had previously sounded fine, now produced an unbearable noise. The sound was rough and difficult to listen to. He understood that it wasn't the headphones that were faulty, his ears had become more sensitive. The effects of the master-level music theory skill manifested in many aspects, not just in one area. There were numerous improvements to explore and understand in the future. For the first time, Chisato felt that the pure love simulator had some genuine effect. Kazusa, did you wear perfume today? It smells really good. What are you talking about? Idiot. Kazusa's eyes wandered, and she quickly exited through the back door of the classroom. Chisato took a pen and sketched the symbolic notes on paper, gently producing the corresponding onomatopoeia with his mouth, feeling increasingly uplifted. Sobu High School. The service department during lunch break was different from before. 3 desks were placed in the middle of the classroom. Yukino, who had previously accepted Hiratsuka's commission, had been teaching Iroha during this period. Of course, this was only the apparent situation. The real reason for her presence was to figure out why Iroha had been so disturbed before. After spending the past few days together and making insinuations, Yukino hadn't gleaned any useful information. She even began to doubt what Hiratsuka had said to her. After all, the cute and bright Iroha in front of her now, who resembled a small animal, couldn't possibly be described as extremely sad and lost. No way, Uegahama-senpai. Although it's delicious, I can't fit it in. Iroha covered her mouth with her left hand, with handmade biscuits in the shape of bears in front of her. Then pack it up and eat it tomorrow. Speaking of which, senpai, you're amazing. Most girls nowadays don't know how to make their own desserts. The cake you brought yesterday was also very delicious. Ah. Haha, it's actually not me, it was my mother who made it. She recently signed up for a dessert class with the aunt next door and has been practicing at home. I see. The cheerful conversation between the two was interrupted by Yukino. The break is almost over. Let's start on the questions. If you remember what you said yesterday, well, today's exercises shouldn't be too difficult. Yes. After Iroha responded, while Yukino turned around to pour tea, she leaned over to Yui's side and spoke quietly. Although we've been together for a while, I'm still a bit afraid of Yukino-shita-senpai. I always feel that she's a strict person. Haha, Yukino is actually very gentle. However, this gentleness is deeply hidden and won't be revealed easily. If you spend some time with her, you'll understand. Is that so? Let's focus on today's exercises. I won't disturb you any longer. Okay. When Yukino handed the exercise paper to Iroha, she spoke again. Ishiki-san, are you free this weekend? Hey, yes. What's up, senpai? It's best to be consistent with your studies, but based on your performance over the past 2 days, I'm a bit worried about your self-discipline. So I thought, if it's convenient, I could come to your house, or you could come to mine. Is Yukino coming back this weekend? Yui had learned from Yukino that she had been going home to stay for a while instead of returning to her apartment alone. Yes. Yu immediately turned to Iroha and exclaimed excitedly, let's go to Yukino's house. I'll come over then. She lives alone, and the apartment is really nice. We can also cook together in the evening. Yukino quickly corrected her, we're not going to have fun this weekend. Yeah, I know, but after studying, it wouldn't hurt to relax a little, right? Yukino glanced at Yui, who was getting excited without permission. She sighed softly and then chuckled. She looked at Iroha. The decision lies with Ishiki. If you don't like this way of learning, you can cancel the weekend activities. It all depends on you. Yui pouted and said nothing, but her big eyes revealed an almost pleading look. It was obvious she really wanted to go to Yukino's apartment for a legitimate reason. Seeing this signal, Iroha felt she had no way to reject such a request. Besides, she really didn't have any plans for the weekend. Then I'll bother you, Yukino-shita-senpai. I'll be visiting you this weekend, she said. Thus, the weekend arrangements were decided. Chapter 215, Dinner Invitation. First Music Room. Lunch break time was the same as before. After lunch, Kazusa, Chisato, and Hitori were all doing their own things to pass the time. Ever since she established her relationship with Chisato, the focus of Kazusa's life has changed. In the past, she followed the rules of society and acted like a good student with nothing to do. Her grades didn't matter, and she never thought about her future plans. She lived an ignorant life according to her own whims. But now, under the influence of Chisato, she has new goals and motivation. She has been working hard to study recently, and whenever she encounters questions she doesn't understand, she asks him for help privately. Even during lunch break, she was holding an English textbook, practicing her speaking and pronunciation. As a child, she had participated in competitions abroad and had some foundational skills, so mastering English was much easier for her than other subjects. However, during today's study session, she felt a little strange because she was multitasking. This strange feeling was not about herself but about someone else in the room. If it were studying or something similar, she wouldn't have been so perceptive. But when it came to music, the situation was entirely different. She had inherited her mother's excellent musical talent and had focused on this field since she was a child. With her genius-like talent and skill on the piano, there was no reason she shouldn't notice this unnatural situation in front of her. Chisato was practicing the piano. He seemed to be in good spirits today. As soon as he entered the classroom during lunch break, he immediately sat down at the piano. Should she call it momentum or charisma? In any case, Kazusa half-jokingly remarked that while his piano skills were not very good, the feeling he was displaying made him seem like an expert who had studied the piano for many years. At that time, Hattori agreed and echoed her sentiment. Chisato just laughed without saying anything more and started playing the piano. It still felt familiar at first. His touch on the keys was not strong enough, resulting in a soft sound coming from the piano. His fingers and foot on the sustain pedal did not cooperate very well, the melody was either dragged out too long or stopped abruptly after a while. In short, it was no different from before. After all, he was a novice who had only been playing the piano for a little over a month, so it was understandable. The change came after lunch when Kazusa began to look at Chisato more frequently. It was still the simple etude she had taught him before, but as he played it repeatedly, the speed of his progress became astonishing. From Chisato's serious expression, she could see his concentration and a hint of joy. With each repetition, one aspect of the piece improved, and he gradually approached perfection. Kazusa didn't realize when she had put down the English textbooks in her hands. After Chisato finished playing, she walked over to the piano. It seems I am not as talentless in music as you suggested before, Kazusa. Chisato smiled rather boastfully. Kazusa first glanced at his hands, which were casually placed on the keys, then raised her gaze to meet his eyes. She couldn't hold his gaze for more than 2 seconds before looking away, feeling embarrassed. She asked, "Have you been studying the textbooks I gave you at home?" Chisato nodded. "Yes, it's not just that. I've also watched some video tutorials from piano bloggers online, including techniques and practice methods. I find them very useful." Based on his explanation, Chisato provided convincing reasons for his unnatural progress. He was not foolish enough to flaunt his newly acquired music theory skills as if they were a treasure, which would have seemed a bit too unnatural. However, his answer seemed to make Kazusa a little unhappy. Strange. There shouldn't be any flaws. Chisato felt nervous. "Are you really watching other people's piano tutorials online?" Chisato was taken aback for a moment but quickly regained his composure. It was a false alarm. He explained, "It's just a foundation. For advanced piano skills, I will definitely have to consult you, Miss Tma." "That's without question." But Teacher Tma still seemed a bit dissatisfied. "Even if it's just the basics, encountering the wrong guidance and developing bad habits can be very troublesome to correct later. It's not that serious. I only use the online tutorials as a reference. The real practice methods are mainly based on the books you gave me. Besides, the bloggers I follow are all certified professionals. That's not very comprehensive. No matter how detailed the video is, it's not as important as having a qualified teacher. If there's no teacher around to provide guidance and correct mistakes as they arise, there will still be potential risks." Chisato was silent for a moment, reflecting on the meaning of Kazusa's words. "Why did you suddenly stop talking?" "No. I just suddenly felt that your hard work lately seemed to be paying off, and you were actually able to make insinuations and irrefutable remarks. Don't think of me as an idiot. I understand, don't be angry. During this period, you are also preparing for the monthly exams, and your time is very limited. Don't worry, I'll seek your advice after it's over. Just don't bother me then. As long as you're not so clueless that I lose my patience." Kazusa crossed her arms, having received the answer she wanted. She smiled brightly. "Oh, right." She secretly glanced at Hattori, who was practicing guitar with headphones on, feeling relieved. But even so, she lowered her voice. "Mom said she wanted to invite you to dinner before. She wanted me to confirm your availability so she could arrange the restaurant later." Chisato thought for a moment and realized there was indeed such a thing. "Are you coming with me, Kazusa?" Kazusa tilted her head, a subtle smile appearing. "Do you want to have dinner alone with my mother?" I just asked casually. "Don't look at me with such a scary expression. As long as it's the weekend, I can do it anytime." "Understood. It seems like you're getting along well with your mother lately. I just think she's annoying." This time, she came back to stay unusually long. She has no activities planned and just stays at home all day. It's not like her at all. Obviously, she misses you. Forget it. A hint of disgust crossed Kazusa's face. She was unwilling to continue discussing her mother. I'm going back to reading. You can keep practicing the piano. This is for you. Chisato took out 2 chocolates from his pocket and placed them in Kazusa's palm. She took one and ate it, then looked at Hitori, who was sitting facing the window. She walked over, gently patted her shoulder, and handed her the remaining chocolate. Chapter 216, A New Neighbor. Ariri, ever since her relationship with Chisato officially took that step, had been in a cheerful and bright mood. Everything seemed incredibly beautiful in her eyes, perhaps because the calm demeanor of the winner relieved her worries. Even Uchiha, who had always been difficult to deal with, appeared lovable to her. She still remembered how Uchiha had answered the phone that night, expressing your good in an extremely angry yet helpless tone. Getting the body of the person you like is certainly a direct source of happiness, but as an indispensable part of this relationship, Uchiha's reaction is also a delicacy for her. How should she put it? Ariri liked her dissatisfied and angry expression, even though there was nothing she could do about it. Do you think Chisato's first time belongs to you? It's with me, the witty Ariri. Ah, that scene. I can't help but think about it every time, and I get an exhilarating rush in my head. It's so satisfying. On Thursday, Ariri, exhausted from the previous night, went to the health room and lay down all morning, pretending to feel unwell. After returning home from school in the afternoon, she used the same excuse to wrap herself tightly in a thin blanket, even taking food back to her room to eat. Naturally, her aim was to prevent her family from discovering the dark red marks on her body caused by Chisato. The way she walked also seemed unnatural due to her physical discomfort. She looked forward to growing up soon. This feeling of guilt, like a thief at home, was really uncomfortable. It would be fine when she got to college. When that time came, she would have a legitimate reason to move out and live alone, freeing her from her family's interference. It was Saturday. Chisato went to work in the evening, as was his regular schedule, but he was still at home during the day. Ariri, understanding this, had nearly recovered physically over the past 2 days, and her mind was becoming more active. She planned to take advantage of their free time to enhance their emotional connection. After 2 lifetimes of experience in her dreams, Ariri chose not to go directly to his door. Instead, she stopped at a fruit shop to buy some fruits to carry with her. This subtle display of femininity might seem insignificant on ordinary days, but over time, it took on a completely different and noteworthy feeling. On the way to the apartment in the car, Ariri thought about the day's arrangements in advance. There was a business district near Chisato's apartment. In the afternoon, she could take him shopping at Muji and check out what movies had been recently released in theaters. Horror films were the best, she understood everything about them. If that didn't work out, romantic movies and comedies were both acceptable and could create a pleasant atmosphere for their time together. Then, it should end early, allowing her to return to the apartment with him. He had cooked the last meal, so this time it was her turn to show off her cooking skills. She wanted to demonstrate her intellect and thoughtfulness, hoping to win his heart with delicious dishes. With such a plan in mind, Ariri walked briskly into the apartment lobby after paying the fare. In the elevator, she noticed 2 girls standing together, looking embarrassed. As she got closer, she could hear their conversation. "Uegahama-senpai, why doesn't the elevator respond when you press the button? When I visited Yukino's house before, she came down to pick me up. I didn't know much about it. Oh, by the way, I remember now. Yukino took me with her and swiped something in the sensing area of this machine. At first glance, it seems this elevator can only be accessed by swiping an access card. We actually have to own the access card to go to her room. Coming in early was a mistake." The girl with short flaxen hair sighed softly. "We can only call Yukino Shita-senpai, there's nothing we can do if we waste time here." "Well, that's all we can do." The girl with pink hair took out her cell phone from her pocket. From their conversation, Ariri roughly understood their predicament. She approached them and took the initiative to chat. "Well, I'm about to go up. If you don't mind, you can come with me." The 2 girls in front of her didn't seem like troublemakers, based on their conversation and appearance, so Ariri didn't mind helping them. "Ah, thank you very much." The 2 looked at each other, then surprisingly spoke in unison, both expressing their gratitude. "Don't be so polite, it's just a small effort." As Ariri was about to put the fruit in her hand down, the flaxen-haired girl took the initiative to grab it. After swiping the access card, the 3 of them entered the elevator together. Ariri pressed the button for her floor, and when she turned around to ask, the pink-haired girl exclaimed in surprise, "What a coincidence. We're on the same floor." "You remember correctly, Uegahama-senpai." "That's absolutely right." Yukino-chan's house number is 1502, which is on the 15th floor. The pink-haired girl spoke with absolute certainty. That's such a coincidence, my home is 1501. Ariri was also slightly surprised. It's right next door. I always feel like we're destined to meet, it's like fate. It's just a coincidence, senpai. Your current behavior resembles that of the uncle you were chatting with. I'm just saying what's on my mind. Maybe we'll see each other more often in the future. The probability of that is very small. We can only come here on weekends during this period. While they chatted casually, the elevator door opened. Eri arrived at the door of Chizato's apartment, opened it, turned around, smiled at the two girls, walked inside, and closed the door. You and Iro didn't have the habit to pry into someone else's home, but that didn't stop them from glancing at the nameplate on the door. It was blank, no last name was written. They probably just moved here, Yue murmured to herself. She rang the doorbell of Yukino's house. Iro yawned lightly, all because Yue had called her early in the morning, asking her to come over sooner, which left her a bit sleepless. After studying for a while, she had requested Yukino to let her take a break. Chapter 217, Utaha's caution. You're here. Ah, you actually brought some fruit, you're so thoughtful. In the living room, Utaha, dressed in white cotton pajamas, smiled at Ariri, who had unexpectedly come to visit. She pointed at the coffee table, indicating where to put her things. Just put whatever you want there. You really think of this place as your own home, don't you? Ariri ignored her and walked directly to the dining table. It was around 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning. Utaha wasn't wearing a hairband, and her hair fell casually over her shoulders, suggesting that she had just woken up. It was evident she had spent the night here. Ariri bit her lower lip. She should have known that Utaha, with her lax family rules, would never miss an opportunity to stay by Chizato's side. The apartment she used to live in was a bit small and inconvenient in many ways, but now that she had moved to a new home, that concern was gone. I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't prepare breakfast. But I still have half a pancake on my plate. Do you want it? Saying this, Utaha pushed her plate toward Ariri. Who wants to eat your leftovers? Ariri replied, filled with disgust. Seriously, Chisato specially cooked it. It took over 20 minutes to prepare, and it's quite delicious. You won't get to enjoy it, Utaha said, pulling the plate back. Could you explain why you're wearing my clothes? Huh? Are these your pajamas? Utaha seemed surprised and then tugged at her shirt. Let me tell you, I've been feeling a bit stuffy since last night. It turns out it's because my top is too small and is choking me. Oh, so it's just that the top is too small? Not necessarily, the pajamas are also one size too small. Look at your elephant legs and big butt, they're stretching my pants like sausages. Hey, whatever you say. Utaha crossed her legs, cut off a small piece of pancake with a knife and fork, and put it in her mouth. Anyway, it's enough that I had a great time with Chisato last night. After hearing her words, Ariri first glanced at Utaha's neck, then followed the deep Y-shaped mark of her spread collar. Wherever she looked, she didn't see the familiar dark red sign of intense occupation. Combined with the other person's energetic demeanor, she quickly concluded that this girl had been intimate with Chisato again. She felt relieved. Ariri didn't bother her further, she walked a few steps to the side and peeked into the kitchen. Not seeing anyone, she turned around and asked, "Where's Chisato?" "He woke up this morning sweating after spending so long with me. He's taking a shower now," Utaha replied. Ariri sneered disapprovingly, poured herself a glass of milk from the refrigerator, and sat at the table. "I know, morning exercises, right? If nothing unexpected happens during the week, he has this habit. Don't think you can use this to make me think otherwise. Really, I can't hide anything from you." Utaha seemed to be in a pretty good mood today, but Ariri didn't quite understand how she could adjust her mentality to such a point in just 2 days. "By the way, you can help me persuade Chisato. What should I advise him about? Don't let him work at that exhibition hall. He works so late every day, and it's exhausting for him. The most important thing is that he doesn't have time to spend with you, right? This is also good for you. If he doesn't work, you can come over after school for a while before going home. It's better than seeing him every Saturday and Sunday like you do now, right?" Utaha laid out her points. If she could persuade Chisato not to work part-time, it would benefit both of them. Especially for Ariri, who had limited time, this proposal was even more appealing. However, Chisato isn't someone who is easy to convince. Although he seems easygoing and gentle, he rarely gives up on decisions he's made because of external factors. Ariri saw this clearly, so she seemed a little hesitant. Utaha took out a tissue and wiped her mouth, tapping her well-manicured nails lightly on the wooden table. "That's why I asked for your help. If we both approach him together, the chances of success will be higher. Besides, there's another reason I want your assistance in this matter. Is there another reason? Of course. Most customers who frequent night exhibition halls are young people with excess hormones and bold, outgoing personalities. Do you understand what I mean? You mean Chisato will be approached by those hot girls, and then? Ayuri shook her head vigorously and said seriously, no, Chisato isn't that casual. I trust him. Oh. This time, it was Utaha's turn to sneer. She took the untouched glass of milk in front of Ayuri and poured half of it into her own empty cup. Did you drink so much milk from him the night before that it spread to your brain? Why do you notice some of my private actions but miss such an obvious thing? Listen, all men who are still breathing might have never acted unfaithfully to their partner, but that doesn't mean they've never thought about it. It doesn't matter if they just think about it, a gentleman will judge his deeds, not his thoughts. What if there are clear signs, like the dream where the two of us were with Chisato? What happened in that dream? You really didn't notice at all? Can you just tell me what it is? I'm tired of beating around the bush. Utaha sighed helplessly, glanced toward the bathroom, and then softened her voice, saying, in that dream, when you, the wife apparently married to Chisato, stayed at home taking care of the children all day long, I was on high alert every day, making sure to eliminate any rotten peach blossoms around him. Chisato is good looking. It's normal for girls to like him, it won't matter even if you don't care. If I had thought like you in that dream, then it would have been impossible to have such a happy ending. It's just your wishful thinking. Then let me tell you something that actually happened. When I was about 40 years old, Chisato's personal assistant, that seemingly harmless and innocent girl, almost got into your husband's arms, hugged his neck, and kissed him if I hadn't happened to pass by and ruined her plan. Chapter 218. She met him. Ayuri knew Utaha's character, and she wouldn't lie to her about something like this. What's wrong? Are you surprised by this fact? Your expression is quite something, Ms. Sawamura, with your pure love attitude. So how did you handle this matter? It was very simple. I asked the Human Resources Department to notify her that she was being let go. What was the reason? She didn't greet me when we passed each other in the company corridor. I felt like she was provoking me, and I felt disrespected. No matter how you put it, that's outrageous. Ayuri found it hard to believe. Utaha smiled contemptuously. Who told me I was already in a position of power while she was not? Moreover, I did this for Chisato to see. The outcome was obvious, he still valued me more than the girl who was trying to steal his attention. Instead of speaking out, he deliberately took time to take us on vacation to the Maldives as compensation and comfort for me. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to me that you have such wonderful travel memories. So you understand now? Put away your leisurely attitude. Now that everything is up in the air, the most important thing is for us to completely keep track of his whereabouts without making Chisato uncomfortable and to strive to protect him from any potential threats from other girls. If we can't do that, at the very least, we need to keep him in our sight at all times without any mistakes. That's the safest approach. I don't want to force myself to accept that there's a third person around him. Stop frowning and being silent all the time. How can I know what you're thinking if you don't speak? Do you want to help me? Just as Utaha leaned closer to Ayuri, Chisato walked out of the bathroom on the other side. He had simply tied a bath towel around his waist, with no clothes on his upper body. His wet hair dripped down, falling on his shoulders and flowing along his strong and attractive chest muscles to the line of his abdomen, where it was absorbed by the towel around his waist. Both women stared at him, their mouths slightly pursed, thighs tightening unconsciously, and their mouths and tongues filled with saliva as they made subconscious swallowing movements. Females' lust does exist. Ah, Ayuri is here too. Sorry, I forgot to bring my clothes, Chisato said with an awkward smile. He said nothing more and quickly walked back to his bedroom. Utaha snapped back to reality. She poked Ayuri's arm and noticed a look of longing similar to her own in the other girl's eyes. There's something I've been holding back that I haven't asked you. Stop talking. I probably know what you want to ask. Then tell me. It's super powerful, much more intense than in the dream. I felt like I was about to die from pleasure. Ayuri raised her hands to cover her face. Utaha's cheeks flushed pink and felt extremely soft. She suppressed the restless emotions in her heart and asked, so do you hope he'll be shared by guys other than us? You don't need to say anything. I understand. We'll find an opportunity later, and let's explore Chisato together. Utaha nodded slightly with satisfaction. It had been so reassuring to sleep in his arms last night. But the more reassured she felt, the more anxious she became, fearing she might lose him. Fortunately, she had now set aside the petty quarrels with Ayuri and finally succeeded in convincing this guy to be on the same side with her again. If the two of them joined forces, there was no possibility that anyone could breach their defenses. At least Uchiha was confident of victory now, she was so convinced. A corridor separated the Yukino-shita apartment. It was around 11 o'clock in the morning. Yukino was in the kitchen, checking the inventory in the refrigerator. Some time ago, her parents had called her home to stay for a few days. Before leaving, she had deliberately emptied the refrigerator of items that couldn't be stored, so now there were only a few onions and carrots left. There weren't many vegetables, and they couldn't sustain the needs of 3 people for lunch. Yukino wasn't particularly picky, but entertaining guests with such simple food wasn't her idea of hospitality. She decided to go downstairs to the nearby supermarket to buy some vegetables. In fact, she had originally planned to buy the ingredients for lunch in the morning, but Yu and Iroha had arrived over an hour earlier than they had previously agreed, which derailed her plans. However, it didn't matter, it was very convenient to go downstairs to buy groceries, and it didn't take long. Yukino took her access keycard, walked to the living room, and said to the two who were engrossed in their studies, "I'm going downstairs to buy some ingredients for lunch. I'll be back later. Is there anything you need me to bring?" Yu immediately put down her pen upon hearing this. "Going to the supermarket? Let's go together. I haven't been to the supermarket with Yukino yet, so Iroha, you should come too." "Hey, I don't really want to go to the supermarket. I'm usually sent by my mother to run errands." Iroha seemed a little reluctant. "Let's go together. The 3 of us can shop and choose the ingredients we like to eat. Let Yukino show off her skills later." But Yua didn't give up. Under her energetic persuasion, both Yukino and Iroha eventually abandoned their original plans, and the 3 of them set out together. In the elevator, Yua chatted with Yukino about how they were helped by the cute girl from the opposite family when they arrived, while Iroha chimed in with details. Upon arriving at the supermarket, the 3 of them went straight to the food section. While selecting meat products, Yua heard a familiar voice. She looked up and saw familiar golden hair. She patted Iroha on the shoulder. "What a coincidence. We met her again." Iroha looked over and smiled but didn't pay much attention. Then, a male voice caught her ear, prompting her to look up again, this time in disbelief, as if she had been electrocuted. Yua glanced at the 2 boxes of meat in her hands, unsure of what to choose, and asked Iroha for her opinion. However, after asking, she received no response, so she looked to her side. Chisato.Nissan. Iroha lost her train of thought, her lovely eyes shimmering with emotion. "Huh? Nissan? Does Iroha have a brother? Why have I never heard of him?" While Yui was still confused, Iroha took a step forward, shifting from a slow walk to a trot, quickly closing the distance of just a few meters. Under the surprised gazes of the 2 beautiful girls, she threw herself into the arms of the man in front of her, her eyes glistening with moisture. The defense that Uchiha believed she had carefully established to withstand all external impacts was easily breached right before her eyes. Chapter 219, Defense Breach. The supermarket was bustling with people coming and going. In the fresh meat section, there was an area that attracted a lot of attention, drawing many people to stop and watch. Some even poked their heads around, trying to find the source of the commotion. The reason for their curiosity was that the scene before them looked remarkably similar to something out of a movie. Whether it was a flaxen-haired girl throwing herself into a boy's arms and crying or a boy who appeared slightly bewildered as he was embraced by a girl, they all exuded youthful charm, good looks, and an idol-like perfection. The supporting female characters next to the boy also performed admirably, their shock mixed with anger. Emotions like jealousy and unwillingness flowed from their beautiful eyes, making the scene feel all the more real. One girl with long black hair and black stockings delivered a performance full of tension. She didn't have a single line, her sullen face and clenched fists were enough to project an aura of suffocating terror, embodying a spirit of defeat. Chisato paid no mind to the onlookers. He didn't even have time to care about the reactions of the 2 little wives around him, who had begun to live together in a sense. All his attention was focused on Iroha, who had thrown her arms around him tightly. A significant amount of time had passed since the last simulation. He had asked the Dark Wings to monitor the situation around him, and during this period, he concluded that everything was normal. He took it for granted that the evil system had resolved the issue of the heroine of the strategy game retaining residual simulation memories in reality while the simulation was in progress. Upon realizing that Hitori also participated in the simulation, he thought he had seen through the language trap of this prompt. The heroine who is a raider wouldn't retain her memory in reality, but that might not apply to the heroine who isn't a raider. However, he never expected to underestimate the insidiousness of the evil simulation. Would any system truly deceive its host like this? When Iroha rushed over and threw herself into his arms, Chisato's muscles tensed up instantly. Not from surprise, but from fear. Only he and Hitori knew the terrible things he had done to Iroha during her simulation. It would be an exaggeration to say that both humans and gods were angry. He had deliberately crafted a conspiracy that stretched over time, gradually subjecting her to guilt-filled events that left her helpless, sad, and unable to think clearly. She could only follow the path he had set for her, numb. According to the script, she would be tenderly redeemed in grief, fall in love with him, marry him, and spend the rest of her life with him. Thus, when Chisato, the instigator, saw Iroha rushing toward him, his first reaction was guilt, wondering if she was planning to stab him to death. He took a small step back, relieved to confirm that she wasn't carrying any deadly weapon. And now Chisato-Nisan. She called out to him. Chisato quickly concluded that Iroha was likely in a situation similar to Uchiha or Ariri. She was also aware of the events in that simulation. This was somewhat troublesome. Ignoring Iroha, who had buried her head in his chest to vent her emotions, Chisato turned toward the source of the ominous aura while simultaneously pushing away the white radish that Uchiha had pressed against his neck. "I can explain," he said, the first words out of his mouth being a typical scumbag's opening line. Uchiha felt as though her teeth were about to crack. She truly felt slapped in the face. Just before this, she had been so pleased with herself for convincing Ariri to agree with her suggestion. If everything went well, and Chisato could stop working part-time in the future, she could legitimately occupy his spare and rest time. As for Ariri, that guy had such a strict tutor that she couldn't frequently stay in the apartment. But she was different. She was a senior in high school about to graduate. Her family was very worried about her, so she had made up an excuse to rent an apartment nearby to start living with Chisato without worry. Even if Ariri got the first taste of his affections, she believed she could slowly regain her advantage in the future. There was still more than a year left before Ariri graduated from high school. With so much time ahead and in such a favorable situation, if she couldn't elevate Chisato's feelings for her above Ariri's, then she wouldn't need to waste any more time. She could simply lie back and enjoy the same dreamlike life being a lover without worry. Despite all her efforts, she hadn't anticipated that just as she was regaining control of the situation, a strange girl would appear out of nowhere while she was simply downstairs buying groceries. Even from a female perspective, the girl was quite cute, with soft, purring hair and an extremely delicate voice. She embodied the soft girl style that most people found appealing, likely igniting a desire for care in men. In this sense, she bore some resemblance to Ariri. Of course, physical appearance was secondary. The most important issue was her current intimate behavior with Chisato and the words he had just spoken. Can explain. Didn't that imply there was indeed some unspeakable connection between them? Uchiha's chest rose and fell violently from anger. She glared fiercely at Chisato. The experience gained in the dream told her that she couldn't allow her runaway emotions to dictate her thoughts, otherwise, the already bad situation might worsen. So she made what she thought was the best choice. She turned to look at Ariri, her gorgeous eyes reflecting undisguised murderous intent. Yes, they needed to unite with any strength they could rally around them. She felt anger and anxiety towards Ariri, who seemed in a daze and didn't grasp the situation. Desperately, she tried to signal her with her eyes. "What are you doing? This girl just jumped right in our faces. Why are you just standing there? Can you give me some kind of reaction?" However, Ariri was not as confused as she assumed. Ariri understood Uchiha's desperate glances but was unwilling to respond. Her experience of being Mrs. Chisato for 2 lifetimes had taught her one important lesson: never embarrass your husband in front of others due to your own reasons. Chapter 220, Awkward Situation. No matter what happens, even if you feel dissatisfied and aggrieved, you must go home and discuss it slowly without any outsiders present. This is the smartest and most effective way to resolve the incident. It may seem weak not to argue or quarrel, but it actually contains a great deal of wisdom. Therefore, what Uchiha did was the worst example in Ariri's view. As a top student, she would naturally not follow the misguided cues conveyed by her prodigal life. However, Ariri still spoke. When Iroha calmed down a little and raised her head from Chisato's chest, she chose to talk to Iroha. With a sweet smile, she spoke confidently. "What a coincidence, we meet again." Uchiha's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing those words. She suddenly felt betrayed. "Do you know each other?" "You answered naturally. When we came here this morning, we happened to meet in the elevator." Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah. Hello." Iroha also realized her gaffe at that moment. She quickly released her grip from Chisato's waist, and after responding to Ariri's words with a simple and perfunctory acknowledgement, her gaze returned to Chisato, unable to hide her interest. In the dream, the male protagonist who lived with her on screen had suddenly and casually appeared before her. This unexpected occurrence left her feeling anything but calm. Ariri took a step closer, allowing herself to be near Chisato while speaking again. But this time, she was addressing him directly, not Iroha. "Chisato, I thought I heard her call you brother just now. Are you two related? This was a very awkward question. Since Chisato couldn't grasp Iroha's specific situation, it was difficult for him to give a straightforward answer. At that moment, two other girls approached, pushing strollers from a distance, making their official debut. One was elegant and quiet, while the other was lively and animated. The latter even lowered her head slightly in greeting. Uchiha observed the two newcomers, her eyes sharpening and her scalp tingling. She felt she had been cautious enough, yet she still underestimated the seriousness of the situation. How could this guy attract so many people? The succubus analogy seemed overly exaggerated. After glancing at the 5 girls surrounding him, Chisato made a decision as the situation grew increasingly complicated. We've almost bought everything we need. If anything happens, let's talk about it when we get home. He first looked at you and then turned his attention to Iroha. They both nodded in agreement. Two groups of people, unaware of each other's names and identities, exited the supermarket one after the other, keeping a short distance apart. Iroha no longer followed Chisato. Instead, she chose to walk with Yukino and Yue. After all, they were seniors from the same school. Compared to the two unfamiliar girls, being with them felt much more reassuring. Yet, her gaze remained fixed on Chisato the entire time. This fixation made Yukino quite concerned. Recalling teacher Hiratsuka's entrustment, she instinctively felt that Iroha's earlier gaffe was somehow connected to the man in front of her. However, there was very little information available at this stage, and many things remained unclear. Fortunately, Yui was present. Thanks to her, Yukino didn't have to ask about everything herself. Iroha-chan, was that person just now your brother? Iroha shook her head. Is he your boyfriend? Yui's face turned red as she leaned closer to Iroha. She felt her guess was pretty close. The way Iroha had thrown herself into the other person's arms so intimately in public was a bold move that only couples would make. It's not like that. But Iroha continued to deny her speculation. Haha, I guessed wrong. Yui noticed Iroha's reluctance to discuss the matter and realized she might have been a bit too nosy. She quickly raised her hand to touch the back of her head and laughed to ease her embarrassment. However, he is really handsome and has a great temperament. He feels like an idol star from a TV series. Iroha didn't continue to refute this claim. Indeed, compared to his image on the TV screen, meeting Chisato in person made him appear even more handsome and exceptional. In contrast, the senior she had always felt a vague affection for seemed like nothing more than a passing figure. But what a mistake. How could she be so reckless as to run over and hug him? That was not the behavior of a well-behaved girl at all. Iroha felt her face heat up at the realization. Her earlier actions had been completely instinctual. By the time her mind reacted, her body had already made that move. It could only be said that although the dream had lasted only about a week, it had a significant impact on her. However, after recognizing that this was reality, she began to calm down a bit. Although her thoughts remained chaotic, she was starting to think through some issues. She couldn't help but revisit the reasons behind the strange dream that had occurred previously, pondering whether Chisato's sudden appearance was a sign of something significant. What's more, his reaction upon seeing her just now was somewhat troubling. They had never met in real life, yet his behavior felt familiar, as if he knew her equally well. Could it be that he had experienced something similar? The more Iroha thought about it, the more likely this possibility seemed, and her eyes gradually brightened. Deep down, she had always felt uneasy about the strange events she had encountered, but with no one to confide in, she had chosen to bear the burden alone. Although the outcome was favorable and she was no longer entangled in that weird dream, it still lingered in her mind. Now that she saw Chisato, who had appeared in her dreams, perhaps she could learn something from him that she never knew before. This feeling of finding someone on the same path was quite gratifying. It also made her look forward to the conversation with Chisato later. Chapter 221, A Talk with Iroha. Yukino Shita-senpai, Uegahama-senpai, you go in first, chat for a bit, and I will be back soon. Iroha turned her back to Chisato and the 3 others waiting at the apartment door, waving gently at the 2 seniors. Yukino nodded slightly and walked into the house with Yue. Yukino-chan, is everything okay with Iroha? I have a bad feeling. As soon as the door closed, Yue spoke hurriedly, her worried expression causing the smile she had just forced to vanish in an instant. Ishiki-san doesn't look like she was forced, so it should be fine. Yukino didn't appear worried and walked into the kitchen carrying the purchased ingredients. Yue hurriedly followed her, but this answer did not calm her nerves. It's not that I'm worried about her personal safety. Yukino-chan, didn't you notice there were 2 other girls beside the boy just now? Their relationship seems very strange, no matter how you look at it. Ishiki-san doesn't want us to know her relationship with that boy, so it's pointless for us to make random guesses. Instead of worrying about things beyond our control, we should focus on what we need to do and wait for Ishiki-san to come back. Maybe she'll take the initiative to share some details. Hey. Is that really possible? Looking at Yue, who suddenly seemed excited, Yukino sighed silently. I'm telling you, you're just being nosy about other people's affairs. Hee hee. Then, only 4 people remained in the hallway. Ayaroa turned around. She was not the type to lack social awareness. In fact, when she walked out of the supermarket, she had already noticed that the 2 girls around Chisato seemed to have a special relationship with him. Especially the girl with long black hair, whose vigilant and protective gaze was easy to interpret. Either she has a major crush on Chisato, or she is his girlfriend now. I kind of hope it's the former, then I'll still have a chance. No. What are you thinking? The most important thing right now is to figure out what happened to me, not to act like a fool. Ayaroa shook her head slightly, her eyes shifting from unfocused to determined. No matter what happens, please come in first and we'll talk later. It was awkward for Chisato to carry items with both hands, so Ariri opened the door. She walked in first and then turned around to invite Ayaroa in. Ayaroa bowed her head cautiously and stepped forward. Compared to the girl with long black hair, the girl with blonde hair always seemed more approachable and easier to get along with. After everyone entered the room, Chisato placed the items he was carrying on the dining table. He glanced at Ayaroa, who was obviously a little nervous, and then coughed lightly as if his throat were uncomfortable. Ariri immediately understood and quickly held Utaha's arm. We'll go back to the room first, you can chat at your leisure. After saying that, she couldn't help but drag Utaha toward the room. As the door opened and closed, only Chisato and Ayaroa remained in the living room. Finally alone, Ayaroa could calm down a little and take a more careful look at the protagonist who had appeared in her dreams. The brother who had become unfortunate because of her fault, yet was always strong and gentle, had finally emerged from the gloom. He was also her irreplaceable love for the rest of her life. Let's go to the living room and talk. Okay. The 2 of them sat down on the sofa. Chisato, like Ayaroa, had many questions he wanted answered at this moment, but just as he was about to speak, the door burst open. Utaha strode out and headed straight for the kitchen. Behind her, Ariri followed, her expression eager. In the middle, she turned to face the living room with an apologetic smile. Chisato slowly covered his face. It seemed that the 2 had some differences of opinion just now. He had previously stated that it was a mistake to go home and chat. He should have let them leave first and made plans to meet Ayaroa at a nearby coffee shop. I hope there won't be any further disputes. But what is there to be afraid of? Utaha quickly emerged from the kitchen, wearing a seemingly dignified smile that was entirely different from the resentful demeanor she had shown before. She placed 2 cups of hot tea she had just brewed on the coffee table and sat very close to Chisato. Chisato, you 2 talk first, I'm going to cook. She leaned over again and looked at Ayaroa. Please don't hesitate to let me know if you need anything. Thank you for your hard work. Ayaroa followed her mentor's etiquette and bowed politely. Utaha's expression darkened for a moment as she lowered her head slightly, only to brighten like a spring breeze the moment she raised it. She had finished showing what she needed to express. After seeing Ariri bring in the cut apples, she withdrew her right hand from Chisato's thigh, got up, and walked back with Ariri to the room. Now it was certain that there should be no more trouble for the time being. However, after her interruption, Chisato found it hard to continue. The words that had been brewing in his heart for so long were now all jumbled. Forget it, sometimes, overthinking isn't good. Just get straight to the point. Ask yourself the questions that matter most. How do you know my name? And why do you call me brother? Chisato understood that Ayaroa must have been influenced by the evil simulator, but the purpose of this question was to clarify how she had been affected. Just like Utaha Ariri, she was experiencing him simultaneously from a first-person perspective in a dream. Is it like playing a character as a second player, like Hitori, making certain choices behind the scenes? To some extent, it feels like they are working together to complete a certain game process. It would be impossible for Chisato to disclose the actual situation on his side to anyone. Instead, he could only act first and inquire about Ayaroa's specific situation to better contemplate what advice he should give in the future. It's a rather strategic approach, but from a self-interested perspective, it's understandable. Chapter 222, Her Experience. Ayaroa was unprepared for the question posed by Chisato. Even in her opinion, it was correct and reasonable for the other party to ask such a question. After all, she was the one who had been perfectly fine in the supermarket before impulsively hugging someone else's waist. Since she wanted something from the other party, she knew she had to explain herself carefully. Actually, I had a dream. Ayaroa carefully considered her words while studying Chisato's face. A dream? Chisato repeated her words, feeling a little clearer now. Ayaroa's situation seemed very different from Mariri and the others. Yes. Seeing that Chizato's expression was not strange, Ayaroa continued with newfound confidence, adding more details. Actually, it's not entirely accurate to call it a dream. I've been having a very similar dream for about a week now. What does this mean? The previous conjecture was overturned in an instant. It seemed that Ayaroa did not fit into the two situations they had previously considered. She had expanded into a new territory. Chisato grew a little uneasy. Ever since he learned that Hitori was simulating a connection with him as the second player, he had sensed a troubling reality. The term Evil Path Simulator felt misleading. It seemed to indicate that the negativity wasn't solely directed at the simulated heroine but also considered his own tendencies. In short, it harmed not only the simulated heroine but also the host himself. This time, it appeared to be the case again. A very similar dream for a week? He emphasized the question for confirmation. Ayaroa nodded obediently, then suddenly realized something. Don't you have similar experiences? In her subconscious, she had assumed that since they had no contact in reality, and since Chisato hadn't expressed confusion or resistance to her sudden behavior in the supermarket, he must know her and share similar experiences. But now it seemed that the other party was full of doubts, which contradicted her assumptions. Was my guess wrong? If that were the case, how did he come to know me? As Ayaroa's frown deepened, Chisato sensed her thoughts and quickly interjected, my situation is a bit complicated, and I can't explain it clearly in just a few words. I thought I'd discuss your issue first and then share my situation. Understood. Faced with an absolute information gap, Ayaroa found herself easily manipulated by Chisato. She no longer hesitated and detailed her situation. She recounted when her strange dreams began and ended, explaining that during those days, she was drawn into a dream each time, forced to watch 2 episodes of a film and television drama starring herself and Chisato. She described how she would be unable to leave until it finished, and began detailing the strange content broadcasted on the screen. As she spoke, Chisato uneasily picked up the teacup from the coffee table and took a sip. He was evidently burned by the hot tea, causing him to cough repeatedly. Ayaroa quickly paused her story, thoughtfully pulled out a tissue, and handed it to her. Are you okay? Ah, I'm fine. I'm used to drinking ice water. I didn't expect it to be so hot. I'm sorry to continue. Chisato took the tissue, wiped his mouth, then smiled casually to mask his earlier gaffe. He had truly been scared moments before, as he heard Ayaroa discussing how he viewed the simulated experiences from an omniscient perspective. What does this mean? It meant that the unspeakable, insidious things he had done, along with the entire process of his courtship that had gradually turned mad, were laid bare before her. There was no reason for her to be so respectful and kind to him after witnessing all this. Surely, she had come here to seek revenge, right? But as soon as this thought surfaced, Chisato's reason quickly denied it. If that were the case, Ayaroa wouldn't have been able to have a pleasant conversation with him here, nor would she have shown such concern when she was scalded by the tea. So, does that mean there's a hidden secret I don't know about? Arriving at this conclusion, he calmed himself and allowed his expression to reflect the attentive listening he had shown before. Well, I just talked about the content of that dream. What I saw on the TV screen, our lives. They are not the same as reality. We are still ourselves, but the surrounding circumstances are not ideal. In short, like us in another world? Yes. That's a very fitting statement. On the screen, I can see the story of our lives from different perspectives, just like watching a TV series, with you and me as the main characters. Sounds interesting. I thought so at first, but later I realized it was not the case. Ayaroa lowered her head slightly, bringing her knees together and placing her hands gently in her lap, rubbing her fingertips against each other. Chisato sensed something from her expression and continued to guide her. What did you see? The character I played on the TV screen in my dream was actually an out-and-out bad woman. After Ayaroa gathered her courage to say this, she bravely raised her head, allowing her wavering, uneasy eyes to meet Chisato's gaze. Chisato was momentarily at a loss for words. He had learned quite a bit from Ayaroa's statement. She believed she was a bad woman. Why did she think this? Initially, he had assumed she could accurately recount her story from the simulation, the news of her parents' and grandparents' deaths, as well as her experiences in the orphanage, leading him to believe she had achieved a godlike perspective. But now it seemed that her god's perspective was a distorted or incomplete version. After all, concerning Ayaroa's simulation, she had been an out-and-out victim, deceived into spending her entire life in a way that had ultimately betrayed her. There is no greater tragedy in life than this. Yet even in this situation, she still identified herself as an out-and-out bad woman. The truth was apparent. There was only one truth, but conclusive evidence was lacking. Tactically, Chisato leaned back slightly, adopting a solemn expression. Tell me more about it. Chapter 223, Airi's Wisdom. Are you tired? You've been lying there for more than 10 minutes. In the room, Airi was mocking Uchiha, who was sticking her butt out and pressing her ear to the door. No matter how good your hearing is, it's impossible to hear their conversation in the living room through that door. Don't talk. Uchiha glared fiercely at Airi, then returned to pressing her ear against the door. In fact, it wasn't entirely accurate to say she couldn't hear anything, otherwise, she wouldn't have persisted here for 10 minutes. However, what she could hear wasn't specific. She could only catch a few intermittent words. Just based on those few words, she couldn't deduce the exact content of the conversation between the two people outside. Therefore, when Airi laughed again for the third time, Uchiha reluctantly chose to give up and sat on the couch by the window, looking at the street outside and feeling angry. Seeing her like this, Airi smiled silently and continued to sit on the bedside, holding Dark Wings in her arms and gently combing its feathers. I said, stop playing with that crow. Uchiha finally couldn't help but speak up. Airi's behavior was quite annoying to her, whether it was the way she chose to ignore her earlier in the supermarket or the way she had forcefully dragged her into the house. It has a name, Dark Wings. I advise you to respect it. Don't say I didn't warn you. It's an important member of the family. If you underestimate it, you'll regret it sooner or later. That kind of thing doesn't matter right now. You don't know how serious the situation is. How can you stay here so calmly and do nothing? Airi glanced at the visibly agitated Uchiha and then lowered her head again, gently touching Darkwing's little head. Well, what good will it do for me to jump up and down like you, wasting energy for no reason? Since what has happened, no matter how urgent it feels, it won't help. The point is to think about how to deal with the aftermath. Uchiha let out a long sigh, closed her eyes, and gently pinched her eyebrows. Listen to me, have you come up with a good solution to this situation? Certainly, Airi replied confidently. After the girl outside leaves, I will have a good talk with Chisato. Uchiha opened her eyes, looking at her expectantly, but Airi returned her gaze with doubt. The two stared at each other for a long moment until Uchiha reacted first. Is that it? That's it. Is this the good solution you mentioned? Otherwise? Uchiha hugged her head in frustration. After a moment, she suddenly stood up. No, I'm still worried about Chisato being alone with that guy. I have to find a reason to go out and listen to what they're talking about. Refilling their tea sounds like a good excuse. You're crazy. Don't act like a child. You can't stand it for even this little time. Airi let go of Dark Wings and quickly walked over to hold Uchiha's wrist. It's not just about being patient. Don't you think that girl is here with bad intentions? There's something obviously wrong with the way she looks at Chisato. So what? It was Chisato who wanted to talk to her, and he brought her back. If you go out now, you'll only stir up trouble for Chisato and make things difficult for him. Are you just going to make me wait here? This is the only option. Just calm down, you're not acting like yourself at all. Uchiha put her hand to her forehead, shook her head gently, and sat down on the edge of the bed. She glanced at Dark Wings nearby and was about to reach out to hold it in her arms for comfort. However, she didn't expect it to flap its wings and widen the distance between them. Uchiha's outstretched hand hovered in midair, and combined with her current expression, it looked both funny and lonely. Watching this scene, Airi suppressed a laugh. She also sat on the edge of the bed, glanced at Uchiha, and then returned her gaze. I know what you're worried about, and I feel the same way, but I don't agree with your previous point of view. It's wrong to think that you can just relax because you have Chisato tied to you. What do you mean? It's very simple. It's better to address the problem than to ignore it. Only by understanding the root cause can we prescribe the right solution. Airi paused, and her calf, which had been swaying gently, stopped moving. In the worst-case scenario, if Chisato really likes that girl, we shouldn't express our opposition too clearly. That will only create a gap between us, allowing others to take advantage of it. Uchiha wasn't stupid, she knew some of her previous actions had stemmed from impulsive emotions. You mean to counterattack while ensuring that our existing advantages don't deteriorate? Whether we fight back or not depends on what Chisato tells us later. It would be great if he says his relationship with that girl isn't what we thought. Unbeknownst to them, in this small room, the balance of power was gradually shifting between the two, with one gaining more authority. Uchiha didn't notice this change in atmosphere and continued to ask, what if we face a worse outcome and Chisato's answer is what we're most worried about? Then there's no need to panic. Don't show any signs of crying or fussing in front of Chisato. We just need to express our dissatisfaction and resistance appropriately, letting him know that we don't want this to happen. Just like that, and then ignore it. It's not that simple. Airi shook her head slightly, her supple ponytail swaying cutely. The palms that had rested at her sides lifted into the air. Something unexpected happened. Dark wings, which had resisted Uchiha moments ago, flew over obediently and landed in her palm. Being together is a matter for both parties. Don't always think about solving the problem with Chisato. We can completely avoid him and talk to the girl privately. If we can work together to show our determination, I think she has little chance of winning if she's determined to fight to the end. Even if she really wants to fight, we have other ways to balance things. What can I do? Ayuri glanced at Uchiha, annoyed. You're so foolish. Think for yourself. Chapter 224, Second Wave of Trouble. In the living room, Chisato finally felt relieved after listening to Iroha explain all the details. He once again gained a fresh understanding of evil simulators, realizing that they could devise new tricks every time. Fortunately, nothing had gone wrong to cause him particularly difficult trouble. With Iroha's current situation, it could only be said that everything was still under control. I'm sorry for ruining your life. She apologized sincerely, her voice filled with extreme guilt. She was truly an innocent and kind-hearted child. Chisato's emotions were too complicated, but he had to maintain a calm demeanor on the surface to comfort others. That was just something that happened in your dream, and it has nothing to do with us in reality, so there's no need to apologize. Besides, the final outcome is good, and that's what matters. This statement aligned with Iroha's earlier thoughts of self-comfort, making her feel quickly at ease. The distance between them also diminished due to Iroha's small opening of her heart. Now that Iroha had clearly explained everything on her side, it was Chisato's turn. He didn't reveal the real situation but chose the same words she had used when facing Ayuri and Uchiha. He lied, claiming he had an unclear dream from a first-person perspective. He had forgotten many of the specific details of the dream, only recalling a few impressive elements. This also explained why he knew Iroha. When Iroha asked if he had any clues about this strange occurrence, Chisato naturally pretended to be oblivious and asked questions. Iroha didn't give up, asking many questions one after another but not receiving any particularly effective answers. In the end, she reluctantly agreed with Chisato's conjecture that there might indeed be a parallel world. It was best not to dwell on things they encountered that could not be explained by science and instead focus on living their current lives well. Later, they took advantage of the relatively good atmosphere to briefly introduce themselves and share what they could reveal. For example, they discussed the school they were currently attending, their ages, and other non-secretive topics. When Iroha heard that Chisato had recently moved here, she happily marveled at the wonder of fate. If I hadn't had that dream, I wouldn't have been enlightened by Miss Hiratsuka, nor would I have been entrusted to Yukino Shita-senpai when she fell behind in her studies, or been invited by her to catch up. I met Chisato-san again in this vast sea of people. Reflecting on her recent experiences, Iroha felt that everything was full of drama. It was just like the plot of a romantic drama, it couldn't be more coincidental. In fact, the chat was nearly over. More than an hour had passed, and it was past 12 o'clock. Chisato frequently glanced at the clock on the wall of the living room, but it was unclear whether Iroha didn't notice his subtle gestures or saw them but chose to ignore them. After hesitating for a moment, she finally made up her mind to take out her phone from her pocket. Suzumi and Nisa. Senpai, can we exchange contact information? You're the only one around me who has experienced something similar to what I have. I don't know how to talk to others about this. If we encounter such a situation again in the future, I think we can discuss it in a timely manner. Chisato looked into Iroha's big, watery eyes. After her worries and anxieties were alleviated, Iroha's confidence seemed unexpectedly high. Her skirt fell just above her knees, and she had a youthful, beautiful face without any makeup. The cuffs of her pure white shirt slightly covered her wrists, and a red ribbon threaded through her neckline was tied in a loose bow, making the clavicle of her neck vaguely visible. She truly embodied the ideal image of a soft-spoken schoolgirl and must be quite popular among the boys at school. However, at the same time, her seemingly pretentious look likely garnered some dislike from other girls. Chisato, being male and feeling guilty for the trouble he had caused Iroha, of course couldn't refuse her request. After they exchanged phone numbers and line IDs, Iroha appeared quite happy and finally stood up from the sofa. She bowed slightly toward Chisato and said goodbye without hesitation. However, her goodbye was simply a matter of changing her shoes and walking out a door, only to enter another door just a few steps away. It was Yukino who opened that door. As she welcomed Iroha in, her eyes accidentally met Chisato's. Her expression remained unchanged, she naturally retracted her gaze. After Iroha looked back and waved her hand, she closed the door. Yukino, a girl who believes in absolute justice, is impeccable in every aspect except for her breasts and physical strength. She has been identified as a high-quality woman. The familiar and nostalgic prompt interface appeared before him. After a long absence, The pure love system had finally identified another high-quality woman. That face was indeed cute to the point of being unfair. He is actually neighbors with her. However, at that moment, Chisato had no time to worry about such matters. After closing the door and returning to the living room, he looked at the two people walking out of the room and realized that his conversation with Iroha was only the first half of what was to come. Before he could catch his breath, the second half was about to begin again non-stop. Uchiha approached him, placing her slender hand on his shoulder. "How about it? Do I need to give you more time to think about what I said?" Her tone was sarcastic, fitting her character perfectly, and it was clear that she was genuinely angry about the situation. "Don't be like this. Chisato hasn't said what's going on yet, so don't speak in that tone." Ayuri stepped forward, pushing Uchiha's hand away, looking like a caring little cotton-padded jacket. Chisato took her hand, slowly hugged her waist, and rested his head on her shoulder. Indeed, Ayuri is his best comfort at this moment. This action instantly made Ayuri blush and made Uchiha's already grim expression even more so. After just a moment, he released his hold. "Come sit here on the sofa and talk, I'm afraid you'll be scared." The two followed him to the sofa and sat down. Uchiha crossed her arms, having already envisioned the worst-case scenario. She didn't believe that what Chisato had to say could frighten her. At most, it would only make her angrier. But she soon realized she was mistaken. Regarding the girl just now, her name is Iroha. She and I share something in common. We met in a dream. Chapter 225, A Woman's Weapon. I met her in a dream. Chisato's casual words made Uchiha and Ayuri shiver in unison. Neither of them expected this, and the situation suddenly became complicated. That girl also had a dream like ours? Uchiha was the first to ask eagerly, while Ayuri stared intently at Chisato. His next answer would have a crucial impact on the development of subsequent events. If it truly was the worst-case scenario, all the countermeasures she had considered would be ineffective. Ayuri empathized with the other person's position. She didn't believe that the girl who had the same experience as her would choose to give up so easily. But Chisato shook his head. "I've talked to her, but her situation is a bit different from yours, and I don't fully understand what's going on." "What do you mean?" "She doesn't have as clear perception of the dream as you do, and she doesn't seem to be able to utilize some skills in the dream like you can." Chisato carefully considered his words, distinguishing what could be said and what could not. "In short, it's almost the same as me. She only dreamed about some general aspects, rather than remembering everything in detail like you do." This statement was somewhat vague, but it allowed both of them to grasp the general situation. Uchiha frowned and fell silent, the "I'm very angry" expression she had been deliberately wearing slowly fading away. Like Ayuri, she realized that things were becoming more complicated. Ayuri glanced at the woman in black stockings and silently sighed at the ineffectiveness of this guy. At the same time, she wondered whether she had truly experienced a dream of getting along with Chisato for the first time. Why does he seem like a silver player? She can't see anything wrong with her during the laning phase, but when it comes to team battles, many basic operations are severely flawed. Initially, Ayuri thought that forming an alliance with her would be useful, but so far, Uchiha has had no effect at all and has instead cost her too much effort for no reason. Ayuri let out a long sigh inwardly. If she didn't ask at this moment, it would be difficult to speak again later. She couldn't count on anyone else, she had to do it herself. Then, what did Chisato think? After a brief moment of deliberation, Ayuri slowly approached Chisato, gently grabbed the corner of his shirt, bit her lower lip, and asked softly, her expression pitiful and uneasy. Uchiha raised her head and looked at her, not understanding the reason for her sudden outburst. Chisato was also a bit confused. "What? That is, using Chisato as your subjective perspective, after experiencing the dream with that girl, now that you see her in reality, what do you think of her?" It was subtle. When Ayuri said these words, she pronounced dream and reality extremely clearly, intentionally reminding the others of the difference between the two. Although she and Uchiha had brought their dream relationship into reality, that didn't stop her from blocking the road after having walked through it. This was not the same as breaking someone else's bowl to prevent others from eating when you were full. There can be no compromise in love, and there is no room for the intervention of any third party. The Uchiha girl was an exception. Though it felt strange to say this, Ayuri had been forced to spend her entire life with her in the dream, and she did have some subtle feelings for her. Ayuri could accept her and share some of her energy and intimacy that she couldn't satisfy with Chisato alone, but beyond that, Ayuri didn't want to get involved with any more partners. Just the three of them, plus a crow, and a few more children in the future would be happy enough. Therefore, her question was very important. Chisato's answer would represent his inner thoughts. If he answered calmly that he felt nothing, then of course everyone would be happy. But if he hesitated or avoided eye contact, it would mean the situation had become extremely serious. As various thoughts emerged in Ariri's mind, Uchiha's brain was also spinning rapidly. She wasn't stupid, otherwise, she wouldn't have been taunting Ariri all day without being able to do anything about it. What she lacked was experience in dealing with similar matters. Now that she heard Ariri's question, she looked up and saw Ariri's pretentious gesture from a female perspective, instantly understanding the deeper meaning behind it. Thus, she quickly began to cooperate. She didn't have any more words but lowered her eyes and slightly pursed her lips. The previously strong and angry demeanor quickly faded, replaced by a pitiful and extremely lost expression. Well, it's not completely hopeless. Ariri glanced at Uchiha's reaction from the corner of her eyes, making this comment from the bottom of her heart. Concealment and deception are not advisable in love, but what they were doing now was simply amplifying a small amount of inner emotion and revealing it. If they pushed it too far, it would only be seen as acting. Even if the other party noticed something of this level, it wouldn't have a significant impact. This was also why Ariri felt comfortable using this little trick. Now, let's observe the reaction of the most important person involved, Chisato. He first glanced at Uchiha, whose demeanor had turned resentful in an instant, making her seem extremely distressed. Then he took Ariri's small hand, which was gripping the corner of his shirt, in his palm, raised it to his lips, and kissed her gently. Then he gave them an unexpected answer that went beyond established responses. That girl's name is Ishiki Iroha. I feel very guilty about her. After answering, he slightly opened his mouth and exhaled, his eyes growing weary as he hugged Ariri again, resting his head on her small but soft chest, and closed his eyes. Guilty? Guilty? What is this? Time and again, things went beyond their expectations, and their minds were nearly overwhelmed. Wait a minute, what does guilt mean? Hello? As Uchiha, a little agitated and wanting to question him again, began to speak, Ariri immediately stopped her. It's getting late. Let Chisato rest for a while, and let's go cook. Seeing Ariri's direct gaze, Uchiha closed her eyes, opened them again after a moment, nodded, stood up, and walked into the kitchen first. Chapter 226, Turns out it was my fault. The conversation in the living room came to an end for the time being. Chisato returned to his room, while Uchiha and Ariri headed directly to the kitchen to prepare lunch. One of them was responsible for picking and cutting vegetables, while the other handled cooking and stir-frying. They worked together with a tacit understanding. Uchiha glanced back, confirmed that Chisato was not there, and that the kitchen sliding door was closed. She asked, "Why didn't you let me continue asking just now?" Ariri answered matter-of-factly, "You should have noticed that Chisato doesn't want to continue this topic. Because we noticed that, we had to continue asking. Otherwise, without understanding the situation, we wouldn't know what to do next. You need to be smart. Chisato doesn't want to talk about it. If you press him like this, it will only bore him. At this point, stepping back and letting the conversation end is the right choice. I think your approach is very problematic. If you just indulge him, the situation could develop to a point where we cannot recover. The point of no return? What do you mean? You know what I'm talking about." Uchiha was silent for a long time before picking up the knife to continue cutting vegetables. Eventually, she managed to respond. Ariri paused stirring the food, finally sensing something unnatural about Uchiha. From her previous state, it was clear that her thoughts about Chisato were negative and pessimistic, making it seem as if she was afraid of losing something. However, the dream life she shared with Chisato should have been enough for her to feel happy, so she shouldn't be so unsure. Did something happen in her previous dream with Chisato that made her feel this way? Did Chisato leave her in that dream? Ariri didn't realize that her random speculation had already come closer to the truth of the matter, but the actions of both parties were misguided. She didn't intend to delve into inconsequential matters. The most important thing now was to make Uchiha agree with her viewpoint and not act rashly in the short term. After all, they were now considered a team. If something went wrong with Uchiha, her impression on Chisato might also plummet, which was something Ariri didn't want to see. That won't happen. Chisato won't leave us. Ariri gave Uchiha a reassuring nudge. Uchiha placed the chopped cabbage on a plate and looked at her. "What's your reasoning?" "There's no reason, just a feeling." "You're terrible at persuasion." "Then I'll give you a reason that's convincing enough." Ariri shyly waved for Uchiha to come closer. Although Uchiha was suspicious, she still leaned in to listen. Ariri began to speak softly, and their faces flushed in unison, their breathing becoming a little strained. Once she finished, Uchiha calmed down and started to complain. "What does this mean? This kind of thing can't be used to explain." "Why not? That kind of thing is an extremely important and indispensable part of love, isn't it? Can you really bear to have only platonic love with Chisato in the future? Even so, The question I asked earlier can't be explained away with that. That's sophistry. Whatever you say, I still firmly believe in my thoughts. Chisato will not leave us. What you choose to think is your business. I just need you to calm down in the coming days.